Thank you.
Did we do announcements?
If anybody is interested, they're having the procedural right now against injustice. It's on Mayor Cooper's
Mic check.
Facebook
2,
Live.
3, 4.
Hey,
Mic
did we
check.
do announcements?
Very good.
And I thought they would put it on the Metro Nashville Network.
Hey, are we still under curfew or not?
No curfew tonight.
All week, but I'm also hearing it was rescinded.
No, it's issued on a day-to-day basis, and there is no curfew this evening.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I've got channel 3
Good evening,
on
everyone.
my iPad and Syracuse.
And thank you for watching. This is
I
the
don't know what.
Oh, I thought announcements were on this channel. I'll go next door.
No, they're here, Freddie.
Oh, they are? Okay.
we will go ahead and begin the announcement period.
thought.
I know
That's
some
why I
of
wasn't
my
here.
colleagues are logging in as we speak.
Jeff, come to us.
Yeah, he will.
All right. The announcement period has begun. This is June 2nd, council meeting for June 2nd, and we will have an abbreviated announcement period here. Council members, if you would like to make an announcement, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. Remember to mute your mics if you're not speaking, but if you'd like to make any announcements, please raise your hand to be recognized. Looks like Councilmember Hauser and Rosenberg need to mute their mics. Okay. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized. You may unmute your mic. Councilmember Hancock, if you can hear me, you can unmute your mic and give us your update or announcement. Can you unmute your mic, Councilmember Hancock?
Y'all, it looks like the other meeting is, I can't tell what's going on.
So I guess we're not doing
There you go. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
Thank you for having. Thank you, Ken. I would like to.
Here it comes.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you here, yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you have an announcement?
We're ran by Gloria.
Gloria, let's mute your mic, please.
You need to mute. Gloria.
Councilmember Hauser, please mute your mic.
Okay. I think
And
that's going to work now. Can you hear me?
anybody else that, any other council member who's not speaking, yes, please mute your mic.
Yeah. Thank you,
Councilmember
President.
Hancock.
So
Yeah.
as we're moving forward with our reopening of Davidson County, I'm going to restart our meetings in Madison to give everyone an opportunity to give some feedback about the budget and everything else.
Councilmember Hancock, were you still giving an announcement?
All right. And so the first meeting will be Tuesday, June the 9th at 10-cup coffee from 8:30 to 10. The next meeting will be Wednesday, June 10th at Yazoo Brewing Company from 6 to 7. And the next meeting will be Saturday, June 12th at the Madison Community Center from 8:30 to 10. Those will also be in my district newsletter coming out tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized. You may unmute your mic and give us your announcement or announcements. The virtual floor is yours, Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Welsh, we couldn't hear you here, so that means that the folks at home couldn't either. Try again, if you would. Unmute your mic.
Does anyone know, do we have different iLegislate passwords for each person? I don't remember mine.
Councilmember Hauser, I'll have Slade give you a call.
I wanted to test and see if anybody can hear me.
We can hear you, Kathleen. And Gloria, it's the same password for everyone unless you
I'm gonna give a pro tip not to give out that password over the air.
I agree. I was getting ready to say I'm gonna text it to you, Gloria,
Thank
so you can have it.
Yes.
Thank you. Please do.
All right, sure, thank you. All right, Councilmember Welsh, give that a try again. And Councilmember Hauser, mute your mic, please.
Pro Tem, I cannot hear you, so I didn't know that you just threw the floor to me.
I can hear you now.
I don't wish to speak over anyone. If there's some way you can message me that I can go ahead with my announcement.
Very good. Acknowledged. I will have...
We cannot hear inside the chamber.
You cannot. This is a test. Okay.
I haven't heard the pro tem at all on this channel.
No, my husband is listening on the Nashville network and just heard him call me, but I haven't heard anything.
I have not heard our pro tem, despite his dulcet tones, in this channel at all.
Good to know.
I haven't heard anything either.
This is helpful. Thank you. Or if you can hear me.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I would like to announce that I'm having a virtual District 16 community meeting this Thursday, June 4th, on the budget. The time will be from 6:30 to 8. There is a Zoom link. We ask that you pre-register on Zoom, and that Zoom link can be found on my Facebook page, Councilmember Jenny Welsh, or you can email me at jenny.welsh@nashville.gov, and I'll be happy to send you the Zoom link. Again, that is this Thursday, June 4th, from 6:30 to 8, virtual Zoom meeting for District 16 on the budget. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few minutes away from the council meeting, and the mayor will be here. So with that, we will conclude the announcement period, and the vice mayor will join us shortly. Thank you.
Chambers, and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 18th business meeting of its 4-year term and the 11th regular meeting for calendar year 2020. Because of concerns surrounding the coronavirus pandemic, the council tonight will again conduct its business virtually for the 5th straight meeting operating under emergency rules.
I don't think we
Due to
have
those health concerns, public's presence here tonight will be somewhat limited, and most of the 40 members will not attend and participate, and will participate online. Number of council members here tonight in the council chambers has been increased to include a majority of the 13 members of the council's Budget and Finance Committee. That increase is in part due to the focus on tonight's session on budget issues. Remember as well that the size limit on meetings under the city's social distancing restrictions have now been increased to 25, up from 10. We'll remain there for that, about that number for the rest of the evening. We'll be below the number of 25 for the rest of the evening. Others in the council chamber tonight are again the Vice Mayor Jim Schulman, who will conduct the meeting, Council Pro Tempore Jeff Syracuse, who will run the session if the Vice Mayor cannot, and Large Member Bob Lindez, who is Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, is here again as well. He will present again most of the significant legislation because he sponsors it in the council because of his position on the committee. Council Staff Director and Attorney John Cooper is also here, and a few other staff members. All of us present are following the guidelines for social separation, including wearing a mask since we are in a metro building. The executive order issued by Governor Bill Lee allows local legislative bodies to meet electronically during this time of the meeting to handle necessary business. The executive order has been extended to stay in force through June 30th. The council has a 10-page agenda again tonight. That includes a page of elections and confirmations, 4 pages of resolutions, about 3 pages of first reading bills, and a page and a half of second reading ordinances, and 3 pages of bills on third and final reading. Legislative matter of most interest tonight is the virtual budget hearing, for the most part, although there will be some people here in the chamber speaking live. It's being held on the mayor's, John Cooper's $2.4 billion metro budget, which is funded by a 32% property tax increase. Both the budget and the tax levy bill are on second reading tonight. If you want to call in to participate in tonight's program, you can call 269-255-1931. That's 269-259-1931. That will get you in queue to participate online virtually over the phone. Each person's time to speak will be limited to 2 minutes. A limited number of people, as I mentioned, have made reservations to be here tonight. They are mostly out in the hallway at this point. They will be brought in at a certain point of the meeting tonight, probably early on in the public hearing, to be able to speak to the council members here. There are at least 5 other alternative budget and tax proposals that have been unveiled by 4 different council members. Public is free to comment on them tonight as well. By historical standards, these alternative plans are not usually made public this early or even formulated this early in the budget process. So this could give the council members more input on what to do about this. After the hearing, the council will likely approve both the budget and the tax levy on second reading without debate or amendment. The council will then continue its deliberations and hold a final vote on the budget on June 16th, although it could go to June 23rd. The council is required by law to pass a budget by June 30th, or the mayor's budget and tax levy goes into effect automatically. That's exactly what happened a year ago under the previous council. The budget was not balanced, however, leading the city into a year of issues with the state, and now the city's financial issues have been compounded even further by the severe loss of tax revenues due to the economic shutdown caused by the coronavirus. Council will also hold a public hearing tonight on the city's annual capital improvements budget, but that's merely a planning document. It's not spending any money. That's not expected to be a major event tonight. There was a prayer vigil held out right outside the council chambers tonight. Some of the members who were involved in that, including Mayor Cooper, will be here tonight and will be a part of the invocation. It looks like we were about ready to start the meeting, but it may be a little bit later before he actually, Vice Mayor Schulman has not taken the podium at this point. A couple of other things to talk about tonight. There's a lawsuit that Metro was had an agreement to settle with Youth Opportunities Investment, which is the private corrections company that operates Metro's Juvenile Justice Detention Center. A few months ago, you might remember, there was a high-profile escape from the facility where for multiple weeks where many of the youth inmates were ultimately recaptured. The resolution would pay the city $144,000 to settle the lawsuit. At a recent meeting in May, the council rejected that, saying it was not enough. The legal department has again brought it back, saying that it is as much money as they're going to be able to get, that the city cannot get back the actual money. They pay the police to do that. And we'll see what the council wants to do. Several of them memorializing resolutions on many top issues. Let's now go. It looks to me like Councilman Schulman, Vice Mayor Schulman, is approaching the podium up here, the chair, and he will begin soon to start tonight's meeting and bring it to order.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting tonight as we always do in the historic Metro Courthouse, otherwise known as our City Hall. Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the council chambers the Honorable John Cooper, Mayor of Nashville and Davidson County. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council. I just came from the vigil outside, and justice, racial justice, equal justice is a national issue, and it is a Nashville issue. The video of George Floyd's death under the knee of a police officer in Minneapolis was painful to watch, and it did not feel 700 miles away. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Eric Garner. Hearing George Floyd over and over and over cry out, "I can't breathe," the very same final words of Eric Garner 6 years ago in New York, spoke to the pain, brutality, and injustice faced by Black Americans. In the midst of the COVID-19 epidemic that attacks the lungs and suffocates its victims, George Floyd's plea of "I can't breathe" speaks to another epidemic, a virus of racism that certainly does not affect us all equally, but one that we have no choice but to come together to treat, to heal. Now, outside the doors downstairs is an empty space where a granite plaque had been displayed for a quarter of a century, celebrating the historic moment in civil rights history when 3,000 Nashvillians marched to this courthouse to demand integration and equal treatment under law. And nonviolent protests led by Diane Nash and other civil rights leaders changed our city and our country from the steps of this very building. The plaque read in part, "On the 19th of April, 1960, Nashville proclaimed itself a beacon of civility, common sense, and reconciliation." I believe in these principles, as I know you do, and I recognize that reconciliation requires reform. We must let these words guide us now as we listen to one another, work together to root out racism in our community and create a city in which everyone feels safe. Now, Deputy Mayor Haywood and I are going to be holding a series of meetings to hear firsthand from advocates, leaders, and community members about the need for change and ideas for reform. And we will come together as a community and engage in the work of justice. Thank you. And now I will turn it over to Pastor C.C. Winans for tonight's invocation.
Father God, I come to you in the name of your Son, Jesus. Lord, we ask that you would forgive us for our sins. I repent for the sin of racial injustice, Father God, and I pray that you would purify our hearts from this evil spirit. Purify our hearts, purify our communities, purify our city, our nation, our world, and our social and civil institutions. Holy Spirit, I ask that you would fill our hearts with your love so that we would love you and that we would love one another. I pray that you would help us to go forward, give us the plan, give us the wisdom that we need to correct the wrong and to go forward and become the nation that you called us to be. You created one human family, one human race, and you created us all equal. You created us to be one. So, Father, we believe in miracles. Knit our hearts together and let us walk in love so that we can create a future for our children, a future where they're not afraid to go running or tracking or doing things, Father God, as normal people do without fear. Father God, help us to create the world that you wanted us to have, one of love, one of peace, and one of unity. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So if you all will remain standing, I want to thank Mayor Cooper, Deputy Mayor Haywood, and C.C. Winans. Councilmember Hurt, you had asked to be recognized. Can you hear me? Councilmember Hurt.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I can.
All right. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I am presenting a poem that was given to me as from a constituent here in Bellevue by the name of Robert Martin. And the poem is called Sad. I'm sad. I'm disappointed, and I'm sad. I'm tired, disappointed, and sad. I'm sad that my black friends don't feel safe while living in the same country as me. I'm sad that my white friends feel like they have to prove that they're not racist. I wish we lived in a world where races didn't matter, where your pride in your race wasn't a threat to others in theirs. I wish we lived in a world where the color of our skin was freely and openly celebrated, worn like a badge of honor, where beauty starts at skin deep and moves on from there. I'm sad that I can go jogging and feel just fine, but my black friends can't. I'm sad that I can buy groceries with a check and feel just fine, but my black friends can't. I'm sad that no one wonders if my check will clear the bank just because of the color of my skin. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in a system that traps people in cycles of poverty, in cycles of racism, in cycles of hate. I'm disappointed that buildings are burning, that protesting stopped and rioting began. That property was destroyed. I'm disappointed that we didn't listen when they took a knee on the fields. I'm disappointed that we didn't listen when their peaceful protests were silently screaming at us, begging for justice. I'm disappointed that we didn't trust, that we didn't remember our past, a past soaked in anger against dark skin. I'm disappointed that an entire race felt this was the only way for their voice to be heard. I hear you, and I hear you, and I see you. I hear you, and I see you, and I respect you. I do not fear you. Your disadvantage is not my advantage. I hear you, and I see you, and I respect you, and I love you. We are all human. We all bleed the same red blood. We all cry the same tears. I am disappointed that people have forgotten this. I am disappointed that you don't feel safe. I am disappointed that I go to bed tonight without fear for my safety, all the while knowing you might not be. I'm disappointed in our justice system, that some police officers feel that this is okay, that other police officers are not standing up, not shouting from the rooftops, not condemning their brothers and sisters in blue, those that would take the lives of black men simply because they're black. To hear someone yelling, "I can't breathe, they're going to kill me," for possibly writing a bad check, is America great yet? I am tired. I'm tired of picking up the paper and learning of another black man's death. I'm tired of worrying about my black friends when they go to the park, when they go for a walk, when they go for groceries, when they are out being black. I am tired of a leadership that does not lead. I'm tired of the violence, whether justified or not. I'm tired of watching our cities burn because of hate. I will not stay quiet. I will not back down. I'm sad, I'm disappointed, and I'm sad. I'm tired, disappointed, sad. But most of all, I'm angry.
Thank you, Councilmember. Members of the council, as well as the public, please rise, join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So you all may be seated. So tonight, besides our regular items on the agenda, we will be conducting a public hearing on both the capital improvements budget and the operations budget for the city. Because we are in phase 2 of the city's reopening, we are only allowing 25 people in the chamber. Since we have 40 members of the council, we couldn't invite everybody back. Since we are reviewing the budget tonight, only members of the budget committee are invited to be here tonight. Other council members are participating by teleconferencing. We are allowing members of the public to call in if they wish to be heard on the public hearing matters. Steps have also been taken to allow people to attend tonight's meeting while practicing safe health protocols as well as social distancing. With that, I am going to ask the clerk to call the roll so we can get the membership right. Madam Clerk, you are recognized.
Vice Mayor.
There you go.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
Present.
Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble.
Present.
Councilmember Swope.
I'm here.
Councilmember Parker.
I'm present.
Councilmember Withers.
Present.
Councilmember Benedict.
Present.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Present.
Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans.
Present.
Councilmember Bradford.
Present.
Councilmember Roden. Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Welsh.
Present.
Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Cash.
Present.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Present.
Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley.
Present.
Councilmember Johnston.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Present, and Gloria Hauser is present, but she can no longer hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, is that you, Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got you and Councilmember.
Sound went away for a minute.
Got you marked present. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles.
Present.
Councilmember Lee.
Present.
Councilmember Henderson.
Present.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Present.
Vice Mayor, I'd like to call on a few people that I didn't hear from.
Yeah, that's
once
fine.
again.
Uh-huh.
Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Hall is, well, he was on the list. He is listed as being on. He's got his hand up. Councilmember Hall, can you hear us? So he is registered on the screen. He just is not responding.
Okay,
All right.
thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hager, I have seen here.
Councilmember Hager is in the next room over. So there he is. I see him.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Murphy.
Councilmember Murphy is listed. Councilmember Murphy, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, it's a miracle.
All right. So she is here. Okay.
Councilmember Vercher. And Councilmember Rutherford.
I'm present. Councilmember Rutherford is having difficulties right now, but he is here.
Vice Mayor.
All right. How many members do we have present based upon that?
I think I may have heard Councilmember Vercher.
Councilmember Vercher is listed on the, she is there.
And did you want me to mark Councilmember Rutherford present, Vice Mayor?
Yeah. So he's not showing up on the screen, but
Hello?
Councilmember Rutherford, can you hear us? All right, we're going to work on that at this point and see if we can get him hooked in line. All right?
Okay, I think that's all but 2 people because we didn't get a response from Councilmember Sledge.
All right, so we're listed at 38 members at this point?
That's right.
All right. So is there a motion? Who is that saying hello?
Hager.
Councilmember Hager, we've got you listed. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meetings from May 5th, 2020 and May 19th, 2020? Do I have a motion? So moved. Properly seconded without objection. The minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, obviously the mayor was here. Are there any additional messages from the mayor?
No further messages, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are going to be recognized for 2 motions tonight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I make a motion that the June 2nd, 2020 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to promote the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on it? Seeing none. Councilmember Hall has his hand up, but I'm not sure it's about this motion. Councilmember Hall, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me take it down.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? 38 for, 0 noes, 0 abstentions. Any changes to that? That's the vote. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on the next motion, which deals with our next meeting. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that at the time of adjournment tonight, the council adjourn to Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of considering ordinance BL 2020-298, the capital improvements budget for fiscal year 2021 on 3rd and final reading, along with any other matters the Vice Mayor deems appropriate for consideration at that time.
All right, you've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? So again, remember, council members, we have actually 3 meetings in June. We may have more than that, But the second meeting is next week, next Tuesday, and it's at a set time of 6 p.m. So it's not at 6:30, it's at 6 p.m. It's to take up certain matters, including the capital improvements budget. Proper motion, proper seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none, 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. Okay, it's on to elections and confirmations. Is there a report from the Rules Committee? Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules, first up, we had the Board of Equalization. The appointment of Mr. Darwin Pankey as an alternate member has been withdrawn.
Okay.
So for the Board of Equalization, we have the appointment of Ms. Sharon Greaves as an alternate member for a term expiring April 1st, 2022, and we voted 8 in favor and none against.
All right. Councilman Rosenberg, if you don't mind, let's do them all at the same time. That way we can get one motion on them all.
Fantastic. We had Nashville Education Community and Arts Television, the reappointment of Ms. Shayla Paz for a term expiring February 5th, 2023. All of these were 8 in favor, none against.
Okay.
The Planning Commission, the reappointment of Mr. Brian Tibbs for a term expiring March 31st, 2024. Public Library Board, the appointment of Ms. Kate Reed-Ezel for a term expiring April 6th, 2027. And the Sports Authority, the reappointment of Ms. Anna Page for a term expiring February 19th, 2026, and I move approval of all of those.
Okay, so you've heard the motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion from any of the members? It's a motion to approve. Let me make sure I've got them right. Sharon Greaves for the Board of Equalization. Shayla Paz for NECAT. Brian Tibbs, reappointment on the Planning Commission. Ms. Kate Reed-Ezel for the Public Library Board. And the reappointment of Ms. Anna Page for the Sports Authority. It's a proper motion to approve all of them. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes to that? That's the vote. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, I know the individuals aren't here, but we certainly appreciate their willingness to serve. We also appreciate their willingness to get online and be interviewed through the process. Thank you for serving and volunteering your time to help Nashville and Davidson County. So we now move on to resolutions on public hearing. Actually, I'll talk about all this at the same time. We have one resolution on public hearing. That is by Councilmember Sledge, and we have 2 items on resolutions or bills on public hearing. Those are bills regarding the budget and the capital improvements budget. Both of those are sponsored by Councilmember Mendez. The way this is going to work is that if members of the public are interested in speaking for or against any item on the public hearing agenda, then this is how you will do it. Assuming that you are not in the chamber or out in the hallway. I believe we do have people out there who are willing to speak. So you should be watching us, individuals and members of the public, on Channel 3 or watching it live streaming. And the number to call in should be appearing at the bottom of your screen. We've done this before. This was done about a month ago on our public hearing on zoning bills. The number is 629-255-1931. Again, 629-255-1931. It should be appearing at the bottom of your screen. Call that number, wait for operator assistance. You'll be asked if you're calling for the current matter on public hearing. We only have 3 matters tonight, the resolution and then the 2 bills. Again, the second bill will be the capital improvements budget. The third bill will be the operations budget, and I'll explain that in just a minute. So you'll be asked to make sure you're on the right measure. Please mute your television or your live stream when it's your turn to speak. And once your time begins, state your name, address, and whether you are for or against the bill. You don't have to wait to determine whether you're for or against, as we normally do. Just call in, just let us know what you think about the measure. You will have 2 minutes in which to speak. Again, we have people in the hallway who are going to be invited in just a few minutes to speak on the measures. But if you're at home and you want to speak, then you're invited to call in. This is a public hearing. We want to know what you think about these measures. The number to call is 629-255-1931. There's an operator that will help you get into the queue. You will be asked if you are calling for the current matter on public hearing. Please mute your television or your live stream when it's your turn to speak. And once it's your turn, state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the measure. And again, you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Let me remind you of something very, very important. This is an important meeting because we are talking about the budget. The bills up tonight concern our city's budget. That is what this public hearing is about. So people in the chamber, people who are calling in, remember, this is about the budget. Stay focused on the budget. Please remember that. That's what we are talking about tonight. There are lots of important things going on in the city, but we are talking about the budget tonight. Any questions from any of the council members about how we're proceeding tonight? Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, so I'm looking who, Councilmember Rutherford? Did you wish to be recognized? You're now on.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I was just letting you know that I am here. I previously had technical difficulties.
All right, so we're now at 39. Did somebody else wish to be recognized? All right. All right, so we are ready to go.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Councilman Young.
Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I just would like to clarify because I think we want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Tonight, if we would like to speak, should we click request to speak in iLegislate or should we raise our hand in WebEx?
I believe you do it the way we did it last time. If you will hit your request to speak, I can see you on the panel. All right? So go through iLegislate and then just hit your button and say request to speak. So Councilmember Rutherford, I saw his hand up. Councilmember Young, I don't see your hand up at this point.
It shows that I have an active request to speak in iLegislate. That was my concern why I wanted to clarify the preferred protocol.
So if you will, so I have my phone next to me. So if it's not working, if you will, if you wish to speak, then either text me or text John Cooper, our director, and we'll notify you, or just speak up if for some reason we don't see it come through, okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
We'll take our time. These are important measures up tonight, and we want to make sure that the public has a chance to speak. All right, so let's do this. Let's go on to the resolution on public hearing, because we'll get through that, and then we'll talk about what measures are up in terms of the bills on public hearing, and then we can start the public hearing on those too. So we'll move to resolutions on public hearing. I'm going to call the resolution up. We only have one, and then I'll refer to the council member, the sponsor, Councilmember Sledge, who hopefully is now on. I'm checking. All right, so unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, we'll call for a public hearing. If you wish to speak on this measure, then call the number I gave you, and then I will read the caption of the measure of the resolution. We will open the public hearing, taking callers from either side, and after that process, I'll close the public hearing. So I'll repeat that in just a minute. The first resolution is by Councilmember Sledge. The reason I went through that fairly quickly is that I talked to the council member, and I believe he's going to defer that. But let me read the caption. It's Resolution RS 2020-331 by Councilmember Sledge, resolution exempting St. L, located at 1420 3rd Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Sledge, are you on the call? Councilmember Sledge? So Councilmember Sledge, so this is deferred automatically. It'll be deferred to the first meeting in July, which will be, or should we defer it to the next meeting?
June 16th.
June 16th? All right, so we're going to defer this to the meeting on June the 16th, which will be considered the third meeting in June, June the 16th, automatically, so there is no public hearing tonight on Resolution RS 2020-331. So if you have a copy of the calendar, we're now on page 2. So we're now moving to bills on public hearing. We have 2 of these bills. I'm going to call them up one at a time. Refer to the sponsor, Councilmember Mendes will be, I will refer to him, and he will then call for a public hearing. First, let me make sure we're clear on this. We will start first with the capital improvements budget. That is the bill that places items in the list of projects to be considered. It doesn't mean that a project is going to happen or be funded, but in order for a project to be funded by the mayor or the council, it has to be in the capital improvements budget. That's the first bill that we are taking up tonight. That is not the operations budget. It is not the bill that has the property tax connected to it, just making sure that's the second item. The first item is the capital improvements budget. Because of health protocols, we're going to allow people in the chamber to speak first, either for or against. We'll do that on either bill, and then we will take the phone calls. So we're going to bring up the first one. If you want to speak on 2020-298, which is the first one, go ahead and call us, and we're going to check outside and see if anybody wants to speak on that. So I am ready to call up the first bill. We're on bills on public hearing. It's BL 2020-298. Councilmember Mendes and Murphy are the sponsors. It's an ordinance adopting the 2020-2021 through 2025-2026 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Good evening, Vice Mayor. Would you like the committee reports first?
Yeah, let's get the committee reports.
All right, so for Budget and Finance, the recommendation was to approve with a re-referral to Budget and Finance and Planning and Zoning, and that was recommended for approval, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and then it went to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized. Councilmember Murphy, can you hear me?
Yes. Planning and Zoning voted to approve and re-refer, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Mendes, before I call back on you, I'm getting a message from council members saying people are saying they're having trouble calling in for the public comment. So I'm just, keep trying. Again, we're on the first bill, the capital improvements budget. I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendes. You're recognized.
Please open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody wishing to speak on BL 2020-298? So the public hearing is open. Will you make that announcement, Matt, out in the chamber and just make sure that anybody wishing to speak on the capital improvements budget? Councilor Mendes, I'm going to read the caption again so we'll give people time to call in if that's what they wish to speak on. It's an ordinance adopting the 2020-2021 through 2025-2026 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for fiscal year 2020-2021. That's the bill that's before us on public hearing. Again, we're not on the operations budget. We are on the capital improvements budget, getting signal that no one is in the queue in the hallway or in the chamber. Is there anybody on the phone? Ms. Godin, can you hear me? Going to check. So we are checking. Mr. Cooper? Hold on. Okay, you're recognized.
She said that they're having some audio issues on her end. The lines are completely full, so people who are getting busy signals or can't get through, it's because the system will only hold about 118 calls. So presumably those are all on the operating budget. It's rare for people to speak on the capital improvements budget, but they're trying to figure out how to determine that.
Okay. All right, so tell you what, Councilmember Mendes, we're still in the public hearing's still open, but I recognize you. You're on.
I guess the question would be, is there a way that we can legally conduct the two public hearings together so we don't have to filter out the calls for one or the other?
So, Mr. Cooper?
For some reason, the charter says that the hearing on the capital improvements budget has to be held first. I have no idea why. That does not make any sense, but that's what the charter says.
Well, that's why you get paid the big bucks to figure that out then.
All right, so I guess we have two options, Councilor Mendes, if we're having trouble and we've got everybody in.
We think we're ready to proceed with taking callers. They've got the audio issue resolved.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. So, Ms. Godin, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this bill, on BL 2020-298?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay. Do they understand, Ms. Godin, that we're speaking on the capital improvements budget and not on the operations budget?
They do. Our operator number 1 is filtering out which bill they want to speak on.
Okay.
So we are only taking callers on BL 2020-298.
Okay. Are we ready for the first caller?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'll put the caller through.
All right. Sounds good. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, we're looking for the first caller. Ms. Godin, can you hear me?
You can hang on just for a second. I mean, the system is literally overloaded.
Okay.
So with so many calls, they're trying to. Hopefully we didn't break it.
Yeah, are you the first caller? Or is that a council member?
It's a council member. It's Rosenberg.
Oh, I was hoping it was the first caller. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. President. Would it be okay to just allow people to speak at once? Consider this the capital improvements budget hearing, but still let people speak on whatever topic they want, and then open a second public hearing later, so folks don't have to keep calling and worrying about the mix-up?
So I'm going to talk to Mr. Cooper. I think obviously we're trying to get through the logistical part. Can we just go ahead and start taking calls? And if they actually end up on the operations budget, at least we're hearing them that way.
Yes, as long as we then open another hearing for the operating budget, just to show that we did.
All right. So Councilmember Mendes, you okay with that? Okay. So Councilmember Rosenberg. Okay, hold on just a minute. Mr. Glover, Councilmember Glover, you recognize, let me find out where you are. There you are, okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Would it be possible, and Mr. Cooper, perhaps you can answer this question, would it be possible for us to move this to the Hill? Let's do the operational budget first, and then those, we're not able to do that. Okay, well, that answered that question.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it's a good try, but based upon the charter, we can't do it. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Also want to ask about the logistics with the people in the hallway who may be in the same situation as the people on the phone. Are we going to wait for the second bill for them to speak?
So that's a good point. We were trying to do the first bill first and then recognize the people in the queue or people who are outside first so they could go on and go home, so we don't have them sitting out there. I think we could go ahead and take a sample of how many people are outside in the queue. Do we have an idea of how many people are outside? 7 people. So Council members, if you're okay, here's what I believe we're going to do. I'm going to look at Mr. Cooper, make sure we're okay, and I'm also going to be checking with Councilmember Mendez. I think we just go ahead and start. We have the public hearing open on the first bill, which is the capital improvements budget. We have 7 people in the queue. Because we're having technical problems, we're just going to open it up and have a discussion. And then we will, when we get through it, then we'll open it up for the operations budget as well, and let people keep talking. Just realize people may be talking about either bill. I know that's typically not how we do it, but because we're having technical problems, we need to hear from the public. Let's do it. That's okay? Okay. So, council members, what we are going to do is we've got the public hearing open. We're actually on the capital improvements budget, but we have 7 people outside. 6 people now outside, 1 person left. We have 6 people outside. We're going to invite them in so they can go ahead and go home, and then we're going to start listening to people on the calls. All right? So if you will invite the people outside, and Ms. Godin, just hold people there on the phones, and we're going to start hearing from folks. I will tell you that the microphone has been cleaned, the podium has been cleaned, and after one individual speaks, we're going to clean it again. All right? Ms. Godin, can you hear me on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay, so hold on just a minute. We're going to take the people here first, and then we're going to start taking people on the calls. So, ma'am, you're recognized first. Welcome. Come on up to the podium. I need your name, address, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. And if you don't mind, tell us what we're actually in front on the capital improvements budget, but we're hearing on both bills at this point. If you'll just tell us what you're here to talk about.
All right. My name is Stephanie Silverman. My address is 5020 Granny White Pike, 37220. I'm here to talk about the operations budget.
Okay.
So hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Stephanie Silverman. I'm the executive director of the Belcourt Theater, here with Susan Edwards from the Frist Art Museum. I am here representing the Nashville Arts Coalition, composed of dozens of arts organizations, small to large, who are grantees of the Metro Nashville Arts Commission. With the historic support of the Metro Arts grants, our organizations have built strategic programs that impact public education, seniors, and in direct pursuit of creating equitable access to residents and communities across Nashville. I'm here today to communicate that this work is at extreme risk and to convey a deep concern from the arts community around the drastic recommendation to cut the grants funding by 50%. Though that budget is already considerably less than our peer cities, the grants funding provided by Metro Arts to the arts community is critical, and never more so than now, as the arts sector is being hit profoundly by the COVID crisis. The arts are contributors to key conversations in the city. The civil rights public artwork just outside these doors is connecting stories and critical realities over time, and is a powerful and fixed reminder that the work of equity and diversity is ongoing. In 2015, Metro Arts adopted a new mission to drive a vibrant and equitable community through the arts. Their Racial Equity and Arts Leadership Program has trained hundreds of arts workers across Davidson County. An equity committee was formed as part of its board of commissioners, and grant allocations have and will continue to be allocated through an equity lens. There is, of course, always more work to do. This budget reduction severely impacts those gains made in equitable access to the arts, and many culturally unique organizations will be negatively impacted. A recent survey confirmed that some may close permanently, many will need to eliminate programs, and job losses in the sector will approach 200 from these cuts alone. Those effects will be felt disproportionately and more immediately by the city's smaller organizations. Nashville's cultural identity will be irreversibly damaged. The arts community understands the difficult financial situation the city is facing and knows we have to contribute to the solution. We request that the condition be proportional and that you fund 90% to Metro Arts.
Thank you, Ms. Silverman.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a lot of paperwork, I know. Okay. We good with the, we need to wipe off the microphone? So, council members, there's going to be a little delay in this. We're just checking. We're wiping off the podium and the microphone. Thank you, Ms. Cowell. All right. Mr. North, you're recognized.
Mark North, 109 Joe Pyron Court, Madison 37115. I'm here to speak on the operating budget.
Okay.
I'm here in support of the budget approved by the school board and presented to you last month. The budget respects the current financial crisis and includes over $10 million of difficult cuts. You should have the details, and if you have any questions about the Metro Schools budget or the impact on Metro Schools of the several proposals before you, please call me and let's talk about it. In the end, if you are unable to fund the school board's budget, please get as close as you can. I'm also here to offer encouragement. We are keenly aware of the sacrifices you make to serve, and we appreciate you. We trust your collective judgment and your collective wisdom. Of course, you're not the first Metro Council that had to raise property taxes. It happens from time to time. It was as difficult a decision each time. The process is not much different now, and it doesn't get any easier. But it's not necessarily any harder either. Now, as then, we believe in you. We are counting on you. On a personal note, I'm here to thank the nurses of the Metro Health Department, and particularly Nurse Teresa Hook. Ms. Hook is the school nurse at Fall Hamilton Elementary. When the pandemic closed school buildings, health department nurses were given different responsibilities.
2 minutes has ended.
Ms. Hook was assigned to COVID patients. I know that because she cared for and counseled both my parents after their diagnosis and during their recovery from the coronavirus. My parents love her. A dedicated public employee. Those are the people whose salary you pay. Those are the services your budget provides to the people of Nashville. We trust that in the coming year, services for the residents of Nashville and the people who provide those services will not be shortchanged. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. North.
Hello, I'm Bully Carter, 1823 Delta Avenue North, 37208. Thank you. The investment in our communities and educations have been underserved and underfinanced for generations, but I will consider that possibly we didn't know any better. Nashville and Middle Tennessee has had the worst obstacles to fight this year, and although this budget proposal is to alleviate this current proposal is nothing more than just a Band-Aid. It is not solutions-oriented and is not even an attempt to cure. Dare I say, it may be bad business. We in Nashville have been hit flagrantly, and to not take this time to perfect the budget will not help the Nashville economy in the long term. The answer is rerouting funds from policing departments and miscellaneous departments such as the Music City Center operations, who take the exponential brunt of Nashville's budget, to the education and school board funding. Music City operations has an allowance of over $52 million, and the police department over $209 million. The fact that the police department has $209 million, but the Community Oversight Board only has $1 million, shows the flaws in the logic to the configurators of this budget. The underage citizens of Nashville have already endured a tragic deficit to their education from the tornado and COVID closings. This is in addition to poverty and systematic racially charged politics. The most affected communities will inevitably regress from unforeseen circumstances, but this is something we can fix. An investment in education in our communities is profitable for Nashville in the long run. People who are starved and jilted out of basic academic enriching education either go somewhere else where they are appreciated or unfortunately become products of an ill-mannered system, rising crime rates, and prison budgets. But I think we already know that, considering the budget is increased based off of the scores of every third grade class. What is happening with this protest and the overall hunger of starved citizens is way deeper than race, but it's not about money either. By not allocating funds to education and the community, you will show Nashville that this is not about money, but about power. I am against Mayor Cooper's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Link, and I live in Cleveland Park and North 6th Street, and I'm here representing the members of LIUNA. I also would briefly like to thank the folks who have worked so hard tonight to keep the council chambers open and safe for everyone to access. And I'm here to also thank the council members for the difficult, necessary work that you're doing on behalf of the people of Nashville. Planning a budget, our city's moral balance sheet, must be done while confronting the urgent demands of this moment to combat a history of racism and inequality. And that fight does not end with criminal justice reform. It includes protecting the thousands of essential workers, largely people of color, who have remained exposed to COVID-19, while many of us have had the privilege to keep our jobs while staying at home safely with our families. And it includes reversing generations of underinvestment in our neighborhoods, neglect of our infrastructure that marginalized people makes their lives a little harder every day. That's why I felt I must come and speak in person tonight, because the members of LIUNA are essential workers who can't stay home. They work in power plants, they dig ditches for water lines, they kept Vanderbilt safe and clean when it was needed the most. Many of them come home each night to Bordeaux, to Neely's Bend, to Blue Hole Road. Many of the neighborhoods
You have
where
30 seconds.
When it rains, the floods come up in their yards. They walk to bus stops on dangerously damaged sidewalks if they're lucky enough to not have to walk in the ditch. Reversing this neglect means funding infrastructure, and the proposed tax increase is the only way to do that. We want to thank the mayor for making the hard choices of supporting an adjustment to the water rate and tax increase that finally meet our city's needs. To be sure, the mayor's proposed tax increase is the least we need to afford the city without deep service cuts and layoffs that will affect the vulnerable in our community first. We also want to thank Mayor Cooper, Budget Chair Bob Mendez, and the Metro Council for finally making water and sewer infrastructure a priority in this budget. LIUNA members and their neighbors don't want to cut any more ribbons. They just want to build their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Link. All right. Former council member Elrod, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Excuse me, Mr. President. Jeremy Elrod, 5373 Trousdale Drive. I'm here tonight to ask you to support a budget with a property tax rate at least at the level of Mayor Cooper's proposal. With a pandemic and widespread economic downturn, a tax increase is a bad idea, but given the effects of the alternatives, you don't have a choice. Essential Metro services are desperately needed, especially in these times. The alternative is a Metro government that won't be able to meet the basic needs of the community and its citizens. Government is not a business. If government was a business, many cops, firefighters, teachers, and other Metro's employees would have been laid off months ago, leading to a city with reduced public safety, no teachers helping parents through schooling at home, meals not being delivered to hungry children, all in a community shaken by a tornado, a pandemic, and high number of job losses. For me, at least, that's not an option. Since government isn't a business, it can't react to an economic downturn like one. Unfortunately, Metro must raise taxes. Without it, budget cuts will almost completely hit those that can least afford it, even in the best of times. With a property tax increase, it at least spreads some of the burden to those that can afford it. Cuts without a property tax increase are simply not possible without mass layoffs. 75% of the mayor's proposed budget is schools, public safety, debt service, and restoring fund balances. You don't significantly cut the budget without laying off teachers, police officers, and firefighters. No one has ever significantly cut a city's budget and gotten better services.
30 seconds.
And to advocate for cuts without identifying them isn't meant to be productive. You are in a difficult situation, but don't chase unrealistic options or make the mistakes of past mayors and council members that they made in not raising taxes. That was a mistake in a vote that last year, or perhaps the year prior, that I wish I could fix. That's why I'm here tonight. Don't make my mistake. Do not put off another year to tackle the budget and make the hard choice on property taxes. Sometimes you must make the difficult decision for the good of the city and the good of the city's finances. With no reserve fund, completely uncertain sales tax revenue projections, and more likely than not second wave of COVID-19 coming, for the good of all Nashville, Metro government needs more revenue to keep essential services going. I appreciate the leadership of Mayor Cooper, Chair Mendez, Vice Chair Toombs in tackling this. And I'm confident with everybody on the council that you'll be able to tackle this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that takes care of the people in the, that were in the chamber or in the hallway. If we have more people that come in during the evening, then we can always get them in the queue. So, Ms. Godin, are we ready to take calls coming in from the telephone lines?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So are we ready for the first caller?
Yes, just give me about 20 seconds and I'll put the first caller through.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have our first caller?
Hi there, my name is Brittany Blackwood.
All right. If you'll give us your address, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Sure, my address is 5662 O'Brien Avenue.
Okay.
I am against BL 2286. I believe that we should not increase spending on police and jails. And I believe we should increase spending on affordable housing, social services, and other critical public goods instead. I don't think that over-policed communities are safe, and I think money should go to community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. I don't think the majority of the money on this bill should go to police, jails, and courts. I think that would mean the mayor wants to spend more money on cops and cages than on public goods. And I think that that is not ultimately beneficial for the people of Nashville. And that's all.
All right, we appreciate you calling. Thank you. Ms. Godin, the next call. All right, do we have a caller?
Yes. Hey, this is Sam Webb at 1145 Shelton Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
7216. I'll keep it short and sweet. Just thank y'all for meeting today. And my statement is more of a question on the city budget. It's my understanding that a city budget should reflect the values and purposes and aims and goals of the city in question. So my question is to the council members themselves. Does this budget reflect what you believe makes Nashville strong? We know what's in the budget. We can talk about it. Everyone will talk about it. But is what's in this what you believe Nashville is? Is where we're allocating this money? Do we believe Nashville is a place of increased police force, of increased jails, of increased court system that, as we've seen systemically, just treat portions of our population terribly? And is that Nashville to you? Is it what Nashville should be in the future? And that's my question. I'll let you make the decision from there. And thank you for doing your job and being there for us.
All right. Thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Next call. And council members, says the beeping noise you hear are people trying to get into the queue. So the queue is about 108 phone calls. or more. We're not sure exactly, but that's people trying to get into the queue. So we'll just keep working down the list. Next call. Do we have another call?
Yes.
All right.
On there, she's just not.
Is the call? Do we have a caller on? Is there a caller on the phone?
She's going to move to the next one.
Okay. All right. So next caller.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So you're recognized. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes. You're speaking to the Metro Council.
Yes, thank you so much for your time. My name is Kathleen Parker. I'm at 1515 5th Avenue North, apartment 416, Nashville, Tennessee, 37208. I'm calling to let you know that I am against Bill 2020-286. I support divesting from policing and investing in our communities. Far too long has there been a fear in government, and until we start putting the people's investigators on police force, then I am against this plan, which has not worked and proves to be moving in the wrong direction. We need communities happy, safe, and given opportunities. So with that, I just thank you for your time, and I hope we can all come together to find something that will best be for our communities coming together more so. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Parker. All right. Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay. All right. Do we have another caller on the phone?
Hi, yes, my name is Catherine Waters.
Okay. Ms. Waters, if you can give us your address, and you're speaking to the Metro Council. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, my address is 437 Broadmoor, 37216.
All right. Thank you.
I'm here to voice my opposition to BL 2020-286. Police officers are police officers. They are not healthcare workers. They are not social workers. And those are the services the community needs. No more money for jobs cops can't do. We need public education. We need rapid response social workers. We need conflict interrupters, healthcare workers, and we need restorative justice teams, not cops. Over-policing is responsible for violence. Their services are not wanted, nor are they required. I look forward to participating with you in how public money is allocated and casting my vote as a member of this community, and hope to see some reallocation of the public's money. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Waters. We appreciate your call. All right. Next caller. And council members, it takes like about 20 seconds to roll through the calls. Next caller. We have somebody. Hello? You're speaking to the Metro Council. I need your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ayanna Fletcher Tyson. I live at 1301 Greenwood Avenue, and I wanted to call in and voice my opposition to increasing the budget for the police department. I'm in opposition of Bill EL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast vast majority of that money would be spent on police, jails, and courts. That means the mayor wants to spend more on cops and cases than on almost all public goods combined. This isn't how we create public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not for more police and jails. As a public school teacher who is very stressed about the lack of funding and the increased budget cuts to my school and my Black and brown kids, I do not understand why more money is being put into police and not into educating our students so that they can continue to grow into better and more educated people. It makes no sense to me that we are not increasing spending for education when we have $496 million to make our police budget bigger, to make our jails more filled with people. That does not sit well with me. So I am in opposition of this bill.
All right. We appreciate you calling. Thank you for making the call. All right, Ms. Godin, next call. Do we have a caller?
Hi, yes.
All right, I need your name and address, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is McKenna Flaherty. I live on Carter Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37206. I am calling to voice my opposition with BL 2020-286. I believe that true public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources and not more polices and police funding and jails. I believe that safety requires investment in public services like housing, employment, education, healthcare, access to quality food and transportation, not more police funding. I disagree with increasing spending on police and jails and a decrease in affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. That will not keep us safe. Communities thrive when they are well-resourced. We deserve a budget that divests from policing and jails and uses that money to fund the resources that actually serve and protect us. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. I appreciate it. All right, Ms. Godin, next call. All right, do we have a caller?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Adam Sloan. I live at 2125 Fernwood Drive in District 7, and I am calling to voice my opposition to BL 2020-286.
All right, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I agree with previous callers. I think true public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources and not more police and more jails. In the midst of a budget crisis, this proposal means increasing spending on police and jails and decreasing the spending on affordable housing and social services and transit and other critical public goods. This is unacceptable, and it's not going to keep us safe. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. Thriving communities are safe communities, and communities that thrive do so when they're well-resourced. So we deserve a budget that divests from policing and from jails and that uses that money to fund the resources that actually serve and protect us. 2 days ago, more than 200 people gathered online to redefine public safety and to envision a budget that truly serves the people of Nashville. And this overwhelming response from participants was that safety requires investment in public goods like housing and employment and education and healthcare and access to quality food and to transportation. So when given the opportunity to spend $500 million, I choose to cast my vote as a citizen of Nashville to public safety and not to police and to jail. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Michelle Flynn. I'm at 1904 Fatherland Street in East Nashville. We've been here 20 years. I'm really addressing the question of equity right now. When we were proposed to increase or to create a tax on the Airbnb property, those of us that had Airbnb properties went along with it because we were told those resources would be put into affordable housing. We ended up not seeing those kinds of resources in the way that we expected. We've seen a lot of development in the city. We have not seen the resources being used for affordable housing as they originally were told to us that was how they were going to be used. Now we're facing a property tax increase. We are totally fine with a property tax increase that would go toward, as many of these people have been saying, the kind of quality of life that benefits a large section of this community. But there's a large section of this, there's a significant part of this community who have been hit negatively by the tornado, by the kinds of development, particularly in North Nashville, that have displaced people. Also in our own neighborhood, people have been displaced. We need to be putting money into those kinds of services and those kinds of products that people who live here really need. We do not need to be over-weaponizing the police. I can't, we've been promised and promised and promised these, body cameras, car cameras, all of these things. We've waited and waited and waited for so many promises that have been made. And that's why you're seeing people on the streets. We are so tired of government not responding to what the true needs are in the community, but yet turning around and doing what they believe, I don't know who believes that's the safety of all of us. It's not safe to me in my community when people are suffering so badly economically in this city. That threatens the quality of life of all of us. And I wish that at a time when we're really facing such horrors in our country at the hands of the police, that we, at least in Nashville, would redirect resources where they need to go. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Godin, next caller.
Okay, my name is Sahar Fakhruddin. My address is 141 Woodward Hills Place, Nashville, Tennessee, 37027, and I am against the BL 2020-286 bill. The vast majority of the almost $500 million budget is going to be going to police, jails, and courts, and this is not how we create public safety. We need fully funded and community-controlled resources, such as increased spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods such as education. This is completely unacceptable. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, next caller. All right, next caller. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is James Brown. I live at 4221 Shufelt Court in Antioch.
Okay.
I work for Metro Nashville Public Schools and have for about a decade now. And it seems like every year I come down to the courthouse to tell you all the same thing, to stop balancing the budget on my coworkers' backs. And again, we're balancing the budget on the coworkers' back. My coworkers in the IT department turned on a dime and reconfigured our IT system to allow thousands of children to go to school from home. We distributed laptops to kids, and we're still at it, as a matter of fact. So we're busting chop, and we turn around, we find out, oh, we need you to carry the budget again. And I'm ashamed to say it, but our contribution isn't nearly what some other people's contribution has been. I'm tired of it. Please, I'm asking you, don't support the mayor's budget. Go with Mr. Mendez's budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. All right, next caller. Do we have anybody on the call?
They're on.
They're on?
Yes.
Okay. I need your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Matthew Loudon. I live at 141 Meese Drive in Nashville, Tennessee, and I am talking about being against Bill BL 2020-286. So $496 million of our money is being given to a public safety system that harms us. That's more money than almost all other public goods combined. We've been told that more policing equals more safety, but this definition of safety is incorrect. On Sunday, over 200 people participated in a workshop to create Nashville's definition of safety. That vision of safety was all about investing in public schools, securing housing, stable and dignified employment, quality education and child care, accessible health care, and access to healthy and affordable foods. I'm a part of the movement to defund police and invest in community-based services, and I'm asking that you join me. We as a community created a vision of the city we want to live in. We said a city for the people, has safe, affordable housing, companies that treat their workers with respect and dignity, joy, free university education, radical love, transit that works for everyone, gardens, full personal support, and accountability, among many other things. When given the opportunity to spend almost $500 million, half of us choose not to give the police a single dollar. We can fund what we need. We can defund systems like police and jails and put that money instead toward public goods that actually keep us safe. Please keep us safe, and we need the people's budget to match it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So while we're waiting for the next caller, just to clarify, we are on BL 2020-298, which is actually the capital improvements budget, but we're listening to anybody who wants to talk, so we're obviously picking up the next bill, 2020-286, which is the budget ordinance. We'll tell you that the budget ordinance, we obviously may have some substitutes pending. People can talk on any of the bills regarding that, any of the substitutes, anything about the budget, anything that people have heard, that's what it's open for tonight. So if you want to talk about either bill, this is your chance. So do we have a caller in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I have your caller.
All right. So name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Libby Riddle, and I live at 179 Maplewood Circle, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209.
Okay.
I'm going to say that I am against BL 2020-286 because I believe that the $496 million allocated by this bill to public safety would be better spent elsewhere instead of towards police, jails, and courts. Public safety should reflect what Nashville truly needs, including full funding for Metro Nashville public schools and funding for transit, healthcare workers fighting COVID-19, and citizens displaced by the closing of jobs and schools. At this point, I am not okay with prioritizing the police department over these other things. Please vote against BL 2020-286 because as a Nashville citizen, I want to live in a Nashville that is safe for everyone. I believe that a larger police budget will not accomplish this. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. All right. Ms. Godin, do we have somebody else in the queue? All right. Sounds like we've got a caller. I need a name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Stephanie O'Byrne. I'm at 108 Twin Oaks Drive, 37211. I'm against BL 2020-286. I believe the allocation of funds needs to be revisited. I ask that we end the increased funding of a broken public system and instead invest in helping our underserved, largely Black communities. The rate at which Black people are incarcerated in comparison to our white citizens in Nashville, even in the past 72 hours, is alarming. I want to see the money right now intended for a broken system, a system that is maintaining injustice and keeping the poor disenfranchised, instead be invested in what is now a completely inadequate transit system, infrastructure, parks, affordable housing, social services, and the arts. These are services that are far better serving our community and helping our community grow and create sustainable futures instead of profiting off keeping people in prison. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to speak.
Sure.
My name is Lisa Bubert. I live at 1204 Greenfield Avenue here in Nashville, 37216. I'm a proud employee of the Metro government. I'm a proud employee for the public library. I'm asking you to vote against BL 2020-286. I demand a people's budget that allocates more funding towards public goods such as our social services, our libraries, our community and education, and public housing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Hubert. Thank you for calling. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
My name is Ben Delacour. My address is 2719 Bobby Avenue.
Okay.
I'm calling against the resolution BL 2020-286. I believe that, we're in the middle of a budget crisis, and increasing the spending on police and jails and decreasing the spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other public goods is just not an acceptable proposition. I think that if you look into any research, that it all lines up to the fact that increasing the police presence on the street, building more jails, incarcerating more people, specifically young people of color, men of color, is going to do nothing but break up communities and beget more violence. If you look at the pure violence model in Baltimore, they reduced homicides by 34 to 56% by having more community outreach, more violence interrupters on the street, people who are about the community, people who are from the community, to kind of mediate between, de-escalate situations between people. And, when we can be building schools, we can be building community centers, that's a long-term investment that's going to result in a reduced crime, whereas just building more jails and arresting more people is only going to benefit the private prison industry, which is something that, is not going to help the average citizen in any capacity. So I am against the proposition.
All right. I appreciate you calling.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes. Do we have a caller?
Hello?
Yeah, you've got the Metro Council here. I need your name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
All right. On 2612 Ennis Road in the 16th District, 37210. I'm to oppose the proposed budget of BL 2020-298.
Yeah, how much money is proposed to be spent on policing and jails, and not only is the $326 million proposed increase from last year and prior years, but it's subsequently decreasing other funds, which I don't live, and I suggest redirecting funds to affordable public housing and rent relief. So, hospitals,
okay,
which doesn't seem so crazy, and plenty of other services more beneficial to the people of Nashville than our police system. I know that my district representative, Ginny Welsh, here's what I'm saying, and I hope the rest of you hear like 100 people and more waiting on the line to say, and people on the street to say. To be distributed.
And I think everyone knows that. Yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
Sure. We appreciate you calling. All right. Ready for the next call? All right. Next caller. Need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Forrest Livingood, and I live at 1420 Greenwood Avenue, 37206.
Okay.
I'm against BL 2020-286. With our community under enormous pressure, it's no time to slash social spending in favor of spending on law enforcement and jails. Law enforcement is a Band-Aid on the situation caused directly by inadequate social spending and a tool wielded unequally against our black citizens. We should be focusing on the root of the issue and increasing spending on health, housing, transit, and the economic needs of our community. Just in the first half of this year, we've gone through a tornado, COVID-19, and unrest around racial injustice. These issues aren't solved by law enforcement and jails. They're solved by social services and government support networks. Now isn't the time to reduce those services. It's time to focus on them. We should be investing in the public good, but instead we're concentrating on dealing with the fallout that comes when we can't serve the people of the community when they need it. Thanks.
Thank you for calling. All right, next caller. All right, next caller. You've got, need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Karen Seeker. I live at 2918 Twin Lawn Drive, 37214. And I'm calling in opposition to the proposed budget BL 2020-296. I'm a mom of 2, and my kids attend a Metro Nashville public school. We often also attend the public libraries, and I am just I witness daily how important these services are to invest in our communities. And in reflection upon this budget, I see an inordinate amount of funds going towards policing and jails, and I just think that is an incorrect assessment at how we can actually make our communities safer and more healthy. And I really fear for the future of our children and our communities, and I think we really invest in education and housing and public services that will make our communities more equitable across the board. This is what we really need to do to actually have safer places for our children to grow up in. I really worry that if we continue forward with the proposed budget, then this will just escalate the conflict that is already wrecking not only our community, but communities across the country. I think it's very clear that now is the moment to act and to invest in people and to acknowledge the systematic racism that is inherent in the societies that we live amongst.
All right.
I believe our about 30 seconds left.
No, that's your 2 minutes. Goes by pretty quick.
Oh, well, thank you, sir, for considering.
All right. We appreciate you calling. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Luke Slomer. I live on Elkins Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209. I'm calling because I'm against BL 2020-286. Mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep the people of Nashville safe. This would mean the mayor would rather spend money on police, jails, and courts than all other public goods. This does not result in public safety. True public safety is fully funded and community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. Communities thrive when they are well-resourced. 2 days ago, more than 200 people gathered online and agreed that public safety requires investment in public goods, i.e. housing, employment, education, healthcare, access to quality food, and transportation. When given the opportunity to spend nearly $500 million, 100 people said they would not give the police a single dollar. If Mayor Cooper is going to make comments about George Floyd's pleas for air in relation to COVID, then he should follow through with his words with actions and demilitarize and defund the Nashville Police Department and invest in the communities most affected by police violence. He should put his words to actions and not put those protesting police violence in danger by forbidding the police from instigating violence on those who risk so much to stand against the many injustices that have plagued this state and country for too long. Why spend $12 million on 2 helicopters when you can spend $10 million on the Barnes Fund and provide housing for 750 people? I'm sure that extra $2 million could be put to good use. I know that the TennCare budget is being rewritten for a 12% decrease, and I'm sure that this could be a good start on a safety net for the people of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, while we're waiting for the next call, we had an individual come down. I think she was having trouble getting on the phone, so she drove down to the courthouse. So, ma'am, you are recognized. I need your name and address, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all for having me, and thank you all for letting me address you all today. My name is Anna Albescu. I live at 1430 Bell Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37211. I am here to state that I am against Bill 2020-286 for the following reasons. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a quote-unquote public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast majority of that money would be spent on police, jails, and courts. That means the mayor wants to spend more on cops and cages than on almost all public goods combined. This isn't how we create public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. In the midst of a budget crisis, the mayor is proposing we increase spending on police and jails and decrease spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. This is unacceptable and will not keep us safe. Now, my thoughts. I personally believe that those resources and that money, our taxpayer dollars, could be allocated to the following programs and departments that I just named. I want to be proud of the city that I live in. I want to be proud of my vote for Mayor Cooper. I would like to be a proud citizen of Nashville, Tennessee. And I firmly believe that if this budget is passed to allocate $496 million of the budget to MNPD, would not make me proud. It would not make me a proud civilian of Nashville. I want more community-based policing. I want more resources allocated to healthcare and education, which in turn would boost the healing of our communities, because that is what we need to do right now. We need to heal the communities that are obviously broken and are obviously hurting. Providing this money, a lot of money of our budget, of Nashville's taxpayers' dollars, to MNPD is not a way to demonstrate to the Nashville people that community is first and that you all care about our civilians that are hurting. I'm sure that that was less than my 2 minutes. I'm not sure if it was, but honestly, that is all I have to say on the matter. Thank you all for hearing me today. Thank you all for letting me come before you and address, and please make me proud to be a Nashvillian. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
I will stay.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Ready for the next caller? Ms. Gooden, do we have somebody in the queue? Oh, we do. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Jacola Lane. I live on 3rd Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee, 37210. And I am calling to state that I would like the budget to be amended. Black people deserve better. Our communities deserve better to be invested in, and true public safety that includes housing, education, jobs, healthcare, and transportation. Across the city, we are demanding that we defund from the police, jails, and what we so-called call juvenile justice. For too long, this city has been obsessed with policing and punishing our communities, and this is just not the move. If the mayor had it his way, frankly, and other city council members, we would continue to spend $1 million a day to carry out the mayor's obsession with policing on our neighborhoods and locking us up. We are clear that we do not want our tax money to be used to ensure that we are locked up and caged. We would like to see our family members have access to housing, that folks who are sick have access to health care, that our children can attend public schools in their neighborhoods, and that community members can get to work in school and doctor's appointments using public transportation and tax relief. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Next caller. I think we have a caller. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Magnolia Gramling, and I live at 1153 RD Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37216. I'm calling to express my opposition to BL 2020-286, and also totally in solidarity with all the callers that have called to oppress and oppose the show. The proposed budget makes it clear that a political gain from loyalty to police institutions supersedes an honest commitment to public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. To increase public spending on police and jails and decrease spending on affordable housing, social services, and other public goods, especially since Nashville is experiencing a budget crisis, and especially after the economic toll the tornado and the pandemic have had on the Nashville community that already gets the least support. This budget, frankly, indicates the exact kind of corruption and institutional racism that Nashville citizens are risking their lives and safety to fight against. We need a budget that reflects true community safety and restorative justice. We can do better, and we must. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next caller. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor. My name is Daryl Bradley, and I live off Florida Street, 37203. I'm calling to state my opposition against BL 2020-298. I frankly have to say, after looking over the bill, you know, I've been a resident here over 15 years, attended East Tennessee State University, and I am just complex after looking at the bill, but also seeing the mayor trying to put effort in the community to be peaceful lately. And today, I'm just kind of confused at the numbers of the bill, and it doesn't reflect me as an African-American male. It doesn't reflect the community that I live in. And to me, I think money talks. So this is just a direct, to me, it just explained how the mayor really feels, and I'm totally against it. I think that money could be spent in our neighborhoods, transit, especially schools, and healthcare, and not funding jails and the police. I think we all know that Nashville have obviously over-policed. We have one of the highest zip codes. There's a really good report put out from Get Against the Army about over-policing in Nashville, North Nashville particularly. And so I just want to say, as an African-American male in this city, I feel really disrespected, and I don't feel represented in the city right now with the numbers of the budget. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bradley. All right, we're ready for the next caller. I believe that's it. We have a new caller. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michelle Kemp. My address is 920 Rodney Drive, 37205, and I am calling against BL 2020-286. I oppose this bill because as we are in the middle of a budget crisis with COVID-19 and everything else going on, and the mayor's budget wants to put $496 million onto a quote-unquote public safety bill that definitely will not keep us safe. This bill means that Mayor Cooper wants to spend more on law enforcement and jails than almost all the public goods combined, which is the last thing that we need. We should be defunding the police. We need more affordable housing, especially given the rapid rise in Nashville real estate and property taxes. And honestly, our public transit system is completely unacceptable, especially for a city of this size. We absolutely need this money to go towards more affordable housing, transit, healthcare, social services such as mental health workers and violence interrupters, and other vital public goods that our Nashville community desperately needs. Over-policed communities are not safe. We should all be aware of this given the most recent events across the country. Thriving communities are ones that are well-resourced, and putting this insane amount of money towards more police and jails is definitely not our solution. I hope that you will consider my concerns and the concerns of all the other callers and Nashville citizens rather than trying to over-weaponize the police. It's completely unacceptable in my opinion. I appreciate your time and your service to our community, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. All right, next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joseph Kenkel. I reside at 508 Hogan Road in Creve Hall, District 26. First of all, thank you all for your work and your presence, especially given the unprecedented times we're living in. But I would like to share my opposition to BL 2020-286. I'm sure, especially now, you all are well aware of how important it is to take a clear, unequivocal stance on racial equity and justice. One of the clearest, most crucial ways of doing this is through our city's operational budget. But I'm shocked at the funding increases reflected under public safety, which to me is a misleading term because it almost exclusively focuses on policing our communities and investing in a criminal justice system that disproportionately detains and affects people of color. Our mayor, Mr. Cooper himself, in his campaign for mayor, ran on a platform of long-term focus on Nashville's future, balancing the financial problems, but also investing intentionally in neighborhoods, ensuring the wealth of our downtown. I know many of our council members support this long-term focus sentiment, and I do too, but it's clear to me that this budget clearly does not reflect this. Our great city deserves investments in the cornerstones of a safe, healthy community, such as social services, education, infrastructure, and especially affordable housing. We can see it highlighted in this pandemic how our neighbors experiencing homelessness are at an extreme risk for serious health issues. Homelessness is a health and public safety issue. Racial justice is a public safety issue. Limited education funding is a public safety issue. Policing does not encompass public safety as it does in the budget. But I plead with you all to recognize the out-of-tune priorities in this budget and what it reflects. If we can afford exorbitant increase on policing, we can surely afford at least some more allocation to the Barnes Housing Fund and other sources that keep our community safe. Please revisit these allocations. But thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kenkel. Next caller. Do we have somebody on the line?
Yes.
There we go. Need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Lindsay Goodall. I'm at 921 Potter Lane in Nashville, 37206. I am calling to basically echo what everyone else has been calling in to say. I'm against this bill. I think right now we have a chance to decide what kind of a city we want Nashville to be. Do we want to lift our citizens up, or do we want to continue to try to hold them down? When you invest in the police, you're basically criminalizing your citizens ahead of time. But when you invest in the community, when you invest in education and affordable housing and reliable and valuable resources, you lift your citizens up and you give them a chance to make something really great of themselves. I think that this is a moment that we just have to decide who we want to be. And I think just judging by this tonight, everybody is saying who they want to be. So I hope that y'all will listen, and just invest in your community. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Goodall. Thank you for calling. All right. Next caller. All right. Next caller, I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes. You on the call? Name, address, and 2 minutes.
My name is Nicole Root, 223 Lincoya Bay Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37214.
Okay.
I'm calling in opposition to Bill 2020-286 and to speak on behalf of my Black students. I am a teacher, and it is my job to do the best that I can to protect my students so that way they can become the future leaders of America. And I know that this has been said before, but I'll say it again because it should never be said enough. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast majority of the money would be spent on police, jails, and courts. That means the mayor wants to spend more on cops and cages than on almost all public goods combined. This isn't how we create public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. In the midst of the budget crisis, the mayor is proposing we increase spending on police and jails and decrease spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. This is unacceptable and will not keep us safe. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. Thriving communities are safe, and communities thrive when they're well-resourced. We deserve a budget that divests from policing and jails and uses that money to fund the resources that actually serve and protect us. 2 days ago, more than 200 people gathered online to redefine public safety and envision a budget that truly serves the people of Nashville. The overwhelming response from participants was that safety requires investment in public goods like housing, employment, education, healthcare, access.
All right. That's your 2 minutes. All right. Thank you for calling. Next caller. All right. Next caller, I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Catherine Darby. I live at 8043 Bienville Drive, zip code 37211, and I'm calling in opposition to Bill BL 2020-286. Looking at the wonderful report put together by Nashville People's Budget Coalition, I've learned that while the budget calls for adding $6 million for policing, it also calls for decreasing our budget by $7 million for education. I am a kindergarten teacher here in MMPS, and my fellow educators and I, we have gone through an extremely hard year. We're very concerned looking to next year and the needs of our students. and the communities where our students live. We are anticipating children coming back into the classroom with a lot of trauma, not only from being away from their communities of support educationally, but also where children get food, where children are met with social workers, where children receive health benefits. I also want to highlight all the work that teachers do outside of their roles and obligations to do extra things in the community. I know that there are many families that my coworkers served who would not be able to eat, who would have not been able to access food during the coronavirus, and they did not feel comfortable reaching out to police officers because they came from non-English speaking backgrounds and were feared of being targeted. So there's a lot of areas in our community where people are in desperate need of support. And I do not believe an increase in policing is what will benefit our children and our community. And I hope that you all take this in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Do we have our next caller available? Caller, if you're there, you are recognized. Just give us your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Kelsey Cobb. I live at 1917 Adelisha Street, 37212. I'm a student at Vanderbilt Divinity School and a faith leader. I've also fallen in love with the people of Nashville over the past 2 years. I'm really disappointed by the proposed budget for the city. I spent time this past year with Open Table Nashville as a street chaplaincy intern, learning about the housing crisis in Nashville and the consequences of leaving people unhoused and not supporting affordable housing initiatives. Studies in other cities have shown that it is more cost-effective to invest in affordable housing, but Nashville, like many other cities, has chosen to direct taxpayer dollars to crisis response, like taking people experiencing homelessness to the emergency room at the expense of the city, or jailing them at the expense of the city, rather than giving people the ability to have a dignified life in housing. Additionally, a decrease in funds for education is not a good look for a moral document that is our budget. I'm willing to go without a militarized police force if it means that students in our schools can have quality education that empowers them to envision a better world. Fund education for our future and housing for our present. We are worthy of a budget that funds our lives now. And that is how we will have and support thriving communities. We can and should do better. We must. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, if you are there, please provide your name, address, and then you have 2 minutes. Next caller, when you're there, just give us your name, address, and then you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ashley Rivera. I'm at 2530 Sharondale Drive, A1 37215, District 24, and I am against Bill 2020-286. I'd like to echo all of these previous comments and say that we are in the middle of both a pandemic and a budget crisis. And the mayor's proposal to increase spending on police and jails while decreasing spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other public goods is unacceptable. Spending close to $5 million on a public safety system that's based on over-policing and filled with inequalities by race is not true public safety. It will not keep us safe. Safe communities are communities that are well-resourced and thriving, and the people of Nashville deserve to have their tax dollars invested in public goods like housing, employment, education, healthcare, access to quality food, and transportation. The mayor said some very nice words at the beginning of this call. However, his budget does not match up with those words. Thousands of people gathered on Legislative Plaza, and hundreds of people are calling because we all desire to see a change, and this budget has the power to make that change happen. So I ask that you reject Mayor Cooper's proposal and pass a budget that builds public safety by divesting from police and jails and investing in public good. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much for calling. Next caller, when you're there, just provide your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for calling.
Hi, thank you. Are you there?
We are here. Thanks for calling. Just provide your name, address, and then you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Haven Simmons. I'm at 1221 Division Street, Nashville 37203. I am calling to voice my opposition to the proposed operations budget. I strongly believe that if ever, now is the time to dive from policing and jails and invest in public goods and education, affordable housing, transit, and the arts. As we've seen, the police force does not necessarily keep everyone in our community safe. An over-policed community is not a safe community. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for calling in. We appreciate it. I believe now we have one guest who is physically here. And just provide your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thanks for coming.
Hello and good evening, and thank you for having me without an appointment. My name is David Kate. I'm a Nashville resident of zip code 37207, 1926 Westchester Drive is my address. That's right off of Brick Church Pike, and I see cops on my street every other day. But even though I live on a poor street, I know that Music City is rich. I work for a local government contractor, and I know that the Athens of the South has the resources to lift up its struggling citizens, even in this crisis. But if our mayor is allowed to spend our millions on weapons of war rather than programs of peace, we will cease to be the Athens of the South. If we escalate the fighting force of law enforcement and then say that what happened in Washington, D.C. couldn't happen here, then we're kidding ourselves. Nashville doesn't need choppers for its coppers. We need houses for the homeless. Nashville doesn't need reinforcement for its law enforcement. We need shelter from the storms. So I ask you, please, to use your power as the governing body of this city, as servants of this city. I urge you and I beg you, please give that money to housing. Please give that money to health and human services. Please give that money to the schools and the arts, and please give that money to public works. Please don't give more weapons of war to the keepers of peace. Don't make this more of a war than it already is. Please. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Thank you so much for coming down. I believe now we will transition back to our callers. And caller, if you're on the line, go ahead and give us your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for calling.
Thank you, Pro Tem. This is Ms. Godin. I will put the caller through shortly.
Thank you. Hello, caller. You just give us your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. This is Nancy Sabell, 4535 Harding Pike, 37205. Vice Mayor Schulman, members of the Metro Council.
Go ahead. Thanks for calling.
Yes, this is Nancy Sabell, 4535 Harding Pike, Nashville, Tennessee. Vice Mayor Schulman and members of the Metro Council. My name is Nancy Sabell, and I'm here on behalf of the Nashville Business Coalition. After much consideration, the coalition determined that while the need for a tax increase is certainly necessary,
32% is incredibly high, particularly during a time when businesses of all sizes, most of all small businesses, are devastated due to COVID-19 and the tornadoes. Ultimately, we are left with a few questions. It's unclear why borrowing options like the municipal liquidity facility or multi-year state-approved tax anticipation notes are not an option for Nashville. Have we truly explored all possible borrowing options? Considering the current pandemic, would a phased-in tax recovery approach be far more appropriate? As a council member recently said, you save when you have money to save, but we do not have money. The thought that households and businesses would never operate with only a few weeks of reserves is false. Right now, many are and have been because they have no other option. So it's truly necessary to fully load a government reserve or a rainy day fund during this time. Furthermore, we support transparency surrounding the determination of the CARES Act funding going forward. What relief is available for small business owners and families out of work due to the pandemic? A 32% property tax increase right now would ideally result in a large surplus once the pandemic has ended. What projections are available for that surplus? What commitments can be offered to ensure the city will continue investing in education, affordable housing, workforce development, and ensuring Nashville stays a competitive business market when the surplus occurs in the future? To be clear, the result of a 32% tax increase will be that businesses, many of them small businesses, will be unable to sustain and will close. Some families will lose their homes, and rent will undoubtedly increase in a city where housing is already an issue. While borrowing like those proposed is unprecedented, so is the climate of our...
We appreciate you calling in. We have the 2-minute time limit has been reached.
We implore the council to explore all of these alternative options. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you calling in very much. We have a visitor who is physically here, and come on up, step up to the mic, and just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for coming down.
Hi, my name is Carolina Sears. I live at 4141 Woodlawn Drive, number 10, Nashville, Tennessee 37205. I am against BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget does not prioritize our neighborhoods, restore trust in government, or make Nashville a city that works for everybody. These were promises our mayor made to us when they were campaigning for office. We should not be increasing funding for cops, courts, and jails. That is not how you build trust with us. That is not how you prioritize our community, especially those of us who are Black and brown, who have been injured by the police time and time again. Instead of increasing funding for police in the midst of a budget crisis, let's prioritize spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and education. And to the City Council, I know that you were declared the most progressive council ever elected to the city last year. I know that you will rise to the occasion and deal with the challenges that we have been built upon. This is probably the most challenging legislative session that we've ever had in the city, and I know that you will do right by us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming down. Ms. Godin, we are ready for the next caller. Thank you for calling, and just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hey there, my name is Ken McKenzie. My address is 1205 Emmett Ave. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear all of us. Like so many others, I'm against 286, and I echo a lot of the thoughts and opinions that others have made. I recognize and understand that it's a very difficult budget to make after a tornado and global pandemic have upended so many things. But as others said, I believe our moral character and guiding principles are shown through how we choose to spend our money. And I'd like to see us investing more in education and affordable housing and so many of the other things that folks have mentioned, including a viable transportation system. Statistics and studies show that to keep people, or that poverty is the driving factor behind crime. So let's spend our money to help lift people out of poverty. We can help keep our neighborhood safe and give others a better quality of life. So I am against 286. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming in. And I believe we're going to transition to another guest who has physically come down here. Thanks for coming. Please go ahead and step to the mic, name and address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Nicole Williams. My address is 4425 West Lawn Drive, Nashville, Tennessee 37209. I want to start by saying that I do support the property tax increase, but I'm here to express my opposition to BL 2020-286. Even though I support the property tax increase, I can't support the mayor's proposed budget as a whole. Mayor Cooper calls this a crisis budget that requires cuts due to the unprecedented series of events that has hit our city this year. I agree with Mayor Cooper. We will have to find ways to cut spending. What I don't agree with is his plan to do that. Yes, we are in a crisis, but crisis can be clarifying. It can draw attention to issues that have plagued our communities for years and offer a unique opportunity to rise to the moment, face those challenges head on, and come out of this with a city that truly meets the needs of its residents. You don't have to follow the same playbook of cutting investments in social services, affordable housing, schools, and public health in favor of increasing the budgets of police and sheriff's departments. You can write a new playbook. It won't be easy, and it may not make you very popular with some groups, but I'm betting that most of you knew that your job wouldn't be easy when you signed up for it. Anytime a big storm hits, we see #Nashville Strong all over social media, and we hear our elected officials applauding the efforts of our residents to put our communities back together again. Yes, we are strong. We do know how to come together as a community and lift each other up. But that doesn't mean that our government gets to abdicate its role as a protector of public health, safety, and well-being. And putting more police on the street with more weapons, that's not keeping us safe. That's not how you protect us. Ultimately, budgets reflect priorities. With this budget, you have the opportunity to send a message that Nashville values people over policing. I urge the council to reject the proposed budget. Thank you
so much. Appreciate you coming down. And we will transition back to callers. Ms. Godin, just let us know when we're ready. There we go. Thank you for calling. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name's Dana-Lise Sheffield. My address is 214 Dania Crest Drive. That's 37214. I'm calling because I am against BL 2020-286. I think that the mayor's budget is giving way too much money to police and jails and courts, and I think that our community deserves better. I think we need to increase spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, the arts, and invest in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. Thanks for calling in. Just give us your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks. Caller, you are the floor is yours. Just give us your name, address, and then you have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Christian Ocean DeWard Panawanich. My address is 3539 Sethesburg Drive, Nashville, Tennessee 37211, and I'm speaking out against Bill BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget proposes to spend $496 million on a public safety system where the majority of this money would be spent on police, jails, and courts, as we said before. If we want to create a public safety system, we would increase spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, healthcare, and our children, our Metro Nashville public schools. Our community deserves a budget where we work together to lift each other up. This does not come through cutting public goods and services. Please increase our taxes and allow us to use our money towards my community, your community, our community. And I want to bring up Matthew chapter 23, verse 13, where Jesus says, for you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men, for you neither go in yourselves, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in. Much like these condemned men, we will be cutting off access for our community to live a better life. Please do not take away from our necessary public services, especially to our children. With a bill like this, Nashville and Mayor Cooper will spread a message to our community that we are preparing to jail our citizens rather than work together to uplift each other. We funded the police and put our communities first again. Please do not take what salvation you're trying to find in our current life. This budget should be for the people, and I don't see why we should give money to the police when Nashville already has enough trouble sending out curfew texts with reasonable timing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. And we are going to transition to a visitor who has joined us here in the chamber. Feel free to come on up to the mic. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for coming.
Hi, my name is Erin McCaskill. I live at 405 Beach Avenue, Madison, Tennessee, 37115. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I am here. I was inspired by our neighbor down here to come down and express my opposition to BL 2020-286. I'm a graduate of Hillwood High School, and as a child, my sister and I benefited from the summer day camps made available to us by Metro Parks. We also spent a lot of time at the library. In all areas, I'm fortunate to have had support and kind teachers, leaders, and librarians. I believe all children who grow up in an IT city like Nashville should have places like that to go. I believe it's leaders and teachers need support. I feel appalled at the current proposal's increase of spending to $496 million on policing, jails, and courts. I believe that an opportunity presents itself to course correct and redirect funds to social services like therapy, education, public transit, housing, education, accessible health care, and quality food services that can serve to heal and empower individuals, healers, helpers, and teachers in the community, and equip them with skills to respond and thrive in life rather than to increase funding to a system that promotes fear and criminalizations of its citizens, the city's citizens. If you believe what Mayor Cooper has said in his opening statement tonight, I hope you will vote to oppose the mayor's organization budget as it exists now, as I will on June 16th. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming down. We have one more visitor here. Physically has come down. And we're just going to have the podium and mic wiped up a little bit there. There you go. Thanks for coming. Just name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Janusha Kolshi. I live on Freedom Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209. I am against BL 2020-286. I was touched by Mayor Cooper's opening on the devastating weekend we had nationwide. I'm here today to specifically speak on the budget that is proposed to give 74% to Metro Nashville's criminal legal system. 57% of that has been given to police. This speaks of a future policing the streets of our beautiful community and putting Nashville civilians into cages. If the mayor's proposed budget passes, we will be spending approximately $1 million a day on surveillance, arresting, and caging our neighbors and loved ones. This is not public safety. This is systemic oppression. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources. We have seen this happen in history multiple times with a new name. This can't happen anymore. We have to open our eyes and see what is going on and see that a new name will be created over and over again. And the only way that we can solve this problem that is coming to us every single way possible is to start funding the proper things, the proper systems of our community, our education, our community, what we are here for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. Slight pause for mic and podium cleaning. Thank you, Ms. Cow. All right, thank you for coming. Come up to the mic, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Desiree DeStefano. I live on Freedom Drive in West Nashville. I'm here to oppose BL 2020-286. This proposal allocates $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast majority of that money would be spent on police, jails, and courts in a time when police brutality is rampant in our country. This unfortunately does not allow the public to feel safe. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. Resources such as education. Our education system already needs to be systematically improved upon. With the state of the world already in a pandemic, this issue will only be exacerbated and the need more prevalent. Additional resources such as affordable housing, social services, transit, quality food, and health care. I'm asking you to reject this bill and instead invest in our actual communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming down. All right, thank you for coming. Just your name, your address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone. My name is Eartha Luma. I'm a resident of 2724 Fortland Drive, Nashville, Tennessee 37206. My house was one of the houses that was hit by the F3 tornado recently. I'm here to express my concern over the current budget. Particularly, I find it to be very lazy, mentally lazy. I think the budget will do the public better in terms of pushing for the general welfare of the city. If we were to look into pushing it towards more epidemiological strategy. Right now, there's a gigantic epidemic outbreak in the Southeast Nashville, and the Southeast Nashville population is mainly concerned with immigrant and people of color. Most of those households are multi-generational households that needs to be included in the budget. So I think it will do better if we take into consideration the general welfare, particularly crisis, being able to look into eradicating the virus from our community. In terms of the traffic here, maybe increasing the city buses, so the city buses are not as populated or crowded as there would be since the city is opening more and more people are going to work. Another thing that I think the city should consider is looking into technological infrastructure, perhaps bandwidth in the low-income communities, because we can ameliorate and fix our economy if we look into expanding the workforce there, where low-income people do not have to go back into factories or warehouses that are crowded, maybe changing the workforce to change the patterns so that we can mitigate the modes of transmission. So I think I'm saying all that to say, let's look into ways to mitigate the transmission of the illness and center the current budget towards eradicating the illness in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming down. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is James Ragsdale. I live at 4115 Idaho Avenue.
I've hardly been out since the pandemic started, but I felt like it was important for me to come here and show my physical presence that I do not support Mayor Cooper's budget. I can't say it better than it's been said, and I imagine will keep being said tonight, but I think that money needs to not be put into policing and put into our community with things like education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Just your name, your address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Savannah Pfluger, and I'm a resident of 2410 Elliott Avenue, 37204. I'm asking you to deny the mayor's proposed budget bill, BL 2020-286, and rework it to better suit Nashville's community needs better. I would like to see a new budget that redirects money away from the $640,000 that it will be allocated to MNPD fitness room build-outs, the $2 million for the 3 helicopters, as well as the $50 million for the Nissan Stadium improvements. I would rather see a budget that is in favor of these more crucial services instead. A fully funded school and public education system, violence interrupter programs, a police accountability council, community programs and art programs, rent relief due to COVID-19 layoffs, and transit options. I would be more than okay with a property tax increase if I felt that it was being properly used to support and invest in our communities. I feel that it is crucial that we invest in our communities in a positive way to increase positive public safety. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Okay, we're going to transition back to our callers. Ms. Godin, please queue up the next call.
Thank you.
Caller, thanks for calling in. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Leo Rondu, 1206 Greenfield Avenue. Thank you all for taking my call. I'm calling it because I'm against BL 2020-286, specifically the disproportionate amount allotted for policing. We're seeing what well-funded police departments are doing here in Nashville and across the country in the form of militarization. And that, I hope, is not the vision for the city. Money would have more of a sustaining positive impact if it were used for education, affordable housing, healthcare, the arts, things that build communities and not divide them. That's all I got. Thank you all for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for calling in. All right, thanks for calling. Just provide your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great. My name is Abigail Tyler. I live at 1051 Morton Mill Road in Bellevue. I'm a Nashville native, a former MNPS teacher, and a current MNPS parent. I'm also a candidate for school board. I know that you have a very challenging task before you filled with difficult choices, and I'm not here to advocate for any particular budget. I am here to plead with you to fully fund the school board's modest budget request for this year. Our schools have been making painful sacrifices for years, most notably this past spring, and there's no fat left to cut. At this point, every dollar we don't receive will have a direct negative impact on our students. For example, our students need textbooks. This year's third graders are only going to be in third grade for 1 year, and the materials they need to learn during their third grade year can't wait for the next budget or the budget after that. If we want to ensure these kids a future, if we want to ensure them the opportunities they deserve, we need to give them the resources they need now. This touches every corner of every one of our communities. If you want to ensure economic mobility and if you want to reduce juvenile crime tomorrow, you need to give them the resources they need today. The only way that we've somewhat mitigated our shameful lack of resources is through exceptional, dedicated, and experienced teachers. Well, those teachers are frustrated, and they've been frustrated for a long time. They've had to spend precious time they don't have
searching for and making copies of educational materials the district should have already provided. Many of these teachers won't stick around for a future budget to finally supply the materials they need. And once these teachers are gone, they're gone for good. And then what? What happens when we have brand new teachers with no textbooks teaching underserved children? Our schools, our families, your constituents, we need you today. It'll make all the difference tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. And we will transition to a visitor here to the chamber. Coming up to the mic, just name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Odessa Kelly. I live at 1127 Cahal Avenue. That's out east. I'm also the executive director of Stand Up Nashville. We oppose the mayor's budget, and I'm here in support of Councilman Mendez's budget. After this weekend, or this past week, I think we all know that change has to come. The budget is a place where we can make this city more equitable. It is the responsibility of the people in this room, all the elected officials, to build trust with the community. When I look around our public service and who they are, it's awful lot of people who look like me, who represent people like me. When we don't raise the budget, you hurt the same people who have to drive home at night under the fear that they might get pulled over and never go home. We got kids who need school books. The budget does that. If we don't get it, they hurt. We got kids that need to go to community centers because they don't have anywhere to go in the afternoon. If we don't raise the budget, they get hurt. We got employees who bust their butt every day. They need $15 an hour. That's why we support Mendez's budget. Now, we understand that we're in a hard space right now because the city is broke. And for some people, that might cause an issue. We got $121 million sitting somewhere around here in a bank, in a coffer, in a vault somewhere. That money was supposed to be allocated to help the people. If you don't know any more than now, we need to help the people. For 3 years, I've been coming here and asking y'all to raise the property tax rate, to help people who look like me, people who are disenfranchised in this city. We need to help. You have an opportunity, you have the responsibility to make that happen right now. We need to help the people who need it the most. This is not hard. It is not a hard thing to do. It is your opportunity to build trust and to build relationships with the people in the city who do not trust the elected officials to do what's best by the people. Us spending that CARES Act money will help us alleviate some of the burden that's going to be caused by raising the tax rate. We want Mendez's budget because at least it includes people that look like me and people who represent the hard-working middle class of Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kelly. We appreciate you. Doris, if you want to clear, Rosie, if you want to do a quick mic and podium clean. All right. Thanks for coming. Come on up to the mic, your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much. My name is Meredith Watson. I live at 2024th Avenue South, apartment 60, 37212 here in Nashville. I'm here because I'm against the proposed budget BL 2020-286. I know you've heard a lot this evening, so I'll keep this short and sweet. This bill allocates far too much money to law enforcement and not enough to infrastructure that supports underserved communities like public housing and education. I encourage you to vote against this budget and in favor of one that adequately supports all of Nashville's communities, but in particular Nashville's Black community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Doris. All right, come on up to the mic, your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Kavin Jacobson. I live at 2024th Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee. I am also here to talk about proposed bill 2020-286. I would like to say that I do not think the amount of money that you are allocating to the police force, I think it is too much, and it won't be the effect that you want to have with policing. I believe the police can still be as effective with a much smaller budget and still protect us. I believe a lot of that money should go to underfunded areas such as education and housing, especially education, because I do believe that when you have an educated group, when you have an educated just people, that will lead to lower crime rates and just a more well-rounded and just a better community. I do believe that policing overall can only lead to a community of fear and not one where we build each other up. And I just believe that when you give money and invest in your communities instead of investing in fear, that you build your communities up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. All right. Thank you so much for coming up to the mic, your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Dawn Harrington. I live at 520 Denali Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37217. And I'm here against BL 2086. When my baby brother was arrested, he was in handcuffs and the officers sicked dogs on him. That was torture, and he still has scars till this day. My daddy, rest in peace, went down there and they wouldn't even let him check on him. This level of violence is still present today. Not to mention, the majority of people in our jails are only there because they can't afford to pay bail. I come from a family of educators, and I want to see an increase in investment in education, housing, violence interrupters, community services, to defund the police, divest from incarceration, including juvenile caging, which cost us over $300 per day. Most of the babies who are being caged have not seen a fraction of that investment post-arrest and post-incarceration. So that's all I have. I'm asking you to defund the police, divest from incarceration, and to invest in community-based, community-rooted, and community-sourced solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, come on up to the mic, your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for coming.
Hello, thank you. My name is Erin. I live in District 3, 37207. I am in opposition of BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend millions of dollars on a public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast majority of that money would be spent on police, jails, and courts. That means the mayor wants to spend more on police and jails than almost all other public goods combined. This isn't how we create public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not just more police and jails, but in the midst of a budget crisis, that's what the mayor is proposing we increase spending on. Instead of increasing spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. This is unacceptable and will not keep us safe. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. Thriving communities are safe communities. Communities thrive when they are well-resourced. We deserve a budget that divests from policing and jails and uses that money to fund the resources that will allow our community to thrive. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming. All right, coming up to the mic, name, address, you'll have 2 minutes, and go Blue Raiders.
Thank you. My name is Freeman World. I live right down the street on Academy Place, area code 37210. I am a child of the volunteer state. Along with my fellow other Nashvillians of good faith, I stand in opposition to Bill BL 2020-286. I do not know who exactly said it, but I was listening in from home earlier tonight, and it was stated by one of my fellow Nashville sisters that throwing more money at police, jails, and courts is not how we increase public safety. I grew up in Nashville. I graduated from Martin Luther King Magnet. I hold a BS in Speech Communications from MTSU. I also hold a Master of Divinity from Bright Divinity School at Texas Christian University. Ladies and gentlemen, we possess the mental capacity to think this thing through. You guys are no dummies. Mayor Cooper holds a bachelor from Harvard and a master's from Vanderbilt. VP Schulman holds 2 degrees from Vanderbilt. My own District 19 council member, Freddie O'Connell, holds a degree from Brown. Jeff, you also are an MTSU grad. Everyone on the council is educated and mentally adept. Why have all of these degrees if we're going to make the same tired, lame, antiquated decisions when it comes to the city's budget? To do so would be a further indictment on the American school system. Let's not be like all the other cities that spend grotesque amounts of money on police, courts, and jails. Let's be trailblazers and tastemakers. Let us use our brains. This ain't Mayberry. This is Nashville. I don't want to be the it city. I want to be the smart city. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming. All right, come on up, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marnie Pollock, and I live at 217 Fairmont Court, 37203. I'm an educator, so I want to thank those of you who are staying awake and staying with us and making eye contact with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and thank you for your service to our community, and I mean that. I am here to speak in strong opposition of BL 2020-286. Take a moment, please. Consider the differences between a budget that funds prevention and a budget that funds reaction. Education, not policing, is our most powerful weapon against community violence. Please think for a moment about where you might be today without the knowledge and opportunities afforded to you by your education. The incredible teachers of Metro Nashville Public Schools continue to demonstrate their unique ability to arm our city's children with the power of knowledge, the power of empathy, and the power of advocacy. If we cannot sufficiently fund the work of these educators, we are putting our futures at risk and the futures of our children at risk. The education system cannot work alone. In order for our children to learn, their basic needs must be met. This means we must provide adequate funding for housing so our children can live safely. Adequate funding for social services so our children can live peacefully. And we must provide adequate funding for access to quality food so our children can live healthfully. Long-term, investments in these preventative services means that we can meet the needs of our children, we can reduce crime, and we can avoid the use of dangerous reactive policing. Decrease funding for reactive policing, increase funding for preventative education. We owe it to our community, we owe it to our children. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for coming. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sarah Duran, and my address is 825 North 2nd Street, Nashville. And I'm here as a teacher in MNPS to speak on behalf of what I see every single day in my classroom. But before I speak about exactly what I see in my classroom, I just want to point out that before the woman who was just up here was here, The majority of the people in this room were looking at their phones while the black gentleman was speaking. And that is just an indication of where we are with this current situation, which we as educators, we as the community, as the government, have to step up and make a difference. We are chronically underfunding the solution to the systemic racism that we face in Nashville. This year, my students made up a hashtag that was called #NashvilleSoWhite because they do not feel safe here. By continuing to, like that woman said, reactionary funding of police rather than proactively funding parts of the society that will help to reduce violence, will help to, that will help to elevate all of our society, we are in a position to perpetuate racialized poverty. If we prioritize policing over education, we are saying that it's more important to punish than it is to build up. Every single day in my classroom, my students do not have enough textbooks to learn. But you know what I do? I do more with less, because that's what is expected of teachers, but that is not the standard that we should be operating with. We need to fund a budget that prioritizes education and social services and deprioritizes penalizing populations that are disproportionately attacked by our systems.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you coming down. All right, thanks for coming. Come up to the mic, your name, your address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Mitchell Davis. My address is 307 Springs Way, zip code 37027. I would like to join others in opposing BL 2020-286. I do not believe the budget being proposed accurately addresses the city's needs. It is not a budget that will strengthen our communities, and I do not believe it will help our city to properly work towards solving the issues of racial injustice and inequality across our nation that the mayor highlighted in his opening remarks. Instead of giving the criminal legal system, particularly the police department, courts, and jails, a substantial portion of the budget share, the city's budget should be further spread out to provide the financial investment that our communities so desperately need through social services, healthcare services, the Office of Family Safety, affordable housing, improved transit, tax and rent relief, and other vital public services. Giving our communities equal access to the resources they need is the only way to make our city safer, stronger, and the only way to give everyone that calls Nashville home the opportunity to succeed and be spoken for. It's time that we stop investing in incarceration and start investing into communities in the city that have been disenfranchised and forgotten for years. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming down. Thanks for coming. Come up to the mic. Your name, your address, and you have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Michael Stevenson. I'm at 711 Delaware in Madison, Tennessee, 37115. I'm coming to support my opposition to BL 2020-286. And I've been trying to get on the phone for about 2 hours, and it was actually easier to come down here. That should speak volumes to the importance of this. The current budget right now is preposterous. And I really believe that if it passed, we have let down every member of the city, especially at this time of racial divide. We need to stand with everybody and put that money into arts, transit, social action, pretty much anywhere than where it's going right now. But we need to take a stand against police brutality and stand with those who have been disenfranchised. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down. We appreciate it. All right. Thanks for coming. Your name, address, you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Croft. I live at 1105 Sunnymead, 37216. I am an MMPS principal by day, but tonight I'm here as a citizen of Nashville, supporting the property tax increase and asking for fully funded public schools. The last time I stood in front of the council was in 2012, asking for another property tax increase as we asked for a raise for our teachers. I'm in a similar position here 8 years later, where I'm imploring the city to put money into what is most important, and that's the education of our children. However, the budget that I've seen has an increase in spending for criminal legal expenditures and a decrease in funding for schools. When we talk about taking money away from schools, I see firsthand the impact that has on kids in my day-to-day work. We're talking about taking money away from children who deserve a world-class education. We're talking about taking learning materials out of their hands, not being able to provide them the books that they need, and being unable to provide textbooks from which to learn. Let's not forget the long and insidious history in this country of using literacy and access to books and quality education as tools of oppression, particularly for Black and brown people. If our school district, comprised of nearly 70% of children of color, is unable to provide books for our children, we are continuing that oppression, and it is unacceptable. I'm asking you tonight for $15 million to fully fund Metro Nashville Public Schools. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for being here. All right, Ms. Godin, we're now back to the phone lines.
I'll put the next caller in shortly.
All right, thank you. All right, next caller, name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dorothy Bennett, and I live at 135 DeMoss Road, Nashville, 37209. I'm also the Chief Ambulatory Services Officer for Nashville General Hospital. We all know when large amounts of the budget is slated for support of one entity, that is a symptom of our culture, not the answer. I'm here to speak on supporting the other operational budgets within the Metro system, including Nashville General Hospital. Our role within the community is to provide safe, equitable health care to the residents within the city of Nashville and Davidson County. When the need arose, we stood up and collaborated with the emergency management team at Vanderbilt Medical Center to man the screening tents at the Nissan Stadium for approximately 2 months to combat the COVID pandemic. When that assignment was completed, we collaborated with Councilwoman Sharon Hurt to test 500-plus residents in the MDHA facility, as well as 300-plus MDHA staff. We have also provided greater than 4,000 meals to the indigent population within Nashville. Our mission is and has always been to provide patient-centered care for the residents of Davidson County. These activities fall within our mission to provide equitable care to all residents, with or without consideration of their ability to pay. Under the leadership of our CEO, Dr. Joseph Webb, we continue to provide excellent quality care as demonstrated by our improved outcomes and the national award our organization continues to receive. While I understand the difficult decision before you, I ask that you support the operational budget for Nashville General Hospital, as well as other citizen entities so vital to our community. Thank you for your service and for your time.
All right, thank you. Next caller. Next caller, name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, my name is Jane Doyle. My address is Academy Place, 37210. I'm calling against the bill BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on public safety that does not keep us safe. Our officers do not practice nonviolent de-escalation. Our officers are not banned from using chokeholds and strangleholds, and our officers are not required to intervene when witnessing another officer use excessive force. Making these changes to the department's use of force policies would be far more effective than giving them millions of dollars more in funding. Our funds need to go to supporting education, affordable housing, and social services. For those reasons, I'm opposed to this bill.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Thank you for calling. Next caller. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elise Evans, and I live on North 7th Street in Nashville, Tennessee, 37207.
All right.
I'm calling because I'm against BL 2020-286. Even if we weren't in a pandemic, this budget is unacceptable in terms of the discrepancy between healthcare and the criminal justice system budget. Public safety is not an increase in police, jails, and courts. In the midst of a budget crisis especially, this is the last thing we should increase spending on. We deserve a community that provides resources that actually serve and protect us. Safety requires investment in public goods like housing, employment, education, healthcare, access to quality food, and transportation are all very, very important. And I'm hoping everyone will please make the right decision and not go with BL 2020-286. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next caller. You okay? You good? Okay. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
Hi, yes. My name is Julia Dushan Orkin. I live at 707 Park Avenue, 37206. And I'm calling because I am against BL 2020-286. We are in a critical moment in our city and country where the tornado, global pandemic, and social movement that has bubbled over after yet another instance of excessive police brutality, prematurely ending the life of a Black person. The world is watching. People across this nation are looking to see how cities will respond in this moment. Will they continue to pour more money and resources into broken systems that not only don't work but exacerbate the problem? Or are cities being bold and trying a new approach? An approach that actually centers the experiences and needs of the community. You've heard in statement after statement tonight that what this community does not need is an increased presence in the police force as it currently exists. This community does not need to further invest in courts and jails that target marginalized communities and perpetuate inequities. What we do need is to fuel resources and programs that have statistically shown to actually improve poverty, trauma, mental illness, and inequities. Things like schools, childcare, housing, transportation, and other social services. Metro Council, you have an opportunity in this moment. You can see this public forum as just another thing to check off the list. Or you can listen to the hundreds of voices and thousands more who keep calling in and getting a busy signal, who are asking you for bold leadership in this moment. The world is watching. History will look back on this moment at which cities continued with tired and ineffective systems, and which ones stepped up to listen to the community and forge a new, impactful, and revolutionary way forward. I implore you to do the latter. Please oppose this budget and advocate for a Nashville we can be proud of.
All right. Thank you. Next caller. Do we have a caller on the line? I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Liz Mobius, and I live at 3804 Scottwood Drive, 37211. I work at the Nashville Public Library, and I am a proud SEIU member, speaking in opposition to the mayor's budget and in support of the proposed $1.06 increased budget. I know this is a difficult budget year, as was last year, the year before that, and most years when you are a Metro employee. Through good times and bad, we have been asked to sacrifice, and we have, and we continue to do our jobs and do them well. Despite hiring freezes that stretch our staff pay thin and budget cuts that reduce our ability to even purchase books, library staff have continued to provide vital services for our city. We help people write resumes, connect them with housing resources. We offer free food, activities, and books for children after school. We have literacy programs, and we have Wi-Fi. And even though sometimes we do not have enough staff to cover all of our reference desks, we still pour everything we have into our jobs because we have services that people depend on. But we are reaching a breaking point. This city has grown so fast and so much, and we are asked to do more with less every year. This is certainly an unprecedented year, and I am grateful that the mayor has proposed a budget with no layoffs, but our costs go up with taxes and with health insurance premiums. We have had so many years where raises were skipped, even in a booming economy, and we cannot afford another cut, because that's what a total freeze in pay actually is for most of us. And Metro and MNPS employees cannot continue to scrape by, working 2 and 3 and sometimes 4 jobs, just trying to break even and pay our bills. I am asking you to support Council Mendez's proposal at $1.06 this budget year. We have kept the city running through thick and thin, but we never seem to be the priority in any budget year. We always hear that next year will be better, but it never has been. I'm asking you to support one of the substitute budgets that invests more in Metro and Metro schools. I'm asking you to finally pass a budget that doesn't balance on our backs. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, next caller. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Micah Colvett. I live on 3144 Hobson Pike, 37076, and I'm calling in opposition to Bill BL 2020-286. I echo the same concerns that almost every other caller and person that has come in this evening, so I'll make it short. I think that there are so many other things that we can be investing our money in besides a large budget increase for the police. As we look around the country and see other cities that have taken the same path, it hasn't worked out for them, and I think that we need to address it in a different manner. Our homeless situation is out of control. There's already over-policing of minority communities. You know, my neighborhood, for instance, doesn't even have sidewalks. So there's so many other things that I think we should be focusing our attention on besides increasing the police budget. Thank you very much for you guys' time today.
All right, thank you. Thank you for calling. Next caller.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, members of the council. My name is Johnny Davis, and I reside at 1315 North 5th Street, and have been employed at Nashville General Hospital for 15 years. I'm also a member of SEIU, the Service International Union. I'm extremely proud of our team at NGH. I mean, we have exceeded our goals through the tornado and now through the COVID epidemic. But it isn't anything new for us because we expect it of ourselves and our communities expect it of us also. However, adjustments due to the COVID epidemic has cost the hospital approximately $2.5 million in shortfall, and we haven't been reimbursed for those funds. Now, we all know about the CARES Act with an excess of over $121 million. We also know about Vanderbilt has received $25 million of that money, and Nashville General has only received $835,000, and that's not going to be enough. I understand that Councilperson Emily Benedict has determined that the almost $3 million in shortfall should be included in the budget for NGH. So kudos to her for the position that she has taken, and I also stand in support of Bob Mendez's bill. Now, that's the kind of leadership we need. Speaking of leadership, you know, it would be nice if our extraordinary leader and CEO, Dr. Joseph Webb, could tell his employees that we will get the hazard pay that many of the others have offered their employees. Raises and longevity pay could also be at stake here. Frontline heroes, indeed. That is a catchy phrase, but it means nothing if we can't back it up with action. We at National General have done our part, and it would be a shame for those of us who are lucky enough to have survived the onslaught of this COVID epidemic, only to have a pre-existing condition called solid budget of tax employees be the thing to break our hearts. Once again, frontline heroes, huh? You know, if I helped an old lady across the street, I'd expect no accolades. If I stopped to help someone fix a flat tire on the side of a road, no accolades would be necessary. But then, if I do well on my job and exceed expectations, I expect rewards. Being called a frontline hero simply does not enough.
So that, your 2 minutes ended about 30 seconds ago. All right, so we appreciate you calling.
Thanks.
All right. Next caller. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Janae Robertson. I live at 129 McGavitt Pike, 37214, and I'm calling against BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast majority of that money would be spent on police, jails, and courts. And this isn't how we create public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. In the midst of a budget crisis, the mayor is proposing we increase spending on police and jails and decrease spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. This is unacceptable and will not keep us safe. If you guys are familiar with any kind of data in cities where they have increased police spending, you don't necessarily see a decrease of crime, but when you see social programs supported by the city financially, you see a decrease in crime and an increase in economics in the community. So I'm asking you guys to vote no towards this bill. And that's really all I have to say, but thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you guys gathering tonight and hearing us all out.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Georgia Hyatt. I live on Dakota Avenue, 37209. I'm calling to also state my opposition to BL 2020-286. Basically, just want to echo what's already been said. The increased spending in policing and criminal legal system and decreased spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. It's not what the people of Nashville want. It's definitely not what the people of Nashville need, and it's quite honestly an insult to the people of Nashville, and I urge you to please vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next caller. We have a caller on the line?
I'm on.
All right, name, address, and 2 minutes.
My name is Clayton Gelsma, and I'm a resident of 3000 Vanderbilt Place, Nashville, Tennessee, 37212, and I'm against BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe, but rather puts our fellow black citizens' lives in jeopardy. I am angry that this is being considered. I am angry that you're willing to put more lives on the line just to uphold an outdated and racist structure of the government. We should not increase the budget for the police force. We should actually divest from it. We should not spend more cops and cages than on almost all public goods combined. Is that really what you think will make the community better? The police don't even protect our fellow citizens. These are the same police that are hurting our civilians just because they're fighting for justice. This will not keep us safe. We need our communities, especially black communities, to thrive, not be killed, and not be shot down by police. We need to divest the funds for police and prisons and put it into resources for the community. We can use that money to fully fund schools that are under-resourced, like some of the schools in North Nashville, for example. We need to put more money in low-income and predominantly black neighborhoods. Council members will listen to your constituents and vote against this. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next caller. Next caller. Name, address, and 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Casey DeFord. My address is 931 Mountain Valley Drive, 37209. Right now in front of you, you have the opportunity to vote against BL 2020-286. We've heard time and time again that a budget is a moral compass. Right now, you've heard people come to you via phone and in person to make a claim that public safety is important, but true public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources. Right now, you have the opportunity to speak a loud and clear message as voted city officials to show us what you believe is important. This is an opportunity. This is a document that truly speaks to what the city believes is important and what is not. This is an opportunity to use one of the most significant resources that you have control over, which is money, to fund and put a stake in the ground for what is important. Is that helicopters, mountain horse barns, and new headquarters for your sheriff? Excessive jails and excessive police? Or is that a quality education? Is that schools keeping their doors open with teachers who feel supported? Resources that support students' emotional learning and have them thrive and be successful. This is not the time to put a stake in the ground for communities that are overpopulated with police and resources that are not working. I ask you to open your eyes, and I ask you to open your hearts, and I ask you to listen. When has Nashville showed up in this way? When has Nashville asked you to make a decision that listens to the people? So please, again, I urge you to vote against BL 2020-286 because you've heard the people of Nashville, and this is what determines the future, and this is what changes the narrative. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your service. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Next caller. Next caller.
Yes.
Here you are. Name, address, and 2 minutes.
My name is Samantha Bearden, and I'm at 2011 Richard Jones Road, apartment M1, and I'm calling in opposition to Bill 2020-286. Nashville is a city that, more than most, is defined by its sense of community, by our love for one another, and I think as we all see through the number of calls opposing this bill, defined by our willingness to stand up and protect one another. I would like you to strongly consider the potential that this $496 million would have, what this could be as an investment in the community, especially the black members of it that are directly affected by a system that does not prioritize their well-being. If the majority of the budget was put towards affordable housing, education, and public transit, it would declare that we care for and believe in our community's ability to thrive, not in the belief that they need to be controlled and intimidated by an overly weaponized police force. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tricia Surfa. My address is 920 Woodmont Boulevard, 37204. I am calling to voice my opposition to BL 2020-286. This is a budget that does not serve the interests of the people of Nashville. Increasing the budget for police and jails while reducing the budget for schools and social services is not in the interest of public safety. Public safety is achieved by investing in public goods. We need to invest our tax dollars in our schools, into social services, affordable housing, healthcare, and transit. I'm asking that you hear the concerned community members calling in and showing up tonight, the people marching in the streets, and the people who are suffering both from the current economic crisis and pandemic and from centuries of racial oppression and violence. Please give Nashville a budget that truly prioritizes the public good and the people of Nashville, and I thank you so much for your time, for listening tonight, and for your service to the community.
All right, thank you. All right, so council members, we have, our phone lines are still full from what we understand, and now we've got people coming up to the chamber. So we're going to try to keep this balanced. So I think we're going to bring in 5 people from the hallways, hear them, and then we'll go to 5 phone calls, and then we'll keep switching back and forth. All right? So with that, ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mayor Cooper and council members, my name is Elizabeth, and I live in Chestnut Hill, zip code 37210. I'm a graduate student at Vanderbilt Divinity School and a member at First Unitarian Universalist Church of Nashville, which is a part of the coalition called Nashville Organized for Action and Hope, or NOAA. I am here because, like so many, I oppose the mayor's budget proposal, which invests in public safety in name only, not in funding. I've been racking my brain for what my voice has to add to this conversation. As someone who has only lived and worked in Nashville for 2 years, and as someone who is not targeted by police violence or the so-called criminal justice system. And I thought of one thing that I have not heard tonight that I believe we must take very seriously and talk about. We must remember that legislators like yourselves, some of you, historically legislated us into this moment, where we confront major disparities and inequities at every level of our society based on skin color. At the time, they were European American men with wealth, and as we all know, they wrote laws that decided, for example, that people of African descent were 3/5 human beings. The devastating repercussions of that law are too many to name, and it is undeniable that the fact that that law was policy and practiced for almost 100 years of our nation's history is clearly connected to our reality today, where 1 in 3 African American men have been incarcerated at some point in their lifetimes, and where African American women and men are daily afraid for their lives as those who look like them are persistently terrorized, assaulted, and murdered in their own homes, schools, neighborhoods, and local grocery stores. I am sick and tired of the myriad of ways in which my skin color has been and continues to be weaponized by my country and the cities I live in. For far too long, budgets, policies, and institutional practices at local and national levels have depended on the silence and complicity of so-called white people.
Ma'am, that's the 2 minutes.
Okay. What I am trying to get at is...
You have to move on. We've got hundreds of people waiting to speak, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Grant Gilbert. I live at 1600 McGavick Street, 37203. I appreciate your allowing myself and other Nashville citizens to voice their opposition to BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe, with the vast majority of that money going to police, the courts, and the prisons. It is unfathomable that with the financial burden this budget needs to take into account, the city is still going forward with a plan that prioritizes police presence and will undoubtedly heighten tension, pain, and suffering within the community, particularly among people of color. This is especially true when considering that those funds could be allocated towards social work, public education, public housing, public transportation, and plenty of other more positive uses. Again, I appreciate your consideration and hope that you make the decision to amend this budget so that it better reflects the priorities of our city's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for allowing me here tonight. My name is Emily. I live at 5501 California Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209. I'm here to ask you to oppose BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 million on a public safety system that does not keep us safe. The vast majority of that money would be spent on police, jails, and courts. That means the mayor wants to spend more on cops and cages than almost all public goods combined. Our community deserves more resources to flourish. We deserve a budget that divests from policing and jails and uses that money to fund the resources that actually serve and protect us. We deserve an investment in housing, employment, education, healthcare, access to quality food, and transportation. I love Nashville, but I won't better for it, and I demand a leader step up and stand in accordance with their constituents. I'm calling upon you to reject Mayor Cooper's proposal. Please pass a budget that prioritizes our community and builds public safety by divesting from police and jails and investing in the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Doris. Next.
Good evening. My name is Phoebe Moore, and I live on Rosebank Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37216 in District 7, and I'm speaking in opposition to Mayor Cooper's budget proposed in BL 2020-286. As a native Nashvilleian, granddaughter of Tennessee educators, and a Black woman, I am strongly opposed to the allocation of even one more taxpayer dollar to fund a public safety system that does not and has not kept our community safe. Instead, I strongly support the funding of public services, namely education, affordable housing, and public health. Tennessee has historically ranked in the bottom 25 states in education, while the incarceration rate in the state continues to increase, especially amongst Black and brown people. There have been almost 24,000 reported cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak began in this state. And there is a severe lack of affordable housing in the city, considering that the minimum wage of $7.25 was established over 20 years ago and has not since been adjusted with the cost of living here. Frankly, it's embarrassing. The lack of resources in those areas is embarrassing, and we cannot continue to enable and provide resources for a department responsible for the over-policing, abuse, and murder of unarmed citizens like Daniel Hambrick. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. Thriving communities are safe communities, and communities thrive when they are well-resourced and taken care of. I therefore urge this council to vote to defund the Metro Police Department next year, reject the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 21, and focus instead on services that actually improve the quality of life for every member of our community. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Yes, my name is Anaya Wiley, and my address is 715 Woodland Street, 208, Nashville 37206. And I am here to express my opposition to BLM 2020-286. Now, I've personally had the misfortune of experiencing being wrongfully accused of a crime against my then one-year-old son, that which I did not commit. And because of such, not only did the system fail me, they failed my children. And when I was incarcerated pre-trial for 4 years, my children were also incarcerated for that amount of time. And because of that, myself and my children have experienced trauma. And to this day, we still have to find ways to cope with that trauma. And because of that reason, I attribute blame to the criminal legal system, and because of its unnecessary implementation of the heavy police presence and those closely affiliated with that body. And I also think that the funding that the mayor is wanting to allocate to more policing should in fact be allocated to alternatives to incarceration and more community resources. In fact, parenting, which is something that I could have used when I was only 19 years old. And I firmly believe that we should defund the police, divest from incarceration, and invest in more community-based alternatives. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Godin, we're ready for phone calls. So we'll take 5 phone calls. All right, I hear somebody in the queue. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mia Carlson. I live at Linda Drive in Nashville, Tennessee, 37216. I'm a therapist here working with people addicted to opioids right now, and I tend to view society from the point of view as a therapist, obviously. So I can't help but liken, everything from a cause and effect kind of point of view. So I'd like to liken our government from the view of parenting. Authoritarian parents have high demands but provide little reinforcement. Mistakes are punished harshly. Yelling and corporal punishment is often involved. Children of these parents are more aggressive, act fearfully shy, or struggle with self-control and have low self-esteem. This is an authoritarian budget. We need to defund the police and reallocate resources towards social services, affordable housing, childcare, healthcare, public schools, and transit. Jails are modern-day plantations. We need to defund jails and invest in people before anything happens to them. We need to be proactive and not reactive. That is mostly what I'm here to say, and that I oppose Bill 2020-286. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Next caller. Okay. Have somebody in the queue. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jamina Abeg. I live at 428 Nesbitt Lane, 37115. I'm calling to oppose BL 2020-286. The mayor's budget does not reflect the needs of Nashville. The mayor cares more about the needs of tourists and the citizens who live here and make the city function. Our safety and needs are put aside time and time again for the comfort of tourists. An increase in policing and jails is not going to create a safer city. North Nashville, a predominantly black community, has the highest incarceration rate in the country, and that is a disgrace. We need to defund the police and invest in our communities. We need fully funded public schools. We need fully fed children in Nashville. We need affordable housing. We need health care and mental health care. We need public transit and thriving community centers. These are the things that keep us safe. We need a budget that invests in Nashville's most vulnerable citizens, not more money for the police who terrorize them. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. All right. Next caller. All right. Next caller. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Masters, and I live at 715 Cleo Miller Drive in Nashville, zip code 37206. I'm here tonight on behalf of myself and my husband, Jacob Masters. We are Nashville citizens, homeowners, and registered and active voters. We're calling this evening to ask the council to reject Mayor Cooper's budget proposal BL 2020-286. At the start of the meeting, many hours ago, Mayor Cooper discussed the need for change, and he called for ideas for reform. This budget, however, does not fulfill that call. What our city needs is to feel safe, and that's what I think this budget is intended to provide. However, that will not come to fruition by giving nearly $500 million to the police and prisons. What will create safety is investing in affordable housing, employment opportunities, transportation, and education. If Nashvillians have a secure place to lay their head at night, if they have access to good education for their children, and a job that pays a living wage and that they can get to with ease, the need for police would decrease exponentially. Earlier this week, over the last several days, Nashvillians have made their voices heard for what they want and what they require for their city. I would ask that you all would please reject this budget and opt instead for a budget that prioritizes what Nashvillians actually want, what they have expressed it that they want, and more importantly, what it is that they need. Thank you so much for your time and staying late with us this evening. We really appreciate you listening to all of the things that we here in Nashville are hoping to achieve with this budget. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Jessica Wilkes, and my address is Tuckahoe Drive in Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. And I'm calling in opposition of Bill 286, allocating a proposed $496 million in the name of public safety. It is this disproportionate funding of our police departments over our city's education programs, affordable housing, healthcare, accessible transportation, and other crucial social services that breeds an unbalanced society that we see today. When more money is allocated for jails and police instead of for education and helpful resources, it just says to me that our leadership is weak and would rather assume their community will fail than to try and build it up to begin with. That's all for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Our city's education program.
Hi, my name is Susanna Malloy. I'm at 1230 Old Salem Road. And I'm against Bill 2020-286. I'm concerned that during a budget crisis and global pandemic, when many citizens are struggling financially, the mayor is proposing we increase spending on police and jails and decrease spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other crucial public goods. This is unacceptable and will not keep us safe. Thriving communities are safe communities. So let's put this money where it needs to go, into the health, and invest in the health of our communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to switch now to people who are out in the hallway. Sir, you're recognized. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hey there, I'm Jackson Sprayberry. I live at 1521 Celebration Way, 37211. I come before you today a principal of a high school here in Nashville. I see firsthand every single day the work that our teachers and our students and our families do to actualize the potential of every single member of this community. It was members of this very body and members of our community that lauded our teachers as essential workers during this pandemic. It was members of this body and members of our community that said that our teachers were the ones that were providing constancy and normalcy in a time that was unknown to any other generation that we can remember. And so it appalls me that I need to stand in front of this committee and beg you and ask you to vote against a budget that decreases funding to the most essential services of our community. The services of education, the services of transportation, the services of affordable housing, the access to health care. It is incredible to me that I have to stand in front of this body, who are the leaders of our community, and help urge you to help me actualize our students' possibilities to be the ones that sit in your seats, especially if the decreases to those portions of our budget are at the expense of increasing the police state in this city. I know firsthand how hard it is to balance a budget. I know firsthand how hard it is to operate in the unknown. And so I come to you from a place of humility and of empathy. But I plead with you as someone who sees day in and day out the realities of what happens when we cut services, the most essential services, to members of our community, and the impact it has on their lives and their ability to be in these same seats that you're in today. And so no matter the budget, I implore you to vote against a budget that decreases funding to essential services to our community at the expense of increasing a police state in this city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hey there, I'm Taryn Sprayberry, 1521 Celebration Way, Nashville, Tennessee 37211. That was my husband. I don't have anything profound to say, so I'm going to use my 2 minutes for you all to reflect and sit in silence with the things your concerned citizens have said to you tonight. And thank you for not picking up your phones.
Next individual.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Kale. I live at 605 Rudolph Avenue. I'm an MNPS teacher and the president of MNEA, Nashville's teacher union. I'm here today, like everyone else, to ask that you make the decision to fund what needs to be funded, to shift the priorities where they need to be shifted. You've heard a lot of facts. I've lost a lot of students. I've lost students to violence. I've lost students to the jails and the police. And as a teacher, I can only do so much, especially when my schools are underfunded year after year after year. Chronic underfunding has greatly added to racial disparities in our city. Over 70% of our students are non-white. Over 40% are African American. They are the ones who have paid the price for a compromised education if they've faced classrooms without teachers, without instructional materials, schools that were not clean or healthy, a lack of support to help them negotiate the complex problems in their lives, racism and violence and poverty. In light of the overwhelming call of Nashville's people for racial justice, we must as a city make a concrete commitment to a better future for all of our young people. I urge you to support a budget that will fully fund our schools, to give us what we need for social and emotional support, that will make sure that our kids go back to actually having the teachers and the support staff that will help them to thrive. We recognize that we have limited resources and we must make hard decisions. But now is also the time to re-examine our priorities as a city. Funding our public schools will help to eliminate the future, it will help eliminate in the future the racial disparities plaguing our city today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamel Campbell Gooch. I live on Edens Creek Road, 37208. I'm a Nashville native. I'm from here. My entire family is from North Nashville. I stand here in opposition to racism, anti-blackness, and any budget that does not radically change how our city views public safety. The unanimous messaging you've heard here today is only the beginning. Is only the beginning to change that I see for Nashville and our young people. What would it look like if we gave our young people $20 million unrestricted? What would they pay for? Would they pay for police or would they pay for schools? Would they pay for police or would they pay for their families to have health care and unrestricted cash? I think today is the first step in a revolutionary change that we need here. Divest from police, invest in our people.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Erica Perry, and I live on Cabot Drive, 37209. I'm an attorney and a community organizer. This budget fails to address the needs of Black people and working class people in Nashville. While spending hundreds of millions of dollars on policing and jails, institutions that for far too long have failed to keep our community safe and have harmed our communities. Our people deserve better. Our communities deserve, our children deserve to live in neighborhoods where their schools are fully funded. They deserve investments in libraries and community centers. We deserve access to affordable housing, but this budget does nothing to address the impact of gentrification on our communities. We deserve to have health care when we are sick. We deserve transportation, access to transportation, and we deserve jobs that pay a living wage and a dignified wage. And we deserve to live in communities that are fully funded. I am open, and I think the folks who have spoken today with the Nashville People's Budget Coalition, we are open to a conversation around amending the budget so that it reflects the vision of a Nashville that we all can live and thrive in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're ready now for callers again. Ms. Godin, go ahead and let people into the queue. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Morgan Bonham. I live off of Hancock Street in East Nashville, 37207, District 5. I am also against Bill 2020-286. This afternoon, my friend and I put out a call on social media for people in our community to send letters about their thoughts on this outrageous proposed budget. Within 4 hours, we had 22 pages of letters and notes compiled that we sent directly to Chairman Bob Mendez around 5:30 p.m. this evening, and we still have letters coming in. So I will read now from my own letter, which I believe reflects the thoughts you will find in those letters and the thoughts of many of my fellow Nashvillians, as you might have heard this evening. We are incredibly outraged at the climate of violent policing against Black people in this country. Even though we are not in Minneapolis, Nashville is not immune. This council should not be suggesting an increase in spending on policing and jails when we have seen time and time again that this doesn't work. Something needs to change. Nashville, we have the opportunity to make history by choosing to set an example for other cities
by increasing spending on public schools and education, affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. These are things we know keep our community safe, not more violent policing. I do not support this budget and would be embarrassed for our city if, at a time like this, we consider increasing funding to the police when there are opportunities to make a bigger impact elsewhere. It's time to try something different. While Councilman Mendez's proposed amendments are a step forward, they do not even begin to truly address the growth inequities proposed in the budget. Please, we are asking for you to make a change. We will be watching and waiting for you to do the right thing. Please vote no. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Stephen Underwood. I'm a resident of 1917 Adelicia Street, 37212, and I am a student at Vanderbilt Divinity School. I'm staying up past my bedtime to add my voice to the chorus of voices that is taking umbrage with how this budget defines safety. In the past few months, we have seen many threats to public safety, and my biggest question is how the money that is being spent towards policing and jail would have protected us from those threats. Does this budget intend to propose that cops can fight off a virus with guns and batons? Do we think that the best way to put a roof over someone's head is to put them in jail? Do we think that we could chase away a tornado with 2 police helicopters? The things that keep us safe are housing and health care and education, as so many have said. Even if we admit that crime is a significant threat to our public safety, we have seen how preventative measures like education and financial security, food security and housing security are better ways of preventing crime than policing. As one of my colleagues has already said in this feed, a budget is a moral document, and this budget needs to reflect the morals of the people of Nashville. We need a safe community, and that means a community that has its needs taken care of, not a community that is over-policed. Thank you for your time, and have a good night.
All right, thank you. Next caller. Do you have a caller? Somebody in the queue?
You have your caller on the line, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes. Go ahead. Do we have somebody on the call?
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're waiting. Go ahead.
All right. I was on mute, sorry. My name is Colin Fulton. I live at 1915 Upland Drive. I'm calling to oppose BL 2020-286, just like everyone else is. I think it is unconscionable to fund the police the way the mayor is asking us to, and to do that and to ask the rest of the city to have an austerity budget that they have to live by. It's worth noting that the mayor had campaign contributions from the FOP, so there's probably a good reason why he's supporting this. I also want to just say, just kind of while I'm on here, in Minneapolis, Steve Fletcher, he's a Metro Council person over there, and they're kind of imagining a new way forward, and I know Councilman Mendez and some statements he made on social media today, so they either move forward with how we approach policing or move backwards. And I'm really encouraged by Steve Fletcher up in Minneapolis. We talked about, a fresh start with a community-oriented, nonviolent public safety and outreach. Imagining public safety where, our public safety servants don't fear residents, or they don't feel like they need a gun at a community meeting, where they don't feel like they need, to pepper spray a 6-year-old at a peaceful protest. So that's my time. Thank you for letting me on.
Okay, thank you. Next caller. Go ahead. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Doug Janer, Poplar Creek Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37221. I'm just calling to say, as an actual homeowner here in West Nashville, I simply cannot support a property tax increase. I just feel like our council has breached their fiduciary duty, especially our budget committee. Given our phenomenal growth, we should be sitting on the biggest rainy day fund of any city across the country right now. And the fact that they're not, and we're looking at a 32% property tax increase, just doesn't give me any confidence in paying any more in property taxes. However, on a positive note, I would look to other ways to raise money. I would look at legalizing and taxing sport gambling, and I would also look at legalizing and taxing recreational marijuana. Whether you agree or disagree with either one of these are trends that are going across the country right now, and it's just a matter of time before neighboring states adopt these initiatives and pull money out of Tennessee rather than keep it here in Tennessee. And both of these are trends that are great fit for tourism towns. Lastly, chamber subsidy. If we're going to do a Chamber of Commerce subsidy, and I'm all for chambers. I'm a member of a West Nashville chamber, and I see firsthand how they add a lot of value to our community. But we need to divvy that money up amongst all Nashville chambers. We shouldn't be picking winners and losers when it comes to who's going to get which chamber is going to get some money and which one isn't. All of our Nashville chambers add value, and I would include the Nashville chamber in that. They should not be getting a larger share. And 2 good examples of chambers that are being left out of that are the Davidson chamber and the Bellevue Harpist chamber, and both of those deserve equal money out of that pool. And lastly, I would say whatever Mayor Cooper wants for the public safety budget, I would somehow find a way to double that budget. And I would start by maybe cutting lifetime health care benefits for council members. Thank you so much for your consideration.
All right, thank you. I think I've got one more in this group. One more call. All right, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, Molly Sakur, and I live on East Side Avenue in East Nashville, 37206. I know you're all tired, and pretty much everything's been said tonight that I couldn't have said it any better. I have to tell you that as tired as you probably are, and disappointed some of you because you've worked so hard putting this budget together, but to not be filled up with hope at the support and the voices, the young, particularly young voices that came forward, from what I can tell unanimously, to pretty much say the same thing I am going to say, is I oppose 2020-286. I keep hearing moral purpose. I've heard that word many, many times tonight. And when I looked at the budget today, I have to be honest, I called a friend and I said, I wish they were here. And he said, who? And I said, you know, the city fathers. I mean, Bill Barnes, John Sigenthaler, Will Campbell, John J. Hooker. What would they think of a budget proposed such as this, with $496 million going to the police force for reinforcements at a time where the nation has been brought to its knees, opposing violence by police officers. And it's not just a few rotten people, it's systemic. And so what I'm seeing tonight is people starting to understand that in order for there to be social and racial justice and equity, that we have to change the systems, and people have to be participatory, and they have to voice their concerns and say, no, no, not now. And I say not $496 million for reinforcements when we can, you know, look at affordable housing, which is what Bill Barnes left his legacy. And I'm out of time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sakur. All right, next individual is in the chamber. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Jorge Salas, I'm on Wedgwood Avenue. My address is, my zip code is 37212. This Saturday, at a peaceful rally, MMPD maced a child who couldn't have been more than 10 or 12. This is the same police department that murdered Daniel Hambrick and Jaquez Fleming.
You got to stick to the budget. This is a budget hearing.
Well, I'm getting there, but you're taking my time. What I'm saying is, get rid of the helicopters. The helicopters have got to go along with the rest of the budget. You heard me, you heard everyone else. Please, and stay off your phones. Please, listen to your constituents.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Anna Flores. I live on Woodmont Boulevard, zip code 37204. I'm here because I'm against BL 2020-286. I want to reiterate what everyone else has expressed, and that is that the last thing that this community needs is to give more money to the police. If you ask any Nashville resident the biggest issues that need addressed in this city, you'd likely hear things like education, housing, employment, or a number of other things that come before police. Especially during such a vulnerable time for our city, nowhere do I see a need for 2 police helicopters or any additional funding for the police force that does the opposite of keeping our communities safe. In addition, I want to know why we're paying another $17 million for the sheriff's headquarters when $20 million was already allocated for it a few years ago. We shouldn't have to sacrifice necessary resources because of the sheriff's overspending problem.
All right, thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Thomas, and I live on Idaho Avenue 37209, and I am here to oppose the mayor's budget. A city's budget is a moral document, and this Nashville budget is unscrupulous and immoral. The mayor's budget wants to spend more on cops and cages than on almost all other public goods combined. More cops and more incarceration is not how we create public safety. In fact, it will do the opposite. We've seen the past week, and we know throughout our country's history that police are a source of community violence, perpetuating inequality, tearing families apart, and killing unarmed citizens. True public safety requires fully funded, community-controlled resources, not more police and jails. We need to defund the police and look towards alternatives that put the people of Nashville first. We deserve a budget that divests from police and incarceration and uses that money to fund resources and that actually serve and protect the people. Finally, I would say that the macing of a child is a budgetary issue because the city of Nashville funds the police that maced a child this Saturday. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jama Muhammad. My address is 2637 Mesa Drive. First of all, I agree with all the people that have been saying public safety is more than just policing. Communities are safe when people have what they need to thrive. True public safety is built on having access and control of the public and social goods, housing, healthcare, transportation, libraries, community centers, and public art. That truly fosters a healthy community. I also want to take this a step further. My question to my fellow Nashvillians, council members, and mayor is how long are we going to be so dependent on sales tax and tourism? It's upsetting to see a tax hike go towards filling gaps instead of improving our community. We can't continue to depend on Broadway tourists to pay our bills. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
2 minutes. My name is Alejandro Guizar Lozano. I've lived in Nashville for 6 years. I'm currently living at 940 Spain Avenue, 37212. And I'm here to talk about the budget and how I think it should work. In late March, my house was robbed, and I didn't call the police. And I kept telling myself it was because, you know, it's just stuff, it's whatever. But the reality is that I was scared to call the police. And this fear is going to keep rampant our immigrant communities. Crimes are going to go unreported. And, you know, I don't have the answers, but I can tell you this money could be better spent, whether funding MNPS, whether funding transportation, whether funding infrastructure, whether funding anything else but the police, because all our immigrant families out there are going to see is that the police is getting funded, and that somehow when they call the police, the first thing they're going to do when they get to their house is ask for an ID, is ask for a social security number, which is why I was scared to call the cops back then when my house got robbed, and which is why I'm now saying that you guys figure it out. Anything else, MNPS, transportation, infrastructure, anything, but I'm against the budget that the measure is proposed, and I'm here to tell you guys to look for another way, because I'm currently scared to call the cops, and I know other people out there are as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're back to the phone lines. Ms. Godin? All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Hannah Deegan. I'm a resident of District 18, zip code 37212. I'm calling to voice my adamant agreement with the many previous callers opposing Mayor Cooper's proposed operating budget. We need funding for social services, education, health care, affordable housing, public transit, and a living wage, but we do not need more funding for a public safety system that's centered on police who actively violate and undermine the safety of Black and brown Nashvillians. With the remainder of my time, I'd like to respectfully remind the council members that you do not represent the interests of police unions, you do not represent the interests of private jails and prisons, and you do not represent the interests of the district attorney's office. But you do represent the family and the community of Daniel Hambrick, murdered by police on July 26, 2008.
Ma'am, this is about, ma'am, this is a budget discussion. You have to stick to the budget.
To the budget. Yeah, this is related to the budget. The council members, as you consider voting on the budget, I do urge you to remember that you represent the family and community of Jacques Clemens, who was murdered by police on February 10th.
Ma'am.
And I urge you to
Ma'am, we're going to cut you off. You can't deviate from the budget discussion. So thank you, and we'll go to the next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alice O'Brien. I live at 1439 Buckhead Trail in 37122. So I don't technically live in Nashville, but I work in Nashville, and I consider Nashville my home. And I wanted to state my opposition to 2020-286. I agree with previous callers that the mayor's budget should not be spending $496 million on the so-called public safety system. I don't think it's going to keep us safe. I think that we should be spending more on the public housing, affordable housing, social services, transit, and really other critical public goods. I agree with previous callers, and I wanted to put that out there, even though I don't technically live in Nashville. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Langlemartin. I live at Nog Road in Jolton. I'm 37080. I tuned in at 6:30 with no intention to call. At first, I was pleasantly surprised that few folks were calling in to advocate for the budget as it gets proposed. And then I realized that folks who benefit from heavy policing are used to the world working in their favor. They don't have to advocate for their best interests. The system was built for them and by them. But the voices that are calling are the ones that have called before and will call again because they haven't been heard, haven't been considered, and they can't trust that these institutions built once to commit white supremacy will have their best interests in mind. Our city is in pain, and MNPD and our criminal justice system have shown time and time again that they can't be trusted with the pain and safety of our Black and brown neighbors. This pain is best honored through the development of affordable housing, employment that offers a livable wage, fully funded public education, health care, access to high-quality food, and a vibrant public transportation system. As a homeowner, I'm willing to pay additional property taxes to build a city that I'm proud of for the residents who call it home. If you decide to approve the budget as it's presented, it'll be clear that you're acting in opposition to the voice of the Nashvilleians that have been represented here this evening. Please reject BL 2020-286. Thank you for your time.
All right, next caller. Do we have somebody in the queue?
Yes.
Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Annie Diomedes. I live on Graymont Drive, 37217. And I, like many before me, am calling to voice my opposition of Bill 2020-286. To echo the sentiments of many who have called in before, I believe that this budget needs to be a reflection of the community's values, and those community values are fully funded, community-controlled resources like schools, transit, infrastructure, access to safe housing, jobs, healthy food. These are the things that make communities feel safe, not more police and jails. And I'm asking that we divest money from the criminal legal system and invest instead in our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, next person in the queue on the phone. Do we have somebody in the queue? I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. I'm Jane Hussein, living at 2115 Pontotoc Avenue, 37206, and I'm here to speak against the mayor's proposed budget, 286. I do support a property tax increase, either at the mayor's level or at Councilmember Mendez's level. But when I saw a chart illustrating the mayor's proposed budget, my jaw literally dropped open. It supports the endless, vicious spiral of building up our law enforcement agencies while tearing down our education system and other social services. We need to spend on helping our residents be healthy and productive citizens who are assets and not a drain on our resources. Right now, our police officers are expected to deal with the consequences of the lack of physical and mental health care, the deficiencies of our education system, the lack of affordable housing, and extreme economic disparities. The best way to help our police is to increase funding for social services and education. The second thing our police need is to benefit from a constructive relationship with the Community Oversight Board. If Chief Anderson continues to block this, he should be fired, and the relationship with the Fraternal Order of Police should be severed. The third thing the police need is body cameras. $16 million has already been allocated for the pilot program, and I would support additional expenditure to acquire a full complement of cameras. But I do not support the proposed excessive expenditures on law enforcement. This is certainly not the time to buy new helicopters with the fuel consumption and pollution that these entail. Please pass an alternative
All right, thank you. All right, so now we're ready to go back to folks who are here. So, ma'am, you're recognized.
My name's Emma Chin, and I live on Woodmont Boulevard, 37204. Firstly, I want to say that I'm here today representing myself, and my views do not necessarily reflect any organization I'm associated with. I want to reiterate what many before me have asked. Why, during a budget crisis, are we allocating a disproportionate amount of funding to the criminal legal system, a system that is detrimental to Black and brown lives? I also want to bring up another point, which I find incredibly disturbing. When looking at the so-called public safety budget, I saw that the only line item receiving a funding decrease is the Metro Office of Family Safety. John Cooper's plan cuts this already underfunded office by 24%. Why are we reducing funding for the office that prevents domestic violence and assists survivors, when, according to a 2018 Tennessee Bureau of Investigation report, 44% of crimes reported in Davidson County are domestic violence cases? This statistic is even more impactful when considering the majority of domestic violence incidents are never reported. It is even more impactful when considering the increases in domestic violence worldwide in the wake of COVID-19. It is even more impactful when considering that this office have been reaching out for resources to serve our underserved refugee communities. When I look at this budget, it is clear to me that it wasn't created with our vulnerable populations in mind. John Cooper seemed to forget that our Black and brown people are being killed by police. He seemed to forget that women and children are being abused in our homes. He seemed to forget that kids and teachers in our Nashville community are not being provided what they need to succeed. He seemed to forget that our LGBT youth are sleeping in the streets. I could go on. City Council, please don't forget us. Please pass a budget for the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Drake Davis. I live on 16th Avenue South, 37212. I've come out tonight to express my extreme disappointment in the budget proposal of my city government. I see that we are willing to expand the funding and even buy new helicopters for our police force when we're simultaneously closing schools. Tennessee ranks 35th in education, and it is a state that has been generationally underserved by our education system. Tennesseans are less prepared to go out into the world, especially in this upcoming job market, and be competitive with their brothers and sisters across the country. Every dollar that we spend outside of our school system is a dollar borrowed from our children. My children, your children. And it's not fair to ask them to pay for new toys for the police to brutalize them on the streets. So until we're ready to have that conversation with our children, this budget cannot stand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Austin Holslander. I live on Preston Drive, Nashville, zip code 37206, and I am here to speak against budget BL 2020286. I came here after trying to call 77 times, and I decided to come in like those before me. What our city needs right now is not increased police funding. Increased police funding during a record pandemic crisis is deplorable. We cannot act like ruling by an iron hammer is the way to keep the peace. We cannot let this moment be in vain. We need to envision a future that doesn't rely on a massive militarized police presence. Let Nashville be an example for the rest of the nation. We need to invest in social workers who can respond to struggles, invest in public schools, that enrich the youth, we should explore public and affordable housing for Nashville. With the ever-rising cost of living from people moving into Nashville, Nashville's native communities are being displaced and left to sink. We need to invest in our communities. Crime most often arises out of a struggle. Struggle arises from austerity, and austerity is what this budget is. We do not need to continue a strict police presence. What we need to do is lift up those who are being left behind. Solidarity with everyone who has chosen to speak tonight. I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I am Katie Hinkle. I live on Preston Drive in East Nashville, 37206. I am in opposition of budget BL 2020286. The last thing that Nashville or any city in this country needs right now is more police funding. I think it's time that we face the fact that our police force does not equate safety for many Nashville residents. Increasing police funding during a time that police in our country are rightfully being put on blast for their injustices is deplorable. We as a community are better than this. That funding should be used to give back to our community, to the wonderful teachers that have spoken tonight that deserve better salaries, to the students they spoke about that deserve a better future. It should be used for affordable housing programs and to address the astronomical rent prices Nashville is facing. It should be used for giving back to our community in a multitude of ways, none of which include funding a broken, unjust system that oppresses many Nashville residents and people nationwide. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Drew Baker. I live at 307 Collier Avenue, 37211. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm here to express my dissatisfaction with the current budget proposal of BL 2020-286. We want change. We want actual, clear, tangible change, and that doesn't look like overfunding police while underfunding and overlooking public services that benefit the people, specifically Nashville's Black community. We want to feel change. I don't know if you all believe in God or fate or just dumb luck, but there's a reason that this budget meeting is happening tonight in the midst of this uproar that we have in our country right now. There's a reason for it. And I would urge you all to just step back and take a look at that and not to pass this specific budget. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're back on the phones. All right, name, address, and we've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Steve Strout. I live at 900 Mitchell Road, Nashville, Tennessee, code 37206. Literally all the other callers tonight, I am calling to oppose the budget that everyone else has been opposed to. Everyone is familiar with Black Lives Matter. I just want to say, with this budget, you do not believe that Black Lives Matter. It disproportionately impacts groups that are, underserved, and as a white male citizen that has been benefiting from this oppressive state, it can't happen any longer. The other thing I want to point out is, I'm sure we're all familiar with, if the wheel ain't broke, don't fix it. This is clearly broken, and we need to fix it. So let's take a stronger look. Let's not invest in horses for the police. Let's not invest in helicopters for the police. Let's invest in affordable housing, affordable health care for our underserved communities, our black citizens that are disproportionately affected by all of this nonsense. Let's be smart about it. Let's have a representative government that represents the thoughts and feelings of the community, of everybody that we've heard tonight. Let's be smart about it. Let's change. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Thank you.
All right, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Hannah Solidary, and I live on 17th Avenue South, zip code 37212. I'm calling to ask the council to reject the BL 2020-286. Mayor Cooper's proposed budget would send a very clear message about where the council stands with regard to the lives and safety of our Black and brown community members. It ramps up spending for policing while cutting funds to community care programs. If we invest in housing, dignified and safe employment, violence interrupters, social workers, and schools, our communities will be stronger, safer, and founded on respect and empathy. If we invest in policing, courts, and jails, our communities will be unsafe, unjust, and founded on terror and violence. Governments constantly tell us that they would like to invest in our communities' care initiatives, but the money is just not there. Why then is there always enough money for riot gear, helicopters, police horses that plow through crowds of peaceful protesters? Mayor Cooper and council members, we know the money is there. We have read the budget. You have the opportunity to build a stronger and safer city. I am asking for fully funded schools, affordable housing, and relief for poor and working people. I urge you not to cast a vote that would put policing over the lives of and safety of our city's Black, brown, poor, and working people. We keep our communities safe. Police do not. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Phyllis Strauss. I live at 900 Hill Road, Nashville, 37206.
Ma'am, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you speak a little clearer?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay, great. Perfect. So my name is Michaela Stroud. I live at 900 Mitchell Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37206. And first of all, I think it's just really important to acknowledge the noticeable absence of Daniel Hamburg's name from the mayor's list of victims of police brutality that I just discussed during this evening. And I think this is a real indicator of how the mayor used his police department and why he's created a budget that overfunds that part of it. I vehemently oppose both of the bills that have been proposed this evening. I'm not going to spend lots of time repeating the incredibly articulate and thoughtful comments that my fellow Nashvilleians have shared tonight. What I will say is that you have heard us. I think you've heard us loud and clear. You work for us, and your job is to represent our wants and our needs. I've been listening to the last now 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I have not heard a single person tonight advocate in favor of the absurdly bloated police budget and law enforcement budget plan. We've heard hundreds, maybe many hundreds of people tonight express their deep and real concern that this budget, as written, overfunds law enforcement and underfunds social services, education, affordable housing, and health care. And so if you pass this budget after this extraordinary opposition that you've heard this evening, then you're not a representative government. You're a self-interested government that cares more about your individual interests, more about corporate interests, more about what the police unions have to say than what the people of Nashville have to say. So I'm asking you to just please do your job. Represent us, represent the people of Nashville, and do not pass this budget. Thank you.
Okay, next caller. All right. Next caller, name, address, and 2 minutes.
Hi, Jim. Longtime listener, first-time caller. My name is Kia Zafar. I live at 6005 Still Meadow Drive, 37211. Council members, I hope you're not looking at your phones right now. I'm calling to voice my opposition to BL 2020-286. As other callers have voiced, over-policed communities are not necessarily safer ones. I'd like to see the budget going into more community-oriented social services, such as public transit, child care, affordable housing, affordable and accessible health care, and a fully funded public school system. I believe that we need to focus our efforts on education, healing, rehabilitation, and growth, as opposed to futile efforts such as unjust punishment in order to promote a better, safer Nashville. Thank you.
Okay. Next caller. All right. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dandra Sutton. I live at 309 Church Street, and my zip code is 37201. I suspect you know why I'm calling. I'm calling to oppose Mayor Cooper's proposed budget that would spend $496 million on a so-called public safety system that doesn't actually keep us safe. I am a Nashville homeowner, and I do believe in this community. I've invested in this community, and I know many of you have done the same. But with regards to this current budget proposal, I urge you to consider what will effectively and efficiently serve the people in the community of Nashville, which means we must reject an increase in police spending. Mayor Cooper's proposed operating budget would spend nearly $1 million a day on the criminal legal system, but only $269,000 a day on health care, $254,000 a day on transit and infrastructure, $31,000 a day on rent and property tax relief, $27,000 a day on affordable housing, and only $18,000 a day on social services. We have to do better, and we have to value health care, buses, sidewalks, affordable housing, and other social services more than handcuffs. So please reject Mayor Cooper's budget proposal. Keep us safe and help create a better Nashville by investing in building a stronger community instead of policing it. Thank you.
Okay. We're now ready for people in the queue in the chamber. If you would come forward, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Sorry. My name is India Pungarcher, and I live on Valeview Drive in District 3, zip code 37207, and I'm against BL 2020-286. I wholeheartedly support the property tax increase that's included in Mayor Cooper's budget. That was long overdue. However, I do not support the budget cuts and the increases that the mayor is proposing. I do not support the nearly $500 million price tag on a public safety system that does not protect Black lives. The mayor says that Black lives matter, but his words mean nothing, and his budget speaks volumes. Since moving to Nashville just last July, I've witnessed budget cuts that directly harm our city's most vulnerable members. I want to know when we'll stop taking money from already extremely underfunded social services. I've watched the Barnes Affordable Housing Trust Fund be slashed literally in half in an attempt to make up for the city's debt. I understand that the city is in a dire financial situation and that we did not get here overnight. I recognize that difficult decisions will have to be made. However, I want the council and mayor to make sure that our city's most vulnerable citizens are not further harmed and do not have to bear the brunt of our financial situation alone. This is a pivotal moment in our city and our country's history. The future of our city is in the council and the mayor's hands. Please do your job and advocate for the people. Listen to us. Clearly, we will make you sit here all night long if that's what it takes. Support a people's budget. Do not increase the public safety system's current budget. Divest from the Metro Police Department. Invest in social services like housing, healthcare, education, transportation, employment, and childcare that we know will make Nashville a safe place to live. And finally, when people come up here and share stories about the deaths and discrimination against Black and brown bodies, and you cannot see how those stories are directly related to the budget that we are talking about tonight, and you cut them off, I don't know why you are here, and I'm embarrassed to listen to you discuss that, and I want you to sit with that, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I live on Gay Street in Council District 19, zip code 37219. I am against Bill 286 and for Bill 298. I am wholeheartedly for the property tax increase. It is long overdue. However, cutting funding to what we need most is truly regressive. You have said that Black Lives Matter, but do you mean it? When you put your money into building more cages and take money away from the schools that would keep children out of them. When you shove more money to the police so that they can over-police communities of color. When you take money away from the transit, housing, and social services that would actually help these communities thrive. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. Thriving communities are safe communities. And your budget is a short-sighted effort to make us feel safe, when in reality, it would diminish all of us in the end. You can and will do better. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Erin Ernst. I'm a resident of 3800 Murphy Road. As a Nashville citizen, former social worker, and current Metro Nashville public school teacher, I want to voice two things. First, I want to join other Nashvillians in voicing my strong opposition to BL 2020-286. This bill prioritizes police, jails, and courts over public well-being of Nashvillians. Like I said, I was a former social worker and a current social studies teacher. The Nashville community is in desperate need right now of more funding for public education, affordable housing, public transportation, public health resources, and social work and social services. This budget neglects these glaring needs and opportunities for poverty and crime prevention and focuses instead on reactive measures that will further exacerbate the problems in our community. The second thing I want to discuss is to remind you all of your responsibility and commitment to every citizen of Nashville. We, the people of Nashville, trust you as our public servants to responsibly manage our money and make crucial decisions that affect our collective well-being. The overwhelming majority of callers and speakers tonight have voiced their opposition to this budget in regards to its overfunding of law enforcement and criminal justice measures and underfunding of social services. I hope you will not only hear these statements, but truly listen and represent your constituents by calling for a new budget that serves all in this great city. I want to leave you with a reminder that our city has a proud legacy as a diverse city that rose from the depths of segregation and grew into a city that cares about civil and human rights. But our work is not done. I implore you to take the commitment to representing your interests of your constituents seriously and reject this operating budget. Thank you.
My name is Jessica Foley, and I live on Woody Hill Drive in 37207. I'm against BL 2020-286, and I'm going to read an excerpt from Building a Nashville People's Budget. This bill proposes a revenue solution in the form of a 32% property tax increase. Meanwhile, is also proposing spending increases in criminal legal expenditures and spending cuts in almost all public goods categories, including a $7 million decrease for Metro Nashville public schools. Implementing a 32% property tax increase without also implementing a massive and well-funded tax relief program will impose significant burden on predominantly Black and low-income communities already burdened by decades of divestment from public goods and by the presence of a police force that many experience more as a threat than a means of protection. Multiple local studies in the experience of Black community members who are more likely to experience racist police violence have made it clear that policing fails to keep all people safe in the same way. This combination of measures, increased taxes without adequately robust relief, increased spending on policing and jails, and cuts in spending on public goods will not promote the deep-rooted public safety that we all deserve. It will undermine it. To begin to repair centuries of deliberately designed social, economic, and racial inequities that make our communities unsafe, we must find the courage to invest more of our public dollars in the social goods that foster our well-being than we do in the criminal legal institutions that do not keep us all safe and that often put members of our Nashville community in greater danger. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Luke R. Foley. I'm professionally known as Luker. I am a local artist, and I live on Woody Hill Drive on the east side at 37207 is my zip code. I wholeheartedly am against this bill because of the reason that everybody is here. There's a huge line of people out here, and we're all here for the same thing. It's been unanimously speaking about one particular thing. I'm totally for raising property taxes as long as we protect the people that are usually hurt the most by property taxes, and that's the people who live in these neighborhoods for years that get displaced by gentrification and they get taxed out of their own neighborhoods. So I want to make sure that we protect those people. But otherwise, I'm totally for let's increase property taxes. My wife that just spoke before, we own our home. We lived here for 8 years. I want to give my tax dollars to things that support our community, support our public good. But I do not want to give more money to police. We do not need to give more money to police. It does not create more safety. It creates more violence. Research shows that. Listen to your constituents. Clearly, John Cooper is not listening. You are our employees. You are public servants. You work for us. We need to fire John Cooper. Clearly, please show us with your votes whether or not we need to replace you. Protect the underserved people of color in our community, and thank you. Good night. I appreciate you working so late. Thank you for keeping the stand clean, and thank you.
Okay, we're ready for more phone calls. Back to the phones.
Thank you so much.
All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Zach Mitchell. I live at 30th Avenue North, 37203. I'm calling because I want to add my voice to all the others tonight, asking for a reformed budget. As has already been said better than I'll be able to, the budget is a moral document. Paraphrase President Eisenhower, every gun our city buys, every helicopter, every canister of tear gas is, in a final sense, a theft from Nashville citizens who hunger and aren't fed, who are cold and aren't clothed. It comes at the expense of our schools, our libraries, our health care, and our public housing. This budget represents a $496 million attempt to wallpaper over historic failures to invest in our communities in the past. It's a transfer of our tax dollars to those who make these weapons, which are destined to be used against our own citizens, especially our citizens of color. We're paying the bill right now in the past week from the failures in the past in the form of the anger and the pain we've seen in our city. If this budget is passed, we'll have to pay this same price again someday. Please invest in our communities and pass a budget for Nashvillians. Thank you so much for your time.
Next caller.
This is Tony Peternikoff. I'm from Riverfront Drive, 37221, and I'm voicing my opposition to Bill BL 2020-286 and its increase in police funding and simultaneous inadequate funding of education, social services, and other community resources. Increased police funding does not necessarily increase safety. It instead undermines safety by arming a broken system with the ability to process and arrest more innocent individuals and arrest even more of the already disproportionately arrested Black and minority communities. And on top of that, investing so much into the police diverts money away from important resources affordable housing, more health care, and social services and education, all of which are becoming increasingly important and direly needed as we go through an economic downturn. It only communicates this current set of budget and how it's set up, lack of regard for our community by the pandemic, quality. We need to get security, food insecurity, and reduced opportunities to succeed, all of which ironically and disturbingly makes people more likely to get targeted and arrested by the police. In effect, such investment into police while other community resources get slashed does not build security and instead sends the message we care more to continue the present inequities, arrest, and removal of our community members than to provide the support that is needed. This is our chance to pause and instead focus our efforts on providing the resources our community so desperately needs.
Thank you. Next caller. Next caller, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ayla Stockerty, and I live on Park Avenue in 7206. I am calling to voice my opposition to BL 2020286, asking taxpayers to fund a deficit created by irresponsible government spending and by funding exorbitant increases for the police department, no less, is unjust and willfully ignorant to our nation's history and the current state of affairs. Trying to establish public safety by funneling more and more money into policing and jails while cutting spending on public goods such as education, homeless services that actually promote safety is a fundamentally faulty equation. We can't let this become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Assuming citizens need more surveillance and treating them as such will only lead to more dangerous and egregious miscarriages of justice that we've seen publicized on the news. As an educator, I can confidently say that the programs that reduce violence in our neighborhoods are the interlocking networks of care and support that are funded through our tax dollars and are animated independently by our communities. Nashville must find the courage to invest more of our public dollars in the social goods that foster this community's well-being than they do in the criminal legal institutions that do not keep us all safe equitably. Social service agencies and organizations that do amazing work in Nashville, Gideon's Army, Public Works, Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, for example, that are being defunded, especially at times of need like the tornado, are left scrambling for cash and resources when these are the places people should be looking to support to build an equitable, fair, and prosperous city. Therefore, I urge the City Council to use our tax dollars and invest in public goods that build the foundation of a healthy, safe, and economically mobile society. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Name is Jesse Shearer. Address is 993 Gwen Drive, Nashville 37216. Calling to oppose Bill 2020-286. I'm echoing all the calls before me. Nashville needs to fund schools, to fund social programs. Our teachers should not be taking a pay cut while police, courts, and jails are funded almost $500 million. I ask you to help change the game. I implore you to listen to your citizens who have stayed up late tonight to speak with you. Please do not support the proposed budget. Your citizens are upset, and I thank you for listening to each of us tonight. Thank you.
Next caller. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name's Arjun Dasari, and my address is 3000 Vanderbilt Place, 37212. And I am in opposition to Bill 2020-286. And this proposed budget that would spend $496 million on police, jails, and a broken criminal justice system, which would continue the criminalization and mass incarceration of Black communities, and utilizing militarized, oppressive, racist police force. And instead, we should invest into the education, health, and safety of Black people, and investment into the community through affordable housing, health care, transit, and just social services in general. And there is no evidence that massive spending on policing and incarceration reduces crime rates or keeps communities safer. Studies do show that jobs and education make communities stronger and keep them safer. Investments in community-based drug and mental health treatment, education, and other social institutions can make communities safer while improving life outcomes for all. And I would urge within the council empathy and just acknowledgement of privilege when kind of deciding a budget for the community as a whole, and intentions to defend and uplift Black lives in the Black community. So thank you.
Excuse me. Next caller.
That was the fifth caller, Vice Mayor. Are there any people in the chamber?
Yeah, but go to the next caller.
All right, hold on one moment.
Okay. Next caller, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Katie Getz. I live at 420 Elmington Avenue. I am against Bill 2020-286. As a school counselor in MNPS, I see every day how my students' basic needs are not being met in our schools and in our communities due to a lack of funding. I have grave concerns about the huge portion of this upcoming budget that is marked for the criminal legal system in comparison to what has been budgeted for community resources. We need to divest from our racist criminal legal system and invest in the resources that actually make our communities safer. Our communities are safe when we have stable housing, a living wage, reliable transportation, affordable health care, clean and maintained outdoor spaces, access to libraries and community centers, social workers, and fully funded schools. Please advocate for a budget that includes funding to community goods rather than a budget that contributes further to generational trauma through the prison industrial complex.
Okay, one more caller.
Thank you.
Okay, I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Jessica Swanzer. I live at 1018 Woodmont Boulevard, 37204. First, thank you. You must all be exhausted, and your effort to hear us does not go unnoticed or unappreciated. I'm against Bill BL 2020-286. I urge you all to reallocate the proposed increase of the police budget to critical services of education, housing, and health care. I feel my fellow Nashvillians eloquently outlined the concerns of disproportionately funding the police compared to funding other community services. I would simply like to highlight the significant number of our neighbors who have expressed that they feel they would be safer without any police system at all. I have to repeat that because I struggle to understand how horrific it must feel to feel that way. So many citizens feel safer without police. The systems are broken. We are failing. We have to find another way. We can do better. We must do better. Fund the schools, fund housing. Please hear us. Thank you for all of your time and dedication to our citizens.
All right, we're now going to go to people in the chamber. Ma'am, you're first.
Hi, my name is Shannon Lauritsen. I live on Hickory Street in Madison, 37115. I'm here in opposition to Bill 2020-286. Affordable housing, education, healthcare, employment, access to quality food, and transportation. These are the resources that make Nashville's community safe. No good will come of our community going without them. Not fully funding these resources and choosing to increase funding to the police is dangerous. Please do not be reckless. It will offer nothing for the public good. We must protect those who have been underserved, and I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Good evening. It is still evening. Thank you, everyone, for remaining here and hearing us. Seems that it's a long night, and I would imagine there will be several more. My name is Maxwell Putnam. I reside on Hickory Street in Madison, 37115, and I am here to oppose BL 2020-286. I listened at home to this hearing for a long time before traveling here. Many good points were raised, and I'm sure many more will follow. And I could say that I shall not try to repeat them, but that would not be true. I wish to repeat them all. I wish to repeat them until they are undeniable, until it seems crazy we ever considered anything else. We do not just reject this budget, we reject anything that resembles this budget. And I wish to repeat it until it is your first thought every morning and your last thought every night. Then we may remember that a better Nashville comes from community bonds and not bail bonds. It comes from sharper minds, not a sharper weapons system. It comes from stop and think, not stop and frisk. A good police knows his union rep's phone number, and he knows his community leader's phone number. A good police knows her beat better than she knows her sidearm. It's evident that this mentality has not been the priority. We hear these repetitions, and we either fold or we rise beneath them. Housing reform, wage reform, money lending reform, education reform. Form it and form it again. If there has been damage, let it not be for nothing. I know you have heard us tonight. Please remember us tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Hayes Peebles. I live on Porter Road in Nashville, 37206. So many of the people that spoke before me broke down in such great detail the various ways in which this budget would be harmful to the people of Nashville, disproportionately to people of color in Nashville. And I guess I came down here just to ask face to face, you know, haven't the people of Nashville proven that they're worthy of investment and trust? Over the past 3 months, all the hurdles we've had to face, everybody I know has pitched in to help their neighbor, to help people they don't even know, financially, emotionally, with sweat, you know, whether it's a donation or clearing yards, people have been there to help. They've invested in each other and invested in the city, and all that says to me is that it's worth everybody's time to invest because we're committed to making this a better place, not just for ourselves, but for everybody. And that seems like something we've proven time after time. And I can't understand why, if you agree that what you've seen the past few months has been incredible, you could approve a budget like this. Thank you for your time.
My name is Emma Schremp. I live on Angus Street in 37206. I am against BL 2020-286. The defunding of school system and public goods while increasing the money budgeted for policing, jail, and courts is not how to effectively increase public safety. A safer community begins with providing citizens with necessary resources, not by increasing arrests to our own poorly structured system. Nashville has 21 schools in the bottom 5% in academic performance in the state of Tennessee. Defunding the $362 million police budget is the only way to reform public safety to foster a thriving community, especially now during this global pandemic. We have a record unemployment, and our average daily new COVID cases is still increasing in Nashville, which disproportionately affects our Black and immigrant communities. Mayor Cooper just stated at the beginning of this hearing that reconciliation begins with reform. Mayor Cooper's budget is not reform. Defunding the police, exceeding education and social resource budgets, that's an investment in reformation. Do more, not enough to truly develop our city. Thank you.
My name is Emma Crownover. I'm a resident of Richland Avenue 37205, and I strongly oppose BL 2020-286. I was born and raised in Nashville. I'm a proud graduate of Nashville Public Schools, and I am a deeply concerned member of the community regarding the proposed budget that values handcuffs over social services. The cost to the Tennessee taxpayer is over $20,000 per year for each person we incarcerate, almost twice the cost for tuition to the University of Tennessee, an amount being used to systemically overdevelop some and systemically underdevelop the Black, Brown, Indigenous, and poor members of our community. If the council is serious about addressing harm, we need to reconsider our deeply rooted obsession with punishment and revenge and replace it with communities of care and healing. Fully fund our schools, invest in healthcare, social services, the arts, affordable housing, transit, infrastructure, libraries, parks, community centers, and rental and tax relief, and the list goes on. I urge you all in the council to invest in our lives, not our deaths.
Members of the council, declaring a 15-minute recess. going to start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. We are back in session. Members of the council who are watching by video, members of the public, members of the council who are here. So we are now, it is now almost 12 o'clock. We have been having a public hearing for almost 4.5 hours, maybe longer than that. We have taken up, we haven't even gotten through one bill as of right now. The first resolution was deferred. So we are now on our first bill. We appreciate people coming in and talking to us, but we're at the point where we have had people basically saying the same thing to us for the last 4.5 hours, and we have more people outside and we have people in the queue. I will say that as we went into this today and tonight, we did expect other people to make phone calls to us. We had heard from different constituency groups that did want to get a message across, but apparently they are having trouble getting through because they are being blocked by this group, which, again, we appreciate them saying it, but they have now blocked anybody else from being a part of a democratic process. We have not heard from really any other groups. I think I've counted maybe 3 or 4 people that have been able to get through. Everybody has different constituencies that we've heard for that wanted to be heard on this budget. And they have been blocked, which is a way to do it, but they have not been able to get through and they have not been able to be heard. So I would request, respectfully request that, that people who do want to be heard that are different from what we've heard for the last 4.5 hours be allowed to participate in this process. That's what this is all about. We've heard from very few people talking about, from teachers. We have not heard from very few people about the arts. We have not heard from anybody regarding career advancement. There's a whole number of issues that we would have liked to have heard from, but we have not. We can stay here all night and listen to the same messages being told over and over again, which is what we've heard for the last 4.5 hours. Or we can actually ask that people do respect the democratic nature of our country and allow other people to be heard. And so that's what I would expect, and that's what I'm going to demand of this body. I think that's what we are all about, and that's what we do here. I'm happy to listen to people for a while, but if they continue to say the same things over and over again and don't let other people participate, I don't think that's the proper form of government, and it doesn't allow for good, proper discussion on anything. Having said that, again, we have not accomplished anything as of yet except to listen to 4.5 hours of people basically, again, saying the same things over and over again. I know people are tired. It's 12 o'clock midnight, but we have an agenda to get through. And so what we are going to do is we are going to recess the public hearing at this moment, and we're going to pick up the rest of the calendar. We've got bills on consent. We've got bills on first consideration that have to be considered. We have a city to operate, and we actually have work to do. People can yell at us and say, no, you've got to listen to us for as long as we want to. No, we have responsibilities, which mean that we actually have to do our business. We're here to do our work, and we are going to do that. At the end, when we get to the end of third consideration of any bills that are left, we will go back to the public hearing. I would respectfully ask that the people who have been chiming in and who are sitting outside and want to come in and tell us the exact same thing over and over again, actually let other people participate in this process, which I think is professional and courteous. That's democracy. That's how you get things done, by listening to other people. We have spent the last week, particularly since this last Saturday, trying to make sure that we actually do listen. And we have been listening tonight, and I appreciate all the council members doing that. But that also means listening to other groups as well. That's how you get things done. You actually listen to many sides, and you figure out how to get stuff accomplished. So that's what we're going to do. At the end, if we get to the same position where the only people who are still talking are telling us the exact same thing over and over again, then we will eventually cut that off. We have the ability to cut the discussion off after about 20 minutes on both sides, but we only have one side that's been presented. But again, if the group wants to basically cut off any other discussions from any other groups, they can certainly try. But if people get up here and tell us the exact same thing over and over again, we have heard that, we have listened patiently, then we will cut that conversation off and we will ask those individuals not to speak anymore. We have responsibilities to all citizens of Davidson County, not to a group of about whatever many people are out there who are doing this. We have a responsibility to other groups as well to listen to all sides. This was the public hearing on the budget. Again, I appreciate the members of the council listening. I think they've done an excellent job. You all have sat quietly and listened to 4.5 hours of people basically saying the same things to us over and over again. We would actually like to listen to some of the other people who are concerned about this budget as well and see if we can hear from them as well. This was the one public hearing on the budget, and we have not really heard from so many other groups that told us they wanted to be heard. So again, when we get to the end of this thing, we'll invite people in. If they're going to tell us the same thing, we will cut them off so that we can actually hear from other people. And if it gets to the point where we have to cut off the discussion after 20 minutes, we will do that. Okay? So, council members, that's my ruling. Any questions about that? I've got people, we've got people, I think you're going to need to mute because we've got too much noise going on. Okay? Council members, if you can mute, then we can proceed ahead. All right? So having said that, any discussion, any questions? Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I put in a request to speak and I legislate. I don't know if you're seeing those.
Councilmember O'Connell, I don't see your request, but you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess perhaps before we make this adjustment to the agenda, I guess a point of order, is that something, and this is maybe between you and Mr. Cooper, that we can just unilaterally make a decision about? I guess the reason I'm curious is I don't know of anything about the nature of the technology that would allow a single group to sort of, step in front of any other groups. My assumption is that anybody who wanted to call or come to the chambers could at any time. I don't think the nature of the public hearing doesn't suggest to me that any particular group is able to crowd out any other group.
Councilmember O'Connell, we are hearing from different council members whose groups have been blocked out. So what is happening here is that the phone queue is being filled up over and over again by the same callers, by similar callers, so that they're blocking other people. So I have talked to individual council members that are here and their constituents can't get through on the phone lines. Now, could they have come down? Yeah, but it is now midnight, and I'm not sure if some of our constituents are going to come down, okay? So at some point, we have to continue our business, and so the ruling is being made by the vice mayor that we have to conduct our business. We have got to proceed ahead. We have got work to do. We are tired. We have been through very difficult circumstances over the last 3 days. This city has been through tornadoes. This city has been through a pandemic, which we are still in. We have a serious budgetary issue that we have got to address. And we just had people deface our city hall and break the windows in this council chamber. And so the mood is not all that good right now in this city, and it's time to get down to business and get to work and try to solve some of these issues. And so it's time to get to work. I've got things to do. We all have things to do, and I want to make things better for this city. And I am not going to let people get in the way of doing that. I'm very serious about that. I did not run for this office to sit here and have people tie up the hands of government. Our job is to work together to get things done. We are at a critical time in this country. I think the points made today have been very, very effective. but we have heard them. There are other points that need to be made. We have to get on with the workings of government, and so I say that we have to move ahead. Councilmember Benedict, did you have a question? Let me recognize you. You're welcome. Say it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say that I stand in support of your decision. I think it's time that we handle this agenda as much and as important as it is what we've heard. It's been the same message for a long time. And absolutely everybody has the right. And I'm somebody that is for the people. But I do think that it's time that we do have business that we need to get done to run the city. And I think that I just wanted to share my support with you.
Councilmember Drubble, I just say that we go ahead. We've got work to do. It is now after midnight, or it's close to midnight. It's after midnight. We have taken up one bill, and we haven't even gotten through that yet. So unless there's an objection, I'm saying no objection. We're going ahead with our calendar. We got work to do, okay? We are now on the consent calendar.
I go on record as objecting.
I would like to object, Vice Mayor.
We are proceeding ahead, members. We are proceeding ahead. Either stay with me or, but we are not going backwards. We have got to proceed with our calendar. So we are now on the consent agenda. We are on the consent agenda. We now move to resolutions on the consent agenda. The following items are on the consent agenda. I'm going to read the resolution numbers that are on the consent agenda. If there are items that need to come off the consent agenda, let me know. All right? Here are the resolutions on the consent agenda. RS 2020-332, Resolution RS 2020-334, 335, 336, 337, 340, 341, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, and I believe that's it. All right. Anything needs to be bumped off the consent agenda? Anything that needs to be bumped off? Councilmember Henderson, anything that needs to be bumped off?
351.
350.
351.
All right. 351 is going to be bumped from the consent agenda. Anything else? All right. I'm going to read the consent agenda items. We're on the consent agenda. Resolution RS 2020-332 by Councilmember Mendez. Resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to the Metropolitan Government for the state trial courts to provide the Tennessee Certified Recovery Court Program at the Davidson County Residential Drug Court to enable the establishment of adult and juvenile drug court programs to address the needs of nonviolent offenders. Resolution RS 2020-334 by Councilmember Mendez. A resolution accepting a parental assistance court grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to provide employment and support services to non-custodial parents utilizing the two-generation approach focusing on the success of children and the adults in their lives. Resolution RS 2020-335 by Mendez Stiles. Resolution approving Amendment 4 to a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court for a safe baby court to serve at-risk children. Resolution RS 2020-336 by Councilmember Mendez. Resolution accepting a grant from Oasis Center, Inc. to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court for the implementation of the Wyman's Teen Outreach Program as part of probation services to decrease risky behaviors and increase life skills among youth. Resolution RS 2020-337, O'Connell, Mendez, and Murphy. Resolution to approve the Sixth Amendment to the lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Square Investment Holdings, LLC, for office space in the Washington Square building located at 222 2nd Avenue North. Resolution RS 2020-340 by Mendez and Allen. Resolution authorized the Metropolitan Mayor to submit substantial amendment to and the 2020-2021 annual update to the 2018-2023 Consolidated Plan for Housing and Community Development to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Resolution RS 2020-341 by Mendez, Pulley, and Stiles, a resolution approving an application for an Assistance to Firefighters grant from the United States Department of Homeland Security to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Fire Department to provide resources to equip personnel in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Resolution RS 2020-343 by Syracuse, Mendez, and others. Resolution accepting a grant package from the Friends of Two Rivers Mansion to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Nashville Parks and Recreation Department, to provide partial funding for one administrative support person and funding for 2 part-time employees to conduct historic tours during June, July, and August, and the Christmas 2020 season at Two Rivers Mansion. Resolution RS 2020-344 by Withers, Mendez, and others. A resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Friends of Shelby Park and Bottoms to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation, to provide various improvements to Shelby Park and Bottoms. Resolution RS 2020-345, Mendez, Hager, and Hancock. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Friends of Warner Parks to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation to provide Wi-Fi and a copier for the Warner Parks headquarters. Resolution RS 2020-346, Syracuse, Mendez, and others. A resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Two Rivers Golf Association and Two Rivers Senior Golf Association to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation to construct a new bridge on the Two Rivers Golf Course from the cart path to the white tee box on the 5th hole. Resolution RS 2020-347, O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing Fun Eats and Drinks, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment, a sign at 408 Broadway. Resolution RS 2020-348, Sledge, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing WeHo Flats, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 461 Humphrey Street. Resolution RS 2020-349, O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. A resolution authorizing 131 2nd Avenue Partners, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 131 2nd Avenue North. Resolution RS 2020-350 by Parker. A resolution commending measures taken by the courts, the Davidson County Sheriff's Office, and utility providers to avoid evictions and service shutoffs during the COVID-19 pandemic and urging a continuation of these efforts. Resolution RS 2020-352 by Hall and Hurt. A resolution requesting the Davidson County delegation to the Tennessee General Assembly to consider increasing the maximum income limits for eligibility and property tax relief programs for elderly Tennesseans. Those are the items on the consent agenda. Did I miss anything, or does anything need to be bumped?
353, please.
Councilmember O'Connell wants to bump. Hold on.
It might not be on there. I don't know.
It's not. Resolution RS 2020-353 is, that's the one. It's not on the consent. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else that needs to be bumped? All right. Committee reports. I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendez. Hold on. For Budget and Finance.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. On that capital improvements budget, that public hearing is suspended, right? We're going to pick it up later at the end.
The public hearing on the budget we will come back to.
All right. On the consent agenda, the Budget and Finance Committee considered RS 2020-332, voted in favor, 9 in favor, 0 against, and then a series of other ones were recommended for approval, 12 in favor, 0 against, and those were resolution RS 2020-334, 335, 336, 337, 340, 341, 343, 344, 345, 346.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen, affordable housing, it's 340.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Affordable housing voted 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Parks and Library, Councilmember Hager, you're recognized. All right.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're recognized.
Very good. RS 2020-343 passed 8-4-0 against. RS 2020-344 passed 8-4-0 against. RS 2020-345 passed 8-4-0 against. RS 2020-346 passed 8-4-0 against on the consent agenda.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. We voted RS 2020-337, 347, 348, 349, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Pulley, Public Safety.
Public Safety recommended approval for RS 2020-341, 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson, Public Works. Councilmember Henderson, your microphone is muted. There you go.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
That's all right.
The Public Works Committee recommended approval for resolutions 347, 348, and 349, all 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. And Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules and Confirmations.
President, Rules voted 8 on 350 and 352. Rules voted 8 in favor, none against, and move approval of the consent agenda.
All right. So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any objections, say no. Any objections, any abstentions? Hearing none, I think the vote is, it's been so long since we had the number. Is it 39 that we had on? It's 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes to that? Consent agenda passes. All right, so we are now back on items on the consent agenda on resolutions that were not on the consent agenda. So resolution RS 2020-333 by Councilmember Mendez. This is a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the Metropolitan government's contract claim against Youth Opportunity Investment. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, with 2 abstaining. And with that, I would move approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve. We're on resolution RS 2020-333, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. No discussion? Looking in the chamber. All right, we're ready to vote. Everybody in favor of resolution RS 2020-333, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
You're supposed to say no if you're objecting. Is that no or is that aye for the in favor? So any abstentions? Okay, 1 abstention. Any other abstentions? Okay. So the vote, what I've got is 38 for, 0 against, 1 abstention. Any corrections to that?
Vice Mayor, point of clarification or point of order. I think there are some members that are no longer with us, so I don't think our count is.
So, Mr. Cooper, what is
My thing is not able to unmute.
All right. So hold on. We're going to check, Mr. Cooper.
So we have,
Unmute.
All right. Hold on, Councilmember Lee. Hold on, and we'll see if we can get you muted. Okay. Mr. Cooper. Councilmember Lee, we can hear you, so hold on.
So someone can call for a quorum call. You know, we have 9 here, 8 or 9 here in the chamber, and you know, it looks like there is a quorum based on what's shown on WebEx and the people here in the room. But
all right. So somebody wanted to be recognized, council member.
Okay, a bunch just reappeared on WebEx that were gone.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say WebEx just did a complete redump.
All right, Councilmember Henderson. So the problem is I can't tell it.
Reapply confirm all of our attendance.
Hold on. So, Councilmember Swope,
Yeah, mine is telling me that I'm now the host of the event. I was other people have seen that flash on the screen or not.
well, Councilmember Hauser, I would love for you to host this event at this point. If you want to come down, you can come on.
Councilman Hauser?
Councilmember Hauser, hold on, so I can hear.
If you were the host of the event.
I can hear all of you.
That's what it's showing on my screen now. It says Cisco WebEx events. You are now the host.
That's showing mine as well.
Vice
I
Mayor,
don't know why.
I suspect what happened
didn't
is
do
this
anything.
meeting had an end date in WebEx of
May I
midnight,
request
and
that
we
the
passed that.
clerk of court do a roll call vote again, or a roll call just again, since we're deciding to vote now.
So, Councilmember Swope, can you hear me?
Have we lost the chamber?
Yeah.
I believe so.
We can't hear anything going on in the chamber on WebEx.
All right, so.
That's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah. Are they aware?
So we decided not to listen to the people, and the computer doesn't want us to listen to each other.
They're aware, and everyone can hear everything we're saying.
Now, let me remind
I thought that was good.
you, we are all probably still live on television.
We are.
And with all due respect, I question the ridiculously expensive IT contract we are paying right now.
Vice Mayor is trying to talk to you.
Well, he's not doing a very good job of it. Because he has direct access to my private system.
So,
You're on the air, y'all.
Can someone make, so Councilmember Rosenberg is just.
As I reminded everyone less than 1 minute ago.
Council members, Berkeley, the WebEx cut off at midnight and probably.
The room didn't get back onto WebEx when WebEx rebooted. So that's what they're working on right now.
And I wondered if, so WebEx had a freak out, I guess.
God bless us all there.
Defund MNPD and WebEx.
Well, maybe the second one.
That did not come from my system.
Are we good to go? Council members, can you now hear me?
Larry, everybody's just looking at you with your hand in your head.
Councilmember Swope, can you hear me?
I'm just disgusted.
Yeah, I'm beyond disgusted.
Councilmember Swope?
Reminder that you're broadcasting on MNN right now.
Councilmember Rosenberg, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, members of the council, we are back live. I will tell you that we lost our WebEx meeting status, but we are back, so we can continue on. All right. So, if you don't mind, if you would, please mute your microphone so we can get on with the business of the city council. I think we're at a point where there was a question about the number of people that were on there. So I think I was just getting ready to say that because I can't actually tell, I know about how many people, I know how many people we started with.
We have a quorum based on who's logged in to
Okay. So council members, we do have a quorum. If you want me to be more specific, I think we could take a roll call and then we could get a better number if you want us to do that. But we do believe we have a quorum. So just to be on the safe side, Madam Clerk, if you would, if you will call the roll, again, you may have to unmute so we can get a true number of how many people are actually on the call. Madam Clerk, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
Present. Councilmember Allen.
Here.
Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Suara.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble.
Present.
Councilmember Swope.
Oh, I'm here.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Withers.
Present.
Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Van Rees.
Present.
Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager.
Here.
Councilmember Evans.
Here.
Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Roden. Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Cash.
Present.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Present.
Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser.
Present.
Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Pulley.
Present.
Councilmember Johnston.
Here.
Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford.
Here.
Councilmember Stiles.
Present.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
I'm here, but in protest to the closure of the public hearing, with all due respect.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Here.
I think that gets us to 33.
32 members. Okay, so the vote on the last resolution was, we have a quorum. The vote on the last resolution would be 32 to 0 to 1, with Councilmember Benedict abstaining. Okay? All right, we're on to Resolution RS 2020-338 by Councilmember Toombs, Mendes, and Allen. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 2996 Dickerson Pike, known as Skyliner. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance. Councilmember Mendes.
Budget and Finance Committee recommended approval as amended, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Allen, Affordable Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Affordable Housing recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, as amended.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Toombs, back to you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, so I got a motion on the amendment, proper second. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
It's just a housekeeping amendment to change miscalculation that was in the resolution.
Okay, so you've heard the indication of the amendment. Any questions about the amendment? Hearing none, we're voting on the amendment. Again, it's been properly moved, properly seconded. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Sure.
I've got, well, I had one sure in there. I think that was a yes. All right. Any objections, say no. Any abstentions? So the vote is 32 ayes, 1 sure, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions. All right, 33 to 0 to 0. Any corrections to that? Amendment passes. You're back on your bill as amended, resolution as amended.
Move approval as amended.
All right. So Councilmember Toombs has moved Resolution RS 2020-338 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on RS 2020-338 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 33 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Resolution RS 2020-338 as amended passes. Resolution RS 2020-339 by Councilmember Van Rees, a resolution, and Mendes and Allen, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 808 and 820 Skyline Ridge Drive, known as 808 at Skyline Ridge. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, committee reports, please.
All right. Councilmember Mendes, Budget and Finance.
Recommended approval as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
All right. Thank you. Affordable Housing, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Affordable Housing recommended approval as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right. So Councilmember Van Rees has moved the amendment on RS 2020-339, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Yes, similarly, this is a housekeeping amendment to correct an incorrect number, and it's just within a few dollars. They just need to correct that, and so I move that amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Van Rees has explained the amendment. She's moved it, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, amendment is approved 33 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay. Councilmember Van Rees, we're back on your resolution as amended.
Thank you very much. In acknowledgement of the late hour, I will move the resolution as amended and refer the letter that I was sent to the council members, as well as the information requested from MDHA on this matter, and I move approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Van Rees has moved approval, properly seconded, the resolution as amended. Any discussion on the amendment, or excuse me, on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any objections, say no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the vote would be 33 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that?
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Van Rees, your resolution as amended
I have a point of order.
Yeah. Councilmember Murphy.
I think it could have been when we on WebEx were dropped off and we could not hear the chamber, but I do not recall going over RS 2020-333. I think that y'all were doing, there was roll call discussion, and at some point we got cut off, but it sounded like it may have been voted on and passed on without us being aware of it on WebEx.
Okay, so hold on, let me get through this one, I'll go back. Resolution RS 2020-339 as amended passes. All right, so Resolution RS 2020-333 was taken up and was approved. Did you all were there people who got dropped off? Councilmember Murphy, we already took up this measure, correct? And we took a vote on it, and it passed.
Right. I didn't hear the bill read into the record. I just heard you announce it once we got back on WebEx.
Okay. So the resolution was taken up and it was passed. Is there a concern? Do you need to ask to move to reconsider?
Well, I think
we on WebEx were not truly being, if we could not hear y'all, and maybe you could hear us, but if we couldn't hear you and a vote was taken on a piece of legislation, then I think that could be problematic.
I heard it.
All right, so Mr. Cooper is recommending that we take another vote on this. So Resolution RS 2020-333 by Councilmember Mendez. So do we need to reconsider our action, or we just take another vote? We just take another vote. Okay. Probably didn't get reported. Okay, so let's take another vote on this. Mr. Councilmember Glover, hold on. You're recognized. There you are.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Mr. Cooper, does he need to reread the resolution, or what's proper on
he will
that?
reread the caption. I think the concern is that some didn't hear the vote being called for.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, I am going to read the caption again, and then we will take another vote on it. Resolution RS 2020-333 by Councilmember Mendez, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the Metropolitan government's contract claim against Youth Opportunity Investments. Councilmember Mendez had given us the committee report, which was 8-4, 0 against, and 2 abstentions. The resolution was moved by Councilmember Mendez, seconded, and then we took a vote. Before I take the vote this time, let me see if there are any questions about the resolution. Is there anybody who has any questions about the resolution? Okay, hearing none, we're going to vote. So we're voting on Resolution RS 2020-333 by Councilmember. Is there a question?
Hey, Councilman Swope here. I'm sorry, I raised my hand, but...
Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
What's the total dollar value of the restitution?
What's the value of the restitution? Mr. Cooper, do you know?
We've got it in the analysis hand.
He is checking for you.
It is $144,000.
It is $144,000. Councilmember Swope, I just saw your hand.
And do we have any idea what it cost us to apprehend the people that escaped?
Mr. Cooper?
The total cost incurred was about $253,000, but $113,000 of that was regular police shift hours, which we likely would not be able to recover. So the amount that the $144,000 settlement is more than the overtime hours and the vehicle and helicopter usage.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Zwara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to be recorded as abstaining on this one.
Okay,
I'm glad we put it back.
That's fine. All right, any other questions from the members? All right, we're ready to vote. We're voting on RS 2020-333 by Councilmember Mendez. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Councilman Swope, please record me as a no.
And any abstentions?
Rosenberg.
Murphy abstained.
Suara.
Sepulveda.
Hurt.
Roberts.
I legislate vote.
Madam Clerk, can we do an aye legislate, or do you?
Yes, please.
All right. So because we have so many abstentions, we're going to go on the board, which means that you're going to use aye legislate to vote. All right? So we are now voting on Resolution RS 2020-333 by Councilmember Mendez. Madam Clerk, can you open up the machines?
I will, as soon as I can, Vice Mayor. Okay, yes, I'm able to.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
It looks like Councilmember Swope has a question. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
I do not have access to legislate.
Okay. Well, we are going to let you vote. After we take the full vote, then I'll come back to you. After we get the votes recorded, then we'll figure out what your vote is going to be, okay? So just hold on just a moment. Anybody else in that same position? All right, Madam Clerk, machines are open.
I don't know.
Yes.
The page came up. I don't see the vote, so I don't know if it's going to work or how.
Okay, so
I don't know.
Councilmember Lee, we will let you know on this side if it worked or not. And then what we'll do is ask the clerk to call out anybody who is on the machine who didn't record, all right?
Yes.
So I've got Lee and Swope that we need to check on.
And Hurt.
And Councilmember Hurt.
And Hall.
And Councilmember Hall.
Oh, Ms. Allen, I think that IT might be able to have some suggestions because they did mention something to me during the recess that we should be watching for, possibly. I'm going to see. Is yours working?
I hit the yes.
Oh.
Got a little box.
Yes. That's good.
I'm assuming.
Yes, we recorded your vote.
All right, so I think we're going to just have to take a roll call vote. It's too difficult to do it this way.
WebEx that had problems, or is it just these two?
No, we've got other people outside that are having trouble as well. All right, so members of the council.
I have some votes recorded, Vice Mayor.
But because it's so messed up, I think we're just going to have to take a roll call vote. Don't trust the machines at this point. I think we're just going to have to take a vote.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So members of the council, we are voting on Resolution RS 2020-333 by Councilmember Mendez. We've got people having trouble using the iLegislate system. The best way to do this is just simply have a roll call vote. So the clerk is going to go through the list, vote aye or vote no or abstain. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Mendez. Yes. Councilmember Hurt.
Councilmember Hurt, make sure you unmute your microphone.
Yeah, abstain. I had trouble getting to it. Thank you, abstain.
That's okay. You're good.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
Yes.
Councilmember Suara. I have you marked as abstain. Councilmember Hall.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
No.
Councilmember Toombs is absent. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker is marked absent. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict is abstaining. Councilmember Van Rees. I have you marked as abstaining.
Abstain, yes, thank you.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Councilmember Hager. I'll try you again in a moment. Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Okay, yes for Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford. I have you marked as a yes from when you did vote, Councilmember Bradford. I'll come back. Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Welsh is marked absent. Councilmember Sledge is marked absent. Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Murphy.
Abstain.
Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash is absent. He may be having audio issues, Vice Mayor. I'll come back. Councilmember Vercher is marked absent. Councilmember Porterfield is marked absent. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Abstain.
Councilmember Rutherford.
Abstain.
Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Abstain.
Councilmember Henderson.
Okay.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor, I have two that I would like to ask you about.
That's fine. Go back.
Councilmember Bradford, are you on the line?
Councilmember Bradford is listed as being on the line.
Having audio issues, he and Nash.
Okay, the two of them both submitted a vote through iLegislate, Vice Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Shall I record their votes through iLegislate?
Do that, and then they can.
Okay.
Just read them on.
Go ahead and record the votes through iLegislate.
Okay. Recording the vote now.
All right.
If I could request the clerk reading them in public, that'd be great.
What's that?
Go ahead and take the vote.
Yes, the vote is 23 in favor, 2 against, and our abstentions were on the board, I think, but they're no longer there.
8 or 9. Yeah, I had 8 marked. But
23 for, 2 against, 8 abstentions.
Yes.
So the bill passes. The resolution passes. 23 to 2 to 8. All right. Okay, we're now on Resolution RS 2020-342 by Councilmember O'Connell, Mendez, and others. A resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Historic Capital Corridor Foundation to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Parks and Recreation Department for improvements to and programming for the Church Street Park. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get committee reports, please.
All right. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Hager, Parks. Councilmember Hager.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Hello? All right. Parks voted 7-1 to defer it one meeting, I believe, the June 16th meeting.
All right. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would actually like to, after a conversation with the administration, move for a 1 meeting to the June 9th deferral with a brief comment.
All right. So the motion is to defer to the June 9th meeting. Properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I, along with some others who had followed the difficult but important conversation about Church Street Park over the previous term, were caught a little by surprise by this resolution that favors a specific stakeholder in an effort to sort of stake a claim in Church Street Park. I know there are some activities anticipated with regard to the celebration of the centennial of women's suffrage. And so much of that happened adjacent to the park, including along Dallas Dudley Boulevard, which we renamed last term. But I think there has been a lack of transparency and a lack of public engagement about this plan, and I'm looking to learn more from the administration. I have been working feverishly with Mr. Jameson to get some more answers. We're going to continue that work. He is confident that we can make a lot of headway over the next week, and so I would like to renew my motion to defer till June 9th.
All right, so the motion is defer to the next meeting, which is June the 9th. I'm checking seeing if there's any questions. Seeing nobody in the queue, again, the motion is to defer one meeting to June the 9th. Properly seconded. Any discussion at all? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Oh, hold on, sorry. Councilmember Swope? Caught me right at the bell. Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope? There you go.
Several buttons to push.
I can hear you. Councilmember Swope.
There are easier your systems. Thank you very much, Your Honor. With all due respect to the council member leading this legislation, I was praying that he would defer this to the 16th, to our next regularly scheduled council meeting.
All right, well, so the motion is to defer just to the June the 9th. That's the motion before us.
And I would ask the sponsor if he's willing to defer to the 16th.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague's concern here. In fact, in committee, that was my original motion. Subsequently, I have had a surprisingly extensive conversation with the administration, and basically, I think I'm still a skeptic that we can cover all the ground we need to cover in 1 week, but I'm going to give them the 1 week and see where we are. But if we're not there, then I will probably defer it again until the 16th. So just so everyone knows, this is not me saying, hey, I think this should go forward. I'm saying we'll see how much ground we can cover in 1 week.
Councilmember Swope? Councilmember Swope?
With that said, thank you, sir. I am all in favor of the sponsor's deferral 1 week.
All right. All right, so we're voting on the... Hold on. Councilmember Hurt, did I hear you?
Yes.
Do you want to be recognized?
I can't find a way to raise my hand, but I want to remind us that we have a very aggressive agenda for June 9th based on some deferrals from previous meetings. And I agree with Councilman Swope. Maybe we should push this one on over to June 16th. I don't see the reason for the rush.
All right. Well, again, we have a motion before us just to defer one meeting to June the 9th. That's what's before us. Councilmember O'Connell, I'll go back to you, but your motion is still valid. Councilmember O'Connell?
I do appreciate the concerns about the June 9th meeting. At this moment, I've got some things that are coming up on June 9th that I think can probably be cleared out too. So if it is just a single resolution slowing us up, I don't think it's going to do that much. At this point, I am trying very hard to collaborate with the administration on this one and see if we can recover some of the ability to get questions answered and get the public involved.
All right, we're still on the motion to defer one meeting. We're ready to vote? All those in favor of deferral one meeting, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote.
I abstain.
Okay, so the vote is 32 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Okay, any corrections to that? The resolution is deferred one meeting. All right. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-351. by Councilmember Benedict and Bradford. A resolution requesting Governor Bill Lee, Secretary of State Trey Hargett, the State Election Commission, and the Tennessee General Assembly to allow for mail-in ballots to be made available for every Tennessean for the upcoming 2020 primary and general elections. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
So rules and confirmation, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. Rules voted 7 in favor, none against, with 1 abstention.
Okay. Back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
Move approval.
So Councilmember Benedict has moved approval, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I had abstained on this because I wanted to ask some questions and have some conversation and have my soapbox about how many resolutions we're sending up to our legislators. But I'm going to save that soapbox for a dear colleague's letter sent through our staff because, quite frankly, I mean, it's late and I wasn't able to have that discussion due to IT issues. Again, IT issues in Rules Committee. So I apologize for the sponsors and to the rest of the council for the IT issues we've had tonight and that we've had to spend time on this again.
All right. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll make it quick because we've been here a long time, but I do think that voting is fundamental and letting people have the access to vote by mail, have absentee ballot is very crucial, so I wholeheartedly support the resolution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else? All right. Seeing none, we are on Resolution RS 2020-351 by Councilmember Benedict and Bradford. All those in favor say aye.
Vice Mayor, this is Councilwoman Henderson. I apologize. I continue to ask do I legislate to be recognized, but it appears you can't see me.
So Councilmember Henderson, okay, there you are. Your hand just popped up. All right. So Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
I apologize. Yes, my question was for Councilwoman Benedict. I apologize for not having read this in full. I absolutely support vote by mail. And I just wanted to inquire if the suggestion through this resolution was that that everyone can apply to vote by mail, or that everyone in fact receives a ballot via mail, because I do think there is somewhat of a distinction at present. You have to be a certain age. You have to attest to the fact that you're going to be out of town all throughout early voting. Is what you are requesting, Councilwoman Benedict, that there is, no cause, right? Anybody who wants to vote by mail may request to do so and request that ballot. Or are you suggesting that everyone be mailed a ballot?
Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Henderson, for that question. So the resolution in its entirety does read that many municipalities and states around the country are, as the result of COVID, are instituting laws that allow mail-in ballots for everybody. So this resolution is encouraging the state officials to allow mail-in ballots to be requested by everyone, is the way that the language is written.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay. Anybody else in the queue? Councilmember Swope? Councilmember Swope, you're muted. There you go.
I'm sorry, I'll come back on video too.
All right.
Question for the sponsor. Thank you, Your Honor. While you're allowed to request mail-in votes, is it mandatory? Are you asking for a mandatory conciliation of that? Or is it still the state's decision whether or not you can vote by mail?
Councilmember Benedict, or do you want Mr. Cooper?
Take your pick.
All right. Councilmember Benedict?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Swope. This is not any requirement. This is just simply encouraging the state to offer this to Tennesseans so that they don't risk their health going to vote in person should they have concerns about going to vote in person in the elections this year.
Councilmember Swope.
Qualifications for this, and I apologize. We've been through a number of things in the recent past here. Legislation.
So,
Councilmember Benedict.
So there are qualifications for standard vote by mail, absentee ballots. There are standards that are in place today by the state. This resolution is encouraging the state to allow mail-in ballots for anyone who is an eligible voter. So in other words, it would waive those requirements that are in place today, although certainly those folks who are eligible today would also be able to get the mail-in ballots.
Good. Then I'm in support of this.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. Previous question.
Previous question has been called. We're ready to vote on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Previous question prevails 33-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? So we are ready to vote on Resolution RS 2020-351 by Councilmember Benedict and Bradford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay. So the vote is 32-4, 0 against, 1 abstention. Any corrections? 32-0-1. Resolution passes. We're on Resolution RS 2020-353 by Councilmember Suara and Gamble. Resolution requesting recipients of economic development incentive grants from the Metropolitan government to forego such grants in fiscal year 2020-2021. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
These last few months. Thank you, Chair. Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez, we're on 353.
Committee recommended a one meeting deferral, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to move for a one meeting deferral, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Suara has moved for one meeting deferral. Is that to the 9th or the 16th? Usually it's to the
9th.
To the 9th, okay. June the 9th, that's okay, properly seconded. We're voting on the motion to defer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 33-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. That's the vote. Any corrections? One meeting deferral. Resolution RS 2020-354 by Councilmember Bradford. Resolution honoring BNA K9 Wolf on her retirement. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Committee reports, please.
Committee reports. Councilmember Rosenberg, rules and confirmations.
Thank you. This was deferred by rule.
Okay, deferred by rule. Councilmember Bradford, back to you.
Request one meeting deferral.
It's automatically deferred by rule. Just checking. All right, so it's deferred by rule, one meeting. All right, we have two late filed resolutions. I've got one by Councilmember Hurt and one by Councilmember Sledge. Excuse me, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
All right, so you got to go. Do we have a? I'm looking for a caption.
Oh, suspension of the rules.
You got to ask for a suspension of the rules to get it before us.
Right, suspension of the rules, please.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, can you give us a report on what the Rules Committee did?
Yeah, Councilmember Hurd indicated that she wasn't going to ask for the rule suspension and introduce it next meeting. that's how we left it. I'm not sure what what plans might have changed since then.
All right, Councilmember Hurt.
No plans changed. That's why I was referring to rules, because I thought it was more appropriate for you to say that the rules,
Okay.
you know.
So Councilmember Hurt, you're gonna put it on the agenda for next meeting. Is that right?
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Sledge? June the 16th, Councilmember Hurt, or June the 9th?
16th.
June the 16th. Councilmember Sledge, late filed resolution by Councilmember Sledge.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I think he dropped off, and either Councilmember Sepulveda or I can handle this one.
Go ahead, Frank.
All right, Councilmember, who wants it?
Go for it.
Councilmember Sepulveda, I'm looking at you. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
All right, so let me go to Rules Committee. Councilmember Rosenberg, did you all review this one?
Yes, Mr. President, we did not have any issue with the late filed nature of this resolution.
All right, Councilmember Sepulveda has moved to suspend the rules to get this considered. Can you tell me, just so that the members of the council know what this resolution is?
Yes. So this resolution is to ask Metro Health to stop sharing personal health information regarding positive COVID cases with first responders. And the reason we're filing this late is because we have been trying to work with Metro Health as well as other administration officials to try and come up with a solution, but we feel that we cannot wait, and we think it's important that we protect marginalized communities such as the immigrant community and the African American community, and I think there's a lot of distress right now, so we want to ask everyone to support this resolution.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved to suspend the rules. I've got hands up. Are there objections? So let me go, because this may be difficult for me to see. If you have an objection, if you will put your hand up. I'm seeing 2 hands in the queue. I just want to make sure. Councilmember Nash, Councilmember Swope, are you objecting to the suspension? Councilmember Nash?
Sorry, Your Honor. I failed to lower my hand earlier.
Okay. Councilmember Nash, are you objecting to the suspension? Councilmember Nash?
Saying he is.
Okay, he is saying he is. Are there any other objections? Okay, I only see.
Vice Mayor, this comes from Henderson for a point of order. We have been instructed this evening to raise our hands via iLegislate. I've been raising my hand there and not acknowledged. It appears you're acknowledging people who are raising their hands in WebEx. Can you please clarify where you want us to raise our hands, please, sir?
Councilmember Henderson, you're supposed to raise your hand in iLegislate. It says raise your hand. It's my understanding. Okay.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
All right.
Thank you.
So I've only got one objection. So Councilmember Sepulveda, you're free to move your resolution.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Sepulveda has moved to move her resolution, which is late filed, properly seconded. Any discussion on the late filed resolution? Councilmember Nash, your hand is still up, but I don't know if we can recognize you for any discussion. Councilmember Nash. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're voting on Councilmember Sepulveda's resolution. All those in favor say aye.
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 Who is?
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
I hear one no. Who's got the no? Councilmember Pulley? Councilmember Pulley votes no. Anybody else voting no?
Nash is trying to vote no.
Okay, Nash votes no. Anybody else?
And Swope votes no.
And Swope votes no.
Thank you.
All right, so any abstentions? So the vote is 29 for, 3 against, 0 abstentions. I'm sorry, it's there's 33. 34, 3 against, 0 abstentions. 30 to 3 to 0. Any corrections to that? All right, that's the vote. That's actually the last resolution we've got. We are now on.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
I'd like to move that we return to the public hearing, please.
Okay, so there's a motion to return to the public hearing.
Second.
That's proper second. All right, so so we'll take a vote on that. That's fine, but I am going to put some stipulations on the public hearing. It is now 5 after 1. We are getting, again, text messages from people who have not been allowed in the queue. So we are going to try to listen to anybody else who is interested in telling us any information about the budget. All right? All those who want to return back to the public hearing, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? So the vote is 32 to 1 to 0. So we are going to go back to the public hearing, but I am going to look to the council members to set some guidelines. It is now 10 after 1. Again, I am telling you that based upon conversations with council members and based upon information that I am getting myself, people have been blocked out of the queue. We want to hear from other people who are interested in discussing this budget. A solid democracy means that you allow other people to have a say. That's what happens in a democracy. You do not block them out. So we want to hear from other people. If we continue to have people call in and say the exact same thing over and over again, we will eventually cut them off the phone lines. Okay? So I'm asking, out of respect for how our process works, that if other people want to call in, that they be allowed to call in and let us know how they feel about the budget. Again, it is inappropriate in my mind for this council, for a public hearing on the budget to only hear from one group of people when other people are indicating that they cannot get in. That is unfair and not responsible, and I will not, as Vice Mayor, allow that to happen. So we are back to the public hearing. We are back on Councilmember Mendez's bill, which is BL 2020-298. It's actually the bill on the capital improvements budget. So we are going to open up the phone lines. If you are interested in talking about the budget, then we would like to hear from you. Again, it is 10 after 1. If we get people on the phone that tell us the exact same thing we have heard for 4.5 hours, we will cut them off. Councilmember Henderson, that's just the way it's got to work, or we will be here until 5 o'clock in the morning. We have heard from the same people over and over again. That's the way it's going to be. Councilmember Henderson?
Point of order, sir. Just respectfully, I feel like the public is misunderstanding how you're conveying this, sir, because it seems to be that you're inferring that, citizens who are calling in are not blocking other people out. That is the result of our system. There are many, many people who want to speak. I think we can provide the community guidance, being respectful about what they want to share, and say it would be helpful to the process if you have heard your remarks previously shared, you might consider refraining from calling or speaking. I think the inference in the community is that there's some, nefarious intent to block other people's views. That is not correct. It is. I concur with you that it is not good that others wanting to share about the arts or community education have not been able to get through. But I don't think they've been blocked, and I just would encourage you, please, to frame this in a different way, because we want to encourage and respect everyone who has called and shown up. I have a constituent in the lobby who has waited and come all this way, and so I think we can be respectful of those people who have previously spoken And so not say we've heard the same thing for 4.5 hours. We had opportunity, hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, to kindly say, thank you for coming, but we're hearing some repeats. Like, we can instruct people along the way rather than waiting 4.5 hours, getting frustrated and seeming to impugn them. So I would just, I think if you will please, Vice Mayor, counsel the public as to what would be helpful, then I think there are plenty of people who would understand. But now they're going to feel disrespected and thus, you know, be particularly tenacious about continuing to speak, which is their right. But I would just encourage you perhaps think about another way to frame this, because I don't think it's reflecting well on our body.
Councilmember, I am trying to do the best we can in this situation. So we are going to proceed. Again, we are getting information. This is the one public hearing on the budget. We have people who have been trying to get in. We have a limited number of phone lines, but there are 108 phone lines that we have access to. And those phone lines have been basically filled up the entire night, and we have heard from basically the same group over and over again. We have heard their argument, and we appreciate that, but we are hearing from other individuals, and the way that this process is supposed to work is that we hear from people who basically would like to talk to us, and they are having trouble getting in. So the best way I can say is we respectfully and professionally ask that if you are going to tell us the exact same things that we have heard, that we ask you not to do that, because the only way that we can figure out what people think about this budget is to allow other people to have a say. And that's how it's going to work, and that's the way it's going to be conducted. So if people start showing up and making phone calls and reading and saying the exact same thing again, they are basically not allowing other people into the queue so we can hear from them. That is not appropriate. That is not how this chamber is going to work. That is not democracy, and I'm not going to allow that in this chamber. So, council member, we are proceeding ahead. We are on the public hearing. So, Ms. Godin, can you let people into the phone queue? Councilmember Henderson, I will again repeat that we are getting information from constituents who want to say something about the budget that don't have anything to do with the group that has been here all night that has been telling us the same thing. And so yeah, I think it's professional and the proper thing of this body to allow other people to have a say on the city budget, and that's what we're going to do tonight. It is now 1:10, and people should have a chance to have a say on what is going on with the city budget. So we are proceeding ahead. We're going to open it up so we can actually try to listen to some other people that actually did want to say something and not tell us basically the same things over and over again. So we are opening up the phone lines. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized as we get the phone lines opened up.
Just very quickly, Vice Mayor, could you let everyone holding realize that we're still in the capital improvement budget? We've not moved to the operational budget yet. And so if you don't have anything to say about that, then maybe this one would be over and we can move to the operational budget. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
So we've been actually allowing people to say anything they wanted to on the capital improvements budget. So we'll continue to do that. But we still have a whole nother bill to go.
Yep.
Okay. So Ms. Godin, do we have people in the queue that want to be heard on it's actually the capital improvements budget, but we have opened it up so that we can actually listen. Oh, okay. Okay. Again, out of respect for this process, we would ask that the people who have been talking to us for the last, who have basically been the majority of the people who have talked to us for the last 4.5 hours during the public hearing, allow other people to be heard so we can hear all comments on the budget. That's what we're asking for. I don't think it's asking for too much. Again, we are telling you that there are other people who actually wanted to be heard, and they have not been allowed through the queue, and we would like to be able to hear all those individuals. This is the chance to be heard on the budget. Ms. Godin, do we have people on the queue?
You have callers in the queue.
All right. We're looking for the first caller.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You're recognized. I need a name, an address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure. My name is Valerie Platt. I live on Burton Hollow Road in Whites Creek, 37189. My son attends Alex Green Elementary School. I have been on hold since you all went on recess, so I've been on hold for 1 hour and 40 minutes. I am one of those people who has been on hold and wanted to say something. I have not been blocked by other people. It's simply sheer wrong people who would like to speak tonight. And I respectfully and professionally ask you, Vice Chair, to consider having more public hearings, because clearly a lot of Nashvillians want to weigh in on the mayor's budget proposals. It is unprecedented, the volume of calls and people showing up, and that's because this really matters right now. I am a 10-year resident of Nashville, and I say we have to do better. Defund the police and fully fund public schools where my son goes to school.
So,
all the go to
you are out of order. We have heard that discussion before, ma'am. You are out of order.
Mr. President, I'd like to appeal that ruling.
Fund the tax relief and the rent relief and all the social services that we need.
Ms. Godin, I'm making a decision to cut that conversation off.
I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair, please.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to appeal the ruling of the chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second from Councilmember Henderson. So, I guess the decision is, so Councilmember Rosenberg has said that we want to continue to hear the phone calls. Councilmember Henderson has done that. So I'm going to take discussion on that. I'm perfectly fine. We can stay here basically all night and tomorrow. But I want to hear discussion. Do you all want to do that, or do you want to try to hear from people who are trying to get in and listen and actually make a point? I'm opening up the conversation. Councilmember Henderson, you are not recognized at this point. There are other people in the queue, okay? You know the rules. Councilmember Swope, you are recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would think it's very relevant that we hear for another hour, maybe 2 tops, from people who have not repeated what we have heard for the last 6 hours. Understanding full well that this is an emotionally charged conversation on any one of a number of different fronts. I'm willing to sit here for another 2 hours and listen to people that matter, as long as they're not repeating the same repeated, scripted conversation with me. And anyone who wants to do that, I give you full authority to cut them off after 10 seconds. Thank you.
Councilmember Porterfield, I didn't even think you were on the call. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized. Councilmember Porterfield? All right. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yeah,
Yes, I don't know if this is a point of inquiry or what it is, but I have a question listening to the conversation. So is what I'm hearing that if anyone says any term that was repeated before, they cannot speak? Because this last person that I heard, it wasn't until she said something about education that she was cut off. So in the next conversations that come up, if anybody says any word that has been repeated before, then they are being cut off. How are we determining that? Because what I heard at this last person was not actually scripted, I didn't think.
So Councilmember Lee, that's a good question, but it sounded to me, again, it was the same evidence of defunding the police and then moving on to education, which is what we've been hearing. So that's why it was cut off. We're trying to not have people say the exact same things. So I'm happy to listen to other arguments, but that's the same argument we've been hearing all night. And we can
I didn't hear her talk about police. I heard her talk about her child's.
Councilmember Lee, that's what she said. Okay, I'm looking at members of the council here. That's what she said. All right. Okay. So that's why she was cut off. Again, if you want to hear that same argument again and again, we can do that. I'm at your beck and call. I was trying to give you all a chance to actually hear from other people, but we can do it. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vice Mayor, I have a great deal of respect for the way that you've led this body and your leadership, and I expect that to continue moving forward. This is the one time a year where we allow citizens to talk about how we're going to spend their money and what our priorities as a city are going to be. And if there's a large number of them that agree on a particular point or are supporting the same organization or what it is, we've got to give them the opportunity to say those things. And yeah, I mean, I would rather not be awake all night and not do this, but this is what we do, and these are the people that we work for. And I think that trying to, and I respect the intent of what you're working towards here, which is making sure that all voices have an opportunity to be heard in all perspectives over the course of the night. But there's not, some sort of hacking or technical, there's nothing unfair going on here. And I think that letting folks speak their mind and staying as long as we need to stay or adjourning and picking it up at another time is the responsible course of action. And I hope that we can make sure that people who feel the need to be heard and feel like the perspectives in the city or in the world in general are not being heard have that opportunity before this body, and that separates us from some other levels of government. So I would ask that we give people the opportunity to speak their mind. If it's the same thing over and over, I hope people understand that there's nothing magical about the 120th person saying the same thing, and that it's not going to make the difference. But I feel like people need the opportunity to say what's on their mind, to address their grievances with their democratically elected representatives, and that what happens. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember, I respect that. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we continue the public hearing until the public is satisfied with their comments as required by the Metro Charter. Do I have a second?
Wait a minute.
Second. Yes, you have a second.
So wait a minute. There's a motion already before, and I'm not even sure what your motion means, because that could mean that we never pass a budget. We actually have.
In due respect, if you need to call another recess at some time and reconvene, we can do that. But I think that we should keep this going until everyone's voice is heard.
So hold on. There's a point of order. First of all, there's already a motion on the table. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, can you explain where we are and what the process is to where I know it's late. We've all been doing this for a long time, but I personally am getting confused about where we are and what exactly we're discussing right now.
The vice mayor made a decision to terminate calls and speakers that are talking about defunding the police. Councilman Rosenberg had made a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair. That was seconded. We're now on debate on that motion. It takes a majority vote to overturn the ruling of the chair.
And is it possible for any other motion at this point to happen?
An adjournment motion is the only motion that takes precedent that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. So Councilmember Van Rees, appreciate your motion, but it's inappropriate at this time because there's a motion pending, okay?
I understand it's premature. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized. Councilmember Parker? All right. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to call the question, please.
All right, so the previous question has been called. We're voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the motion. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
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 All right, opposed, say no. Any abstentions? 33 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. So we're going to vote on the motion. No hard feelings. You vote the way you want to. Okay. No. So we're voting. The previous question's been called.
Yes means overruled.
Yeah. Yes means if you want to overrule the chair, which is fine, then you vote yes. If you don't want to overrule the chair, then you vote no, or you can abstain. All right, so we'll do it by voice vote. Voice vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No. 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 No.
Vice Mayor, I need some clarification. This just seems to be completely out of order to me.
Well, so Councilmember Hurt, we're in the middle of a vote, so that's the vote.
Well, I had my hand raised, and I was trying to...
I understand, but the previous question was called.
Because you're saying, when you made the statement about if you vote yes, that means you're trying to uproot the chair or overrule the chair, and a no means that you are... I don't understand.
Okay.
I really need to know what it is that I'm voting for or not, because if we have to vote down in order to get an alternative option.
Well, so Councilmember Hurt, I'll explain what the vote is, but you can't discuss it because the previous question has been called. So it's simply Councilmember Rosenberg. So I made a ruling that I am trying to stop debate on people who are calling in and saying the same things. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to overrule my decision, which means that we would then allow continual debate. Or basically, just keep, I will not overrule anybody who comes forward. We'll just keep going. That's the rule, that's the determination, that's what we're voting on. So if you're with Councilmember Rosenberg on his motion, then you would vote aye. If you do not, if you're against the motion, then you would vote no. So it's a little tricky. I'm not really sure. I do not want to put anybody on the spot. So I'm going to declare that Councilmember Rosenberg's motion passes. So we do not have to take a roll call vote. So the public hearing is open and we're good to go. So we have people outside and we have people that are in the queue. So we're good to go. It is now 1:30, so strap yourselves in. We're good to go. Ms. Godin, we are going to take phone calls.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Councilmember Nash. Can you hear me?
Mr. Nash, yeah, you're recognized as we're getting ready for people in the queue.
Just a moment. This phone went out, or the computer went out earlier during the discussion with the bill to a resolution to not allow our the health department not to share information. And I was trying to get on there. I would say pass, but I wish we would stop feeding the animals, so to speak. We keep telling people that they're scared, that their information is going to be given out. We need to tell them that's not the case. We don't need to continue to make them fearful.
Councilmember Nash, that's an old resolution. We're on a public hearing on the budget.
I understand. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Godin, are we ready?
Vice Mayor, you have your caller.
All right. So, so I need a name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Fantastic. My name is Kimberly Edwards. My address is 6320 Columbia Avenue, 37209. I just want to thank you all so much for staying up so late and being so diligent and for giving me the chance to speak. I'm a mom of 3 small children, very tired. My husband and I are both entrepreneurs, and I might be bringing a very different perspective to that. My husband and I are what are considered right now phase 4 employees, musicians who rely upon large events and weddings. And the idea of a 32% tax increase or even anything remotely of that size would just cripple us. We're already devastated. And I'm very grateful for our police. But this tax increase is something that I cannot withstand. I think it's possible to do a small increase, but there needs to be a confirmed end date and possibly a yearly cap that would give us a sense that, maybe we're making a big sacrifice for a short period of time, but that we're not being expected to do something that is, unreasonable for a long period of time. So I would like to see something that promotes more budget cuts on the front end. And I'm also very confused, again, as a phase 4 employee. Just this past weekend, I watched my mayor, who's proposing this budget, encourage thousands of people to gather and goes against everything that has been said about public safety, regardless of the worthiness of the cause of the gathering. Is this really a public safety issue or not? And that's really calling that into question for me, since I'm being told that all of the things that I rely upon in order to make a living are the public safety issue. And it's really calling into that a major question. I'd like to see everything fully opened up, and I'd like to see a budget cut or a tax increase.
All right, thank you. Next, that's your 2 minutes. Next caller.
Okay.
Go ahead. So next caller, need a name and address and 2 minutes.
Yes, Vice Mayor Shulman, thank you. This is Phil Howell. I live at 1701 Sweetbriar Avenue, 37212. And I appreciate finally getting through. I am the treasurer of NOAA, that is a broad-based organization with about 65 member organizations, religious organizations, labor and nonprofit organizations. We met on May 12th, and representatives of our member groups adopted an official position statement on Nashville's budget. This is the statement. NOAA is not advocating for a specific tax increase to be included in the upcoming Metro budget. Instead, NOAA is prepared to support a budget with a substantial property tax increase if it includes these priorities. Number one, a minimum of $10 million in the Barnes Fund for affordable housing. Number 2, more property tax relief for seniors and other homeowners who are low income. Number 3, at least $922 million to enable Metro Nashville Public Schools to maintain current operational level, although additional funding for full implementation of SEL programs should be a major priority. Number 4, a moral budget maintaining current levels of employment and services. In essence, we are inclined to support a significant tax increase scenario if our requirements are met. NOAA also strongly advises that the Council adopt a fair, just, and equitable budget process that allows for adjustments in these important times. The alternative budget presented by Council Member at Large Bob Mendez seems to meet NOAA's criteria with an increase for properties in the General Services District and $1.6.6 increase for urban services.
Mr. Howell, that's your 2 minutes. Sorry. But thank you. I appreciate you calling in. All right. Next call.
Thank you.
Okay. Name, address, and 2 minutes.
Rafaela Cohen. Thank you, Mr. Shulman.
Hello, Ray. How are you?
30th Avenue North, apartment 402, Nashville 37203. I think it's pretty rich that Mr. Rosenberg, from the Rules Committee, who changed the rules
Ray, stick to the budget, okay?
to speak for 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes, is objecting to your thing. I object to the tax increase at all. I sent you all a 4-page email today, got no responses regarding what I thought should be cut from the budget, and the police were not one of them. So I disagree with every one of those people that spoke for 4.5 hours. And as somebody who lived through riots and Molotov cocktails being thrown off the tops of buildings where I lived, I appreciate the police. I was a teenager in the late 60s in Brooklyn, New York, and believe me, I saw my neighborhood destroyed by rioters and looters, so I know what it's like. And obviously none of those people lived through that. I appreciate the cops, I appreciate the police, and I appreciate you all being there this late at night. Thank you. I object to any tax increase, any. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you calling in. Take the next caller.
And Your Honor, may I just say thank you, Ray, for being here tonight.
Next caller, if you are there, you can go ahead and give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, this is Alex Korsunski. I'm calling from 133 44th Ave North in Sylvan Park. And first, I'd like to just register my confusion and disagreement with the claim that members of the public calling in with comments is somehow antithetical to the goal of hearing from the public. There's no magic pass on this phone platform to skip to the front of the line, or I would have talked to you a long time ago. But I'd suggest if many people are calling in with similar concerns, that could just be a reflection of what your constituents want to say to you. So I'm calling in to speak against this budget. In the wake of the recent murder of George Floyd, we've seen that the police and the carceral system do not keep people safe in this country. But we've also seen this obviously in the current pandemic, which is still going on, which shows how mass incarceration puts the life and the health of all of the public at risk. So I think that public safety is a great goal, and the way to achieve that is by defunding police, defunding jails. If you want to keep Nashville safe, please improve school programs so kids are well taken care of during the day, improve after-school programs, pay for more school nurses, There are lots of places in town, and I'm sure you can think of them, where sidewalks and pedestrian crossings are not safe and people die regularly. Mass transit could be better. There needs to be high quality and affordable public housing for every Nashvilleian. These are, in a limited budget, you're paying for one thing or another, and these are things that actually keep people safe, that actually make Nashvilleians feel safe, and that measurably, demonstrably improve the livelihood, the well-being, the safety of all Nashvilleians. Police to occupy our city do not do that. This is, I think, well understood now more than ever among your constituents and by people across this country. Listen to what folks are saying. If everybody's calling in to tell you on the...
We appreciate you calling in very much. Thank you. We'll go to the next caller. Next caller, if you're on the line, just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you. Next caller, just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Hallie Sanders. I live at 164 Knowles Place, 37211 in District 4, and I speak tonight in opposition to the proposed budget and Bill 2020-286. Don't worry, I've only been on hold for about 2 hours, and I'd be happy to wait longer if necessary, but no one blocked me from speaking. If the budget is to reflect the priorities, values, and dreams of the people of Nashville, this budget must prepare our city to flourish in the face of an uncertain future that is being shaped by a pandemic and by financial difficulties. We need to invest in community resilience. Community resilience to me means the parks, gardens, libraries, and greenways that add to the quality of life for everyone who lives in Nashville. This is how we keep the people of Nashville healthy. This is how we care for our children and for their futures. Increasing funding for the police at the very moment that our city and our country are grieving and outraged at anti-Black police brutality and the racism embedded in our criminal justice system is wrong and unjust. Stating this is not a distraction or an obstruction of the business of our city government. I want to thank the council members who have stayed up to listen to the members of the community. I want to thank the teachers, the nurses, the librarians, the Black Nashvilleians, the immigrant Nashvilleians, all of the people who have spoken on this issue with many, many different voices, but with one purpose: defund the police and fund projects and programs for the social good of Nashville. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Next caller, thanks for calling in. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Alex Austin. I live at 542 Fatherland in 37206. I initially called, like virtually everyone else, to advocate for the defunding of the police. In light of the unilateral motion by the Vice Mayor, I'll be speaking on other uses and first on a specific budget item. I have work tomorrow, work that pays your salaries and everyone else's, everything else that we are discussing tonight. It is insulting and offensive that you consider your work to be more important than the work of everyone else participating in our democracy tonight, and that the particular interests of some are more important than others. That was the most absurd attempted usurpation of the democratic process that I've seen from local government, not only disrespectful, but intellectually dishonest. We'll be ensuring that you, Mr. Schulman, no longer receive a portion of the Metro Nashville budget. Now on to other budget items. I called in because I care about many budget priorities. I moved to Nashville, like so many, for a job opportunity. And Nashville is a city with many great opportunities for people like me. But I am continually embarrassed and ashamed by how unevenly these opportunities are distributed. In a city with one of the highest rates of job growth in the nation, we have a zip code with the highest incarceration rate in the nation. In a city where tourists pack the sidewalks in Lower Broad, we force single mothers to walk in the muddy ditches along 40-mile-an-hour roads just to bring home groceries. In a city with 3 development projects of $500 million or more in our downtown, this budget proposes to spend $500 million on programs that do not develop its housing burdened people. We can scarcely provide our teachers with classroom materials, but we can provide their students with face-to-face peaceful protest.
Thank you very much.
And other priorities are sacrificed in favor of an excessive allocation for an ineffectual incarceration cartel.
We appreciate you calling in very much. All right, we'll go on to the next caller.
You have your caller, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Godin. Thanks very much for calling in. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Haley Ozier. I live on Knox Avenue, 37204. I think that it is just unconscionable to see so many spending cuts to public goods like affordable housing, social services, the Arts Commission, and nonprofits while we're in a public health crisis. Not only would I like to see those categories refunded, but increased. And while I agree with defunding the police, I think more specifically I'd like to see the community oversight increased. Because within the criminal legal system category, that is seeing a dramatic underfunding. And during a time when we are all quarantined in our homes and reaching for art as a means of hope and inspiration, I think it's more important now than ever to fully fund Metro Arts Commission. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you calling in. Next caller, if you're there, just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eli Foster, and I live at 784 Gloucester Lane, Nashville, Tennessee, 37221. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I'm a teacher. Earlier, there was a request for teachers to call in. I said, you know what? Let me take up that call. I have something that I want to read. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. These are the words of Frederick Douglass, famous abolitionist. These words are as relevant today as they were when he spoke them 150, 170 years ago. The real question about the budget isn't funding or defunding the police. The real question is, where are our values? See, this quote about building strong children is a question about values. You place the values and the money where your values is. If we support education, then we support building strong children. We don't need to fund police and prisons as much because we no longer have broken men. See, that's what this is all about. This is about how can we fix the whole system? It's by seeing people. See, as a teacher, I was a blue ribbon teacher this year, an award given to 58 teachers through all of MMPS. It's a pretty big award. I was given the award primarily because of my motto in the class, which says, I care more about you as a person than I do as a student. Please see us as people. Invest in the social services, in education, and affordable housing more than police and prisons. Lastly, I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Mendez and Councilmember Bircher because they are Shaq and Kobe. They are the OG. Whatever they say about the budget, I'm behind them 100%.
We appreciate you calling in. That's the 2 minutes. We have to go on to the next caller. But I believe both council members heard you loud and clear. Thank you.
You have your caller, Pro Tem.
Thank you. Next caller, just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Sam Schaefer. I live at 1141 Shelton Avenue, and I am against BL 2020-286. And like many others, I've been attempting to contact this council for several hours. The first thing I'd like to say tonight is that unlike what Vice Mayor Jim Schulman has insinuated tonight, he and all of you have heard from a diversity of perspectives, Black, Latinx, and white, transplant, and Nashville native. We have come here with common cause, speaking against Mayor Cooper's budget. At the beginning of the meeting, Vice Mayor Jim Schulman told us to stay on topic. What I'd like to emphasize tonight is that Mayor Cooper's budget is inherently connected to the uprisings we've seen across this country and in our city in the last few days in response to hundreds of years of oppression. In our city, historically black North Nashville, zip code 37208, has the highest incarceration rate in this country because of MNPD overpolicing, in a country with the largest carceral state in world history. In the last few years, we have seen Jacques Clemens and Dan Hambrick murdered by MNPD in our own community. This is because we have a racist, capitalist state and society with more demonstrated interest in the armed defense of private property and an unjust order than in the quality and preservation of our neighbors' lives. Mayor Cooper's budget reflects and perpetuates these distorted values. What we need now is to disarm and defund our police department and instead invest our collective resources in things that make people's lives safe and beautiful. Education, housing for everyone as a fundamental right, free public transit, libraries, the arts, etc. This council has shown they are oblivious to what's going on in our community time and time again. You gave away millions to wealthy corporations for projects that displaced our people and helped create this budget crisis. You dismissed the Community Oversight Board before it was then implemented with overwhelming. You backed a gentrification plan and called it a transit plan, and then acted surprised when the working class communities of this city rose up to say no to further unequal investment and displacement.
Caller, we thank you very much for calling in. We thank you. We hear you loud and clear. We do need to keep each call to the 2 minute limit, but we hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much for calling.
Mrs. Pro Tem, I've had my hand up for about 30 minutes.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I mean, we're in the middle of the public hearing. What's the nature of the?
I was wondering if I could make a motion for us to restart. I don't like the tension. All of us are exhausted. Even if we have to come and do this again on Saturday, I think it may be a good thing for us all to rest. I believe that we should allow people to have their say. And maybe with a refreshed mind, body, and spirit, then we'll be able to endure whatever it is. I don't want to be here till 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning, and I don't think that it's fair to the constituents to have to be here because they've been waiting right along with us. So I personally would like to make a motion that we end this at a specific time, whether it's 2 a.m. or 2:30 a.m., and then we reconvene later this week, maybe Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. I don't know, but some other time as opposed to us trying to get through, because people do have jobs that they have to go to tomorrow. And I think we have to keep that in mind.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. So,
will you ask for a second, please?
So, Councilmember Hurt, are you making a motion to adjourn?
but I would like to make the motion to adjourn with us reconvening at a later day and time.
Well, I guess I will ask Mr. Cooper on the legalities of calling a second public hearing in the middle of the current public hearing.
Again, this is unprecedented. I've never seen a motion to adjourn ever in almost 20 years, except when it was for lack of a quorum. So that is the one motion that takes precedent over everything else, and under Robert's rules, it would need to be to adjourn to a specific date. So we would need to, the council would have to pick a specific date and time if it was going to do that. And you're adjourning the entire meeting, not just the public hearing.
Right. Remember that, Councilmember Hurt, that if we were to adjourn now, then we wouldn't be able to pass, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cooper, we would not be able to pass the budget on second reading.
That's correct.
So if we adjourned in the middle of this public hearing, I believe that we will be setting ourselves up for some real procedural difficulties that then we already are in. Correct, we are. So if there is a second to that motion, then I will entertain it. But otherwise, my feeling, council members, is at this point, we probably still have many of our neighbors in the queue that are waiting, and at this point, we probably should go ahead. But Councilmember Hurt, I feel you that if we're going to be going until 2 or 3 in the morning here.
So it's already 2.
Right.
So it's going to be more like 5 or 6.
Well, so do.
I will second it for the point of discussion.
Okay, so council members, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. I caution you.
Mr. Chairman.
We can now take.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, hang on a second. So if your hand is up on WebEx, I would take it down for now if you would, and then I'll call you on if you're wanting to speak on this motion.
I am.
Okay, hang on just a second. And we have view speakers. Okay, I have Councilmember O'Connell in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, except I didn't think I was in the queue.
Councilmember O'Connell, you want to repeat that, please?
I appreciated the recognition, but I did not seek it.
Oh, okay. In iLegislate, your hand is up.
Perfect.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I wanted to speak against the motion to adjourn, but acknowledge Councilwoman Hurt's concern and also her suggestion to adjourn maybe at a specific time. I think indicating a specific time would be helpful for the community and those that are in the queue. I think out of respect to anyone who is in the lobby at the council chamber, we should hear all of those people. They have been waiting. I don't think we should adjourn before they speak. And, I think people can understand that there's, a point past which it's difficult for people to remain awake and pay attention. Yeah. And so, I would entertain some sort of, setting a time out in the future. But to your point, we should not adjourn before we move forward with the bill that is before us. So I would encourage colleagues, please don't support a motion to adjourn at this time. We might be able to come up with a more constructive motion Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Before Councilmember Glover, I recognize you. I want to turn to Mr. Cooper to remind everybody about some charter things that we have to consider if we're going to look at this.
So under the Metro Charter, the budget public hearing has to be advertised at least 7 days in the newspaper. And so we couldn't adjourn until Saturday or any date less than 7 days from Wednesday. That just keep that in mind when you're voting on a motion to adjourn.
All right. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Can you confirm, first, Mr. Cooper or Mr. Chair, is the motion to adjourn a non-debatable motion? And if we do accept this motion without a date certain, is it true that we will not be able to reconvene until the date that we set at the beginning of this meeting, which is a week from now?
I'll defer to Mr. Cooper.
The council could reconvene with have a special meeting with, I believe, 48 hours notice under the charter, but you could not have a public hearing on the budget. You could consider other matters, but you could not have the budget public hearing.
Councilmember Glover.
Is the motion to adjourn a debatable motion?
I'm pulling that up right now, looking online at Roberts.
While Mr. Cooper looks that up.
It's a non-debatable motion.
All right. While Mr. Cooper's looking that up, I'll recognize Mr. Glover. Councilmember.
Okay. Thank you, Pro Tem. So I'm going to wait till, if you don't mind, because I need to direct my question to Mr. Cooper. So with due respect, I would ask that I wait for just a moment, please.
Councilmember Mendez, you would be next in the queue. Do you want to wait, or do you have any? At least if I legislate shows that you want to be recognized.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Point of order, could we not just suspend the rules to resume the public hearing on the budget if we did reconvene?
It's the charter, it's not the rules.
Yeah, it's charter.
I got you. Okay. Thank you.
It's Councilmember Mendez.
I'll keep it really brief. We're here.
Yes.
People are in the queue. People are out there. Let's have the dang hearing and move on. But I understand the will of the body will be whatever it is.
Yeah, it is not a debatable motion.
Which?
We just have to, now that we have a second, we have to take a vote on whether to adjourn.
All right. So we have to take a motion, take a vote on whether to adjourn or not. Councilmember Glover, and then
I'm going to say this is sort of a point of order, but Mr. Cooper, you tell me if it's not, and I'll stop right now. If the sponsor withdrew, is there any other option as a recess or anything that would still accommodate that? Because the problem we're on, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, we're on the capital budget right now. We're not on the operational budget. And this the capital improvement budget has to be done by November 15th under our charters?
June.
I'm sorry. Yeah, June. Sorry. I'm sorry. It is late.
Yes, we need to pass the capital improvements budget on second reading tonight, or this morning, or whatever it is.
That's the part so that's why I'm asking on the point of order that are we going to really create our own nightmare? And if we choose to either do an adjournment or a recess, would we not be wiser to finish this bill tonight and pass on second in order to stay in guideline with our charter?
All right.
Yes.
So I'm going to
Thank you,
Councilmember Glover.
I think that's an important question.
All right. So all those in favor of adjourning this meeting tonight, say aye. All those against, say nay. No. The nays have it. Motion does not pass. But thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I feel your sentiment. Absolutely. All right. Going back to the.
Here's the problem that I have is I was actually trying to get some clarification of what it was that could or could not be done. And now I feel like I was disrespected. No. I was not heard, just like many of the people who have been sitting here waiting and calling in. And I was trying to do something that I thought that would be in sympathetic and empathetic way for those people who have spent all of their time just like we have. And because our administration was unsure of what needed to be done. So this, I think, has been handled very, very poorly, and I am very unhappy about it.
I hear you. I do hear you.
It's not what you do, but how you do it.
Sure.
And if it were for us to have some discussion, then that's basically what I was asking for, but I was told that I needed to make an adjournment. I could not have a discussion.
All right.
All of it is unprecedented, and I think all of it should warrant a suspension of the rules in order for us to do what we need to do with some type of order and structure and compassion.
Thank you. Thank you.
With all due respect, Council, have you heard?
Hang on. You're not recognized. All right. We need to head back to the public hearing. Okay. I appreciate everybody and your intents and your sentiments. At this point, we do have people waiting. Let's go ahead and return to the public hearing. Ms. Godin, do we have the next caller on the line?
Yes, Pro Tem. It'll just be a minute, and I'll put the caller through.
All right. Caller, thanks for calling in. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Hobbs. I'm at 813 B Knox Avenue, Nashville, 37204. I just wanted to call in to talk about the budget measures that are being discussed. There seems to be an issue with the way that this is proceeding, but I don't think the issue is as related to the issues in the budget as it is the misunderstanding of why we are talking about the budget right now. And I feel that as the budget is looking to pass, it is important to note that not only are we talking about what will be funded, but why we fund those things. And I have to say, this is not a democracy, but a republic, and we elected you as officials to represent us. So when you open it up to the community, to assume that I, who have waited now 4 hours to talk to the city council about this budget, have less of a right to say what I need to say than someone who has a difference of opinion, it does not make sense in a representative republic. And I would like to say that as we look at what we are funding, we should look to fund things that support this community rather than what has consistently been silenced by, which is the fact that our funding is going to increase to an organization that has purported state-sanctioned violence. Multiple times, members of this community have been silenced tonight when they speak about the fact that Metropolitan have murdered members of our community. And that has been the only time when people have been silenced and muted in this. So I would like to say that as we look at this funding, we need to be very careful.
Thanks very much for calling in. Very much appreciated. All right. Just waiting for the next caller.
Thank you.
Good evening, good morning. You just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for calling.
Yes, my name is John Royal. I live at 2028 E Greenwood Circle, 37206, and I'm calling in opposition of 2020-286. I am born and raised here in Nashville. I'm a product of the Metropolitan, proud graduate. I've lived here all my life. I also have, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I also have been working with young people in the community for over, well, actually this year, 30 years. I also am fortunate enough to be a professional artist and make my living as a professional artist here in this town, mostly as a theater artist, primarily, but also as a stagehand. I've worked with several arts companies here. The mayor's proposed budget has cut Metro Arts' budget in half, and that is completely and totally unacceptable. Also, as a teaching artist who works with young people, very much like a lot of friends and neighbors who have called in, and people who are actually there in the chamber waiting to speak, I wanted to fund the police, but I want that money. See, a friend of mine told me that your budget is a reflection of your values. And if this is what the mayor values, I'm in total opposition to it, and we're fighting on every turn. This could be a step forward for the city, but this is definitely a step backwards, and it will sustain the inequity that's already present in the city. You want to, Vice Mayor, wanted to talk about the unrest that's going on right now, the riots that are going on right now. This is helping prop it up if you don't give money to social programming, school, homeless services, and the arts. So that's all I have to say. And I really appreciate all the members.
We appreciate you calling in very much. Okay, come on up to the mic. Since we have about 20-some people out in the lobby, I want to start phasing in those that are physically here with our callers, so you can go home. Come on up to the mic. Just give us your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. We appreciate you being here and staying with us.
My name is Tristan Call. I live on Hyman Street, 37208. And I want to thank the council for defending our right to speak tonight. I'm here to speak against BL 2020-286. Yesterday was Daniel Hambrick's birthday, who 2 years ago, 10 blocks from my home, was shot in the back by a bullet that I paid for and that you paid for. And yesterday, for his birthday, at the request of his mother, I was with a group of activists there who made a ring around Watkins Park where he was shot to protect him and his family and his neighbors from the police in case the police came to harm them last night, while a helicopter from the police hovered overhead. I'm here to ask you, instead of putting $500 million to fear and to control and to harm, please put that money to healthcare and to housing and to education. I never want to be in this situation again where I am asked to help protect people from an agency that I paid for. Thank you.
Thank you, Vutch. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Hang on just one moment while we do a podium and mic clean. Thank you, Rosie. All right, come on up, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. And thanks for sticking with us.
My name is Emily Ann Peterson. I live on West Eastland Avenue, 37206 is my zip. I'm against BL 2020-286 because I am one of the thousands of reasons why we get to call Nashville Music City. Like yourself, as a singer-songwriter and author, I have a job that is public-facing. I am very privileged. I'm a white female business owner in our city. And the only time I've had a face-to-face interaction with the Nashville Metro Police was last year, back in November, when a mentally unstable man with what turned out to be an extensive history of incarcerations contacted me through my public Facebook page. His messages were disturbing and persistent. When I contacted the Nashville Police Department several times, they were prompt, but very unhelpful, ill-equipped to deal with the cyber stalkers, and had no idea how social media functioned, and were unable to provide either me or this man a lasting solution. I did not need the police. This man did not need the police. He needed mental health care. He needed his community to step up and support his reintegration into our community. Instead, he was blocked and ignored. This is not fun and games to me. Again, my name is Emily Ann Peterson, and I'm against BL 2020-286 because our city can prevent cyberstalker situations like this one. Our schools need more funding to teach basic mental health awareness. Our teachers need more financial support. Our children and my neighbors are not future offenders or future cyberstalkers or future prisoners. We do not need more policing, more prisoners, or more trauma. My neighbors are exactly that. They are my neighbors. Our community needs to heal from the inside out, and this starts with divesting our budget away from police and prisons and investing in mental health, arts, public housing, healthcare, and music. I'm against the proposed budget in BL 2020-286.
Appreciate you coming out very much. And Rosie, just logistically, after the last young lady there, I'll take probably like 5 more calls on the phone here, and we'll flip back and forth that way. Thanks very much for coming. Your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Yes. My name is Brenda Perez. I live on Underwood Street in North Nashville. Both my home and my neighborhood were actually damaged by the March 3rd tornadoes. I've been waiting for 3 hours, so thank you all for making this possible. I wasn't going to leave, but I'm glad that you were able to make it happen. I'm really concerned about BL 2020-286, especially what I consider is the outrageous allocation of $496 million on public safety, when I think that public safety is being used as a code word, because what I am seeing that public safety is being funded is the incarceration of youth of color, the sentencing of sisters, of mothers, of neighbors, the further over-policing. There's not a day on my block where I don't see at least 2 police, and this was pre-tornado. So I know that an increase in policing is only going to bring an increase into my neighborhood. And every day I see people walking on my sidewalk that need mental health assistance every single day, but I don't see that. I only see police. I'm also coming to you as somebody who has worked in our public schools. I worked in the public schools in South Nashville coordinating the aftercare for kindergartners and first graders of predominantly immigrant neighborhood. And I see the challenges that these children are facing, and I see how much our teachers are devoting to this. So many teachers just bring in everything they can. They stay after hours. I know teachers that are now delivering food boxes to their families and are filling in those gaps. And that is just incredible that we are thinking about upping this budget in the name of public safety, but are not taking those considerations of the other things. It makes me really think, is like, do you fear us? Do you fear your residents of the city? Why are we putting so much money into this? So I really just want you to know that, like everybody else has said, healthcare, education, housing, these are the things that really keep us safe. These are the things that we need.
Thanks very much for coming, sticking with us. We appreciate it. Quick podium and mic clean. Thank you, Rosie. All right, come on up, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you for having me up here. My name is Matt Tolbert. I'm a resident of Hetty Drive in 37205 in Council District 34, and I'm here to discuss my issues with BL 2020-286. I grew up in Nashville, and I'm a proud graduate of Hume-Fogg High School, and I love this community to the bottom of my heart, and that is why I oppose much of what this budget stands for. Its priorities which center ineffective punishment and wealthy Nashvillians over communities, particularly Nashville's Black and low-income communities. Our current system of policing is ineffective and actively harmful. We ought to be fully funding MNPS so that every child in this city is afforded the dignity and respect that they deserve. We should be funding affordable housing so families can afford time to each other and to our city. In short, we should be using our resources to fund people and community, not cages. We need a budget that says Black Lives Matter and that people matter. All of this is possible, but it's only a matter of where our priorities are. Thanks.
Thanks for coming. Go Blue Knights. All right. Thanks for sticking with us. Just give your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name's America Leon. I live on Whitsett 37210, and I am against the bill BL 2020-286. There's always enough money to lock people up, but not enough money to address the roots of the causes. Never enough money to educate, and never enough money to feed people. Never enough money to house folks. Investing in social goods will not only reduce our life and danger and dependence on criminal legal institutions, but it will further free our money to fund what really matters the most. And what matters the most is what people are mentioning today. And yes, they are repeating these causes over and over all night, but that's because it's what causes that matter to our community. And you might get boring or tired of hearing these causes, but these are the causes that are going to cause the change of a better Nashville. I've learned that throughout these years growing up here, that Nashville coming together has created the biggest changes, has overcame the biggest challenges. 2020 hit us with a lot of challenges, but I believe together we will create a difference. And I am against Bill 2020-286. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We appreciate you coming in. Danielle, do we have the next caller?
Yes, Pro Tem, it'll be a minute and I'll get the caller in.
Thank you. All right, thanks for calling in. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you. I thought I heard somebody. Caller, are you there?
Yes.
All right, thank you for calling. Just need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
My name's Andrea. I live in zip code 3721, District 35.
If you could just speak up a little bit, we can't hear you very well here. Thanks. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Flores Burrows. I live in District 35. My zip code is 37221. I am against the BL 2020-286 budget that the mayor has put forth. I think we've heard repeatedly that our definition of public safety is what's in question. How we fund it is critically important. I'm both a property owner, healthcare provider in this city. I have 2 daughters who attend public school. I've had multiple attempts at other daughters in pre-K where we were trying to get her into a spot. Students where there were over 80 applicants. Clearly, our budget priority is in line.
Did you go to the meeting today? You know what I'm saying, the one, with Art.
Councilmember Hurt, your mic is not muted. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Caller, go ahead.
I have been trained at Nashville General Hospital, and let me tell you very clearly, we are running a prison inside of a hospital, and we are getting ready to open a hospital inside of a prison. By continuing to distribute funds to the policing endlessly, we are showing what our values are. So these things need to be repeated over and over again so you actually hear us. Thank you.
We appreciate you calling in very much. Danielle, we'll take the next caller. Thanks for calling in. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks again.
Hi there. Yeah, my name is Joy Harper. I live at 902 Kirkwood Boulevard, 37216. You know, I have not been heard during the last 4.5 hours. You know, I am Black, I am trans, I am Indigenous, and, you know, I would like to start by saying that the Vice Mayor does not seem to understand the basic tenets of democracy. It is not about hearing all of the sides. It is about hearing all of the opinions. If 90% of the people have one opinion and 10% have another opinion, then the former gets 90% of the representation. That's democracy. If person after person after person is saying the same thing, it doesn't mean that there is some sort of conspiracy. It means that the idea is very popular. It means that you should give more weight to that idea. Perhaps the Vice Mayor needs to attend a civics course at a local community college because his conduct tonight has been nothing short of fascistic. I find it absurd that during a period in which the country is on fire because of police brutality and Nashville is suffering from the results of backlash to police repression of nonviolent protests, the mayor has apparently decided that the most prudent course of action is to give the police over half of the available funding. The only thing that a larger policing budget will ensure is that we will need a larger policing budget moving forward. Underfunding education will result in undereducated citizens. Citizens who find it more difficult to find work, resulting in higher poverty and higher crime. Underfunding health services will lead to sicker communities, which are less productive, poorer, and have higher crime. Underfunding critical social services like rent relief and affordable housing will make it harder for families who have fallen on hard times to bounce back, trapping them in poverty, further adding to the disadvantages of the most disadvantaged in our community. Study after study has made it clear to us that it is more expensive to leave houseless people on the street than it is to pay for their housing, essentially making homelessness government-subsidized torture by forced scarcity. Meanwhile, there is no evidence that more police funding contributes to a safer society. How can we hope to decrease crime rates when between our bottom-of-the-barrel minimum wage and our consistently underfunded schools and inflated housing prices, we are forcing people economically into a position in which they can't survive without participating in an underground economy made illegal by racist politicians like Nixon and Reagan for the express purpose of oppressing communities of color and young people? The gentleman representing the school board earlier talked about making difficult cuts to the order of $10 million. Meanwhile, the police department is spending $12 million on new helicopters. For shame, with $360 million, Gideon's Army could service the community in ways that Nashville's police never could imagine. They would be more effective dollar for dollar on orders of magnitude because they understand that criminalizing people does not make them more compliant. Their violence interrupters do more to stop violence in Nashville than every jail cell in the city. Their food programs provide stability for communities on the brink. Their social programs educate youth and instill a sense of pride in themselves and their communities. If you want to make Nashville safer, give that funding to community organizations like Gideon's Army. If you want to reinforce racist structures that continue to foment discontent, that burned out the historic courthouse, that murder and brutalized Black people like Jaquez, then continue to fund the police.
Thank you.
Reign arbitrarily over oppressed communities of color. Stop serving the city.
We appreciate you calling in. We do need to keep each call to 2 minutes, but we absolutely hear you, and we appreciate you calling in. Matthew, if you want to queue up the next round of folks that are here, and Danielle will take the next call. Thank you. Caller, thank you for calling in. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. We appreciate you sticking with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for staying up with me. My name is Excel Gonzalez. I live in 319 Garden View Court, Antioch. Zip code is 37013. And like I said, thank you so much for staying up. I am against BL 202026286. As a mother, I have a daughter in public school, so I feel like we should just focus more on public education and affordable housing. I understand, that the police need funding, but for right now, we should really focus on affordable housing, education, and not fund so much of the money to the police. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So I just want you guys to please focus the money in other organizations that can actually help, organizations that have programming in mental health and, that are more equipped to dealing with situations like that, dealing with the homeless community, versus just, funding the police and giving them more military gear. We need to focus on education. And I really agree with what another caller was saying about building strong children. That's what we need to focus on. So like I said, I'm against BL 2020-286, and I'm in Antioch. So please think about it. And once again, thanks for staying up with me and everyone else.
Likewise. Thank you so much for calling. All right, we're going to transition to folks that are physically here with us. Come on up, name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us.
All righty. Good morning. I am Crystalyn Jones. I am a disgruntled resident from 1712 Pecan Street, 37208. I am here to state that I am against the budget ordinance for BL 20-286. As an 8-year educator, I stand in direct opposition of Mayor Cooper's proposed budget as an African-American woman, and to speak for the thousands of children all across Nashville that can't be here at 2 a.m. in the morning. I want to advocate for them. Those children deserve to grow up in a place that isn't being over-policed within our communities. Our budget should represent what our city should represent. We need fully funded schools. We also need affordable housing, and we need to reform and defund the police department, utilizing our advisory board, prioritizing humans. As an educator, it will be me who has to look in the eyes of those students each and every day and tell them that it was our city that decided to fund policing over laptop computers so they can safely shelter at home and continue to further their education. While I teach in a school where majority of my kids are dependent upon the free food that is being provided. Also, instead, our city will be funding and financially fluffing an injustice system that would rather put a knee on their neck, shoot in their home, or fund police brutality over creating safety for those students that they might find safety within the city limits. So I stand again as a resident of 37208, as a Black woman for Jacquees Clemmings, and I say no. And guys, let's be on the right side of history and say no with me as well. Thank you so much for hearing me. Good evening.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you sticking with us. We'll do a quick mic podium clean. All right, come on up. Name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you all for agreeing to not adjourn the meeting and sticking around with us. We do appreciate it. My name is Kitty Novak. I live on Edwin Street, 37207. I am here to strongly oppose BL 2020-286. To put it bluntly, this budget is abysmal. 74% of the public safety budget is allocated to policing and less than 0.5% to family safety and community oversight. What this says to me is that you want to perpetuate policing that with zero accountability while simultaneously underfunding programs that actually keep our community safe and prosperous. This to me is not Nashville, and it's not right. We are all smart enough to know that budgets such as this do virtually nothing to protect the community, particularly and especially the Black community. This is not the time for business as usual. I urge you to please vote no and divest in policing and invest in your people. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Appreciate you sticking with us. All right. Come on up. Name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us.
Morning. My name is Lydia Luce, and I live on Russell Street, zip code 37206. And I just want to say thank you guys for staying up and for disinfecting the microphone between each of us. And I am in opposition of the bill 2020-286. Instead of spending a majority of the budget on policing and criminal reform, I would like to see more of our tax dollars go into the arts and education. We are Music City, and now is the time to be amplifying voices of artists in the Black community. As a musician and speaking on behalf of a lot of people in my community, a lot of us were affected directly by COVID and unable to work, and only 4% of the mayor's proposed budget was allocated to the arts, and another 4% was allocated to health care services. And that's not enough. And musicians right now, people in the arts need to get back on their feet, and this budget will not help with that. Please divest in policing and invest in our education systems instead of decreasing their funding, and this will strengthen and protect our community, I think, more than investing more in policing. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking with us. Danielle, we will take the next caller.
Thank you.
All right. Caller, thanks for calling in. Just need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us.
Hi, my name is Sanjana Satish, and the address is Vanderbilt Place, 37235, and I'm calling to strongly oppose BL 2020-298. I just graduated from Vanderbilt in May, and I will be starting medical school in 1 month. I'm currently in New Jersey, where I'm originally from, and it's nearly 4 a.m. And I've been listening for 8 hours, but I had to call in after what I had witnessed. I used to be so proud to have lived in Nashville, but now I'm not so sure. I do not think I can be proud to have lived in a city that prioritizes a system that clearly does not work and is in fact killing Black people, instead of funding its public health system and healthcare within this city. I just also wanted to call in to say that the nation is watching what you are doing, suppressing the voices of those who need to be heard the most, and I promise you that this will not be for crying. I also want to say that the continual disrespect of Councilmember Sharon Hurt and Councilmember Angie Henderson is extremely disheartening to see as a woman of color who hopes to enter the political realm. But I will also say that their commitment to making sure that every voice is heard will also not be forgotten. Thank you.
We appreciate you calling in very much. We'll wait a moment for the next caller. Okay, caller, thanks for calling in. Just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
You can go ahead. Just need your name, address, and then the floor is yours.
Okay. Georgia Fleming, 233 54th Avenue North, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm calling on behalf of the budget. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. I would like to mention education. I am a graduate of Hume Fogg High School. I just graduated, and I'm very disappointed and upset to learn that they are taking money away from the education budget. MNPS is one of the worst school districts in the country. 21 Nashville schools are in the bottom 5% with schools in Tennessee.
Education reduces crime, promotes economic growth. Individuals will have improved quality of life, ability to attain better jobs, and make better decisions. It baffles me why there would be money taken away from our school system. I'm very lucky to have gone to a good school. I'm very, very lucky. But I know not everyone has that opportunity. And to see that you guys are taking away money from the school, I don't understand it. And again, I think it would be better to allocate, take the money away from the police and put it into education. If your goal is to reduce crime, if that is your goal, the best way to do that is to give money to education, because that will just build better citizens. So yeah, that's what I'd like to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate you calling in. And we're going to transition to those that are still physically here with us. Thanks for sticking with us. Coming up to the mic, just need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Ryan Usher. I live on Russell Street in 37206. I am also against BL 2020-286. Surprise. I just wanted to make it clear that I am not a part of any group or affiliation of any kind of conspiracy trying to keep people from expressing their opposing opinions. I am just a dude in the art community trying to voice my opinion. All I have to say is that all the reasons I'm against this bill have been pointed out by the fellow humans that have spoken before me. I'm just here to ask you all to look inside yourselves and to deeply reflect on the concerns of every human who has called in and showed up here tonight. And to ask yourselves whether you honestly think this is a bill that is in the best interest of the people of Nashville. A bill that prioritizes the police force over affordable housing. A bill that places more importance on jails over resources. A bill that glorifies punishment over opportunity. This is not a bill for the people. This is a tool of oppression. So let's call it by its proper name. Thank you. That's all I had to say. It's been a long time. Thanks. See ya.
Hi, my name is Jackson Crossley. I live on McGavick Pike, 37214. I am here tonight, or this morning, to state that I'm against Bill 2020-286. One of the main reasons that I oppose this bill is the inequity in where the resources are going. I personally am a musician and was a music major, and I know a lot of music educators, and I know personally the horrible amount of stress that is put on people. I know that some of my friends who are trying to work with the little resources that they had and trying to do the best for their students would be up in our, dining room trying to work on lesson plans and whatever else until they had to go to work in the morning. So I just would really like to ask everyone to reconsider the allocation of resources and where it's really important and where it should not be funded to. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Hello all. My name is Sean Riley. I live on Cleveland Street in 37207, and I'm here against Bill 2020-286. I'm an educator and a seminarian and a resident of Nashville for almost a decade. A true public safety system invests in affordable housing, healthcare, addiction services, education, libraries, and community services. Allocating almost $500 million to increase spending on police and jails while deep cuts are hitting social services, transit, and other public goods does not align with the interests and values of Nashvillians. Those values were made very clear this weekend when thousands stood just blocks from here and demanded the state recognize that Black Lives Matter. Today, Minneapolis Public Schools terminated their contract with the city police department. Let us follow the lead of public school systems that are divesting from policing and prisons and allocating resources to healing-centered schools by diverting the money from public safety into social services. When 70% of our students are non-white and almost 45% of African American, we need a budget that directly invests in the future of Black and brown youth. We need a budget that supports the safety of our youth via public education. And safer communities and classrooms are those with certified teachers, social and emotional supports, $15 hour minimum wage for all school employees, including those who work in transportation, dining, and support positions. Increased allocations to the police should be diverted to the education budget to support proactive and comprehensive healing-centered change that is so clearly desperately needed in Nashville and across our country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're ready to go to more calls. Ms. Godin, do we have people in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, go ahead and let them in. All right, go ahead. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kelly Ann Graff, and I live at 108 J Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37210. I am calling to urge you to defund the police and fully fund MNPS. Last year, I was in that city council meeting, in the budget meeting, listening as many council members spoke vehemently about paying teachers well, but encouraging cuts for anything outside of the classroom. This is not fully funding MNPS. I cannot teach to my best ability when my classroom is overstuffed because there is a substitute teacher shortage due to the lack of reasonable compensation. I cannot help my students start their day when buses are continually late because there is a bus driver shortage due to the lack of reasonable compensation. I cannot teach when my class is routinely disrupted by traumatizing and invasive drugs and weapons searches, treating my Black and brown students like criminals. They are children. Students cannot be expected to learn when their parents are dying prematurely at alarming rates due to lack of safe, affordable housing and health care. Their education is disrupted when they have to move regularly because they are repeatedly priced out of their neighborhood by rapid gentrification and awful landlords. Students cannot be expected to perform at the best of their abilities when their parents have been deported through MNPD's involvement in partnership with ICE. Students cannot be expected to close achievement gaps when they are living in fear of being deported themselves. Students cannot be expected to close these achievement gaps when they are living in fear of the same fate of Daniel Hambridge and Jacquees Clemens. My students would be safer in my building if we had a full-time nurse in every single school building, if we had smaller classes, if we had more social workers, counselors, and restorative practices coordinators, if when my students are coming back from experience with our quote-unquote juvenile justice system, if we had practices and processes to reintegrate them healthily into the classroom so that they could be more successful. I cannot teach in good consciousness when the renovations done to the building I am working in were done over a year ago by Armando Arzate, and he is still waiting to be paid by Orion Building Corporation.
All right, ma'am, that's the 2 minutes. So I need to cut you off. All right, thank you for participating. Next caller. Do we have the next caller? Next caller, I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Ben Curland. I live in 37209. I'm calling to voice my opposition to 298 and 286. The reason you've heard the same thing from so many people is because so many people believe the same thing. We got to defund the police. We have to demilitarize the police. We have to invest in our communities, in our future. I'm happy to share something specific you haven't heard before. I'm supportive of cutting funding in the capital improvements budget for 21 PD 0001. That's an item in the mayor's budget that allocates $400,000 for a new SWAT armored vehicle. I know $400,000 seems like a drop in a bucket in a budget this large, but I have to wonder if our city is better improved by armored vehicles than by building affordable housing. We have to consider priorities in the city. The chief of police in the city makes the second highest salary of any public servant, over $200,000 a year. I don't understand why we pay $200,000 to somebody who trained an armed officer who shot a fellow citizen in the back. Vice Mayor Schulman, you cut off speakers earlier who spoke about the pepper spraying of a child, about the shooting of Daniel Hambert. He said those comments weren't related to the budget, but that pepper spray was paid for in the 2020 budget. The bullet that killed Daniel Hambert was paid for in the 2019 budget. The 2021 budget can be something different, can prioritize education and restorative justice and Black lives, and protect and support Black men instead of providing training and weapons to kill them. It can make us a city of hope instead of a city of fear. I want to say I'm grateful to the members of the City Council who spoke up tonight to the voices of their constituents, and I hope that all of you will listen to them. Thank you.
All right, next caller. All right, name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michael Chang. I live on Beechwood Avenue, 37212. So as a local Nashville native who grew up within the Nashville public school system, I just want to say that our public school system is kind of a joke and has only gone downhill from what I've seen over the years. I was very fortunate enough to be in an environment that did foster higher education and a need for and a want for learning as well as the arts. I do not agree with Bill 2020-286 and the police spending. I think that most of the money should be allocated to arts and education as well as affordable housing. If you want to reduce more spending or keep people out of jail, kids out of jail, education and arts is the first thing that we need to look into, as well as affordable housing so kids have a place to go to and stay off the streets. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Thank you.
All right, I need your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Hillary Tomlinson. I live on Evelyn Avenue in 37216, and I'm obviously calling to express the sentiments that many people have expressed here tonight or this morning regarding Bill 2020-286. First of all, I sincerely want to thank all of the council members for listening up to this point. My mom, Delise Tomlinson, is on the Chamber of Tulsa, and I know from witnessing firsthand what a thankless task this can be, and so I want to extend my sincere thanks. As far as my reasoning, hopefully I can provide just a slightly different perspective, if not different demands. I moved to the city in 2015, and within the first few months of moving to Nashville, I was sexually assaulted, and there were complications, medical complications that came with that sexual assault that I had to seek care for in a city that was brand new to me in a time of my life that was incredibly formative. I relied on, obviously, healthcare workers in that time. I relied on the Nashville Sexual Assault Center. I relied on mental health resources, but before I could really get my feet underneath me and take advantage of those resources, I was traumatized and behaving in a way that was aggressive and incredibly uncharacteristic for myself. And that was within my own life of privilege after an isolated incident. And so I can only imagine the aggression that could come from generations of trauma and being born into a system that works against me because of the color of my skin. So I am calling to demand that we divest funds from the police, not because I'm a part of some sort of agenda, but because I'm a citizen who is just now woken up to the fact that there are people I can talk to about this instead of just...
That's your 2 minutes. We appreciate you calling. Okay. One more call, and then we'll get people in the queue. So, Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue right now?
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Lydia Glover. I live on Wesley Avenue in 37207, and I am calling, like many of my fellow Nashvilleans tonight, to take issue with the allocations in the proposed budget. It has been shown in multiple studies that aggressive policing does not reduce crime, does not keep communities safe. What matters to our communities is the future of our children, which we can secure through funding our public schools. What we see plaguing Nashville every day is a crisis of homeless populations who have nowhere to go, no support from our system, and policing does not help these populations either. A better use of these funds would be to put it toward public housing, toward support programs for families in our area, to make sure that they have food, shelter, educational opportunities for their children. And I and other members of my community will not rest until we know that the budget that we pay into is shared appropriately with the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're ready, sir. You're recognized. Name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Travaris Newman, 6813 Charlotte Pike, 37209. And I am against BL 2020-286. A community well-resourced is one that thrives, and a thriving community is one of less crime, more opportunity, and ultimately one with a lesser need to police. Divesting money from the community, whether it is Contribute Second Harvest, Nashville Black Chamber, Nashville LGBT Chamber, Tennessee Latin American Chamber, Nashville Area Hispanic Chamber, public schools, or small businesses, as well as from public transit and from affordable housing, are not the way to help the community thrive. The $17 million earmarked for the new sheriff's headquarters or the $12 million allocated for helicopters could provide housing for hundreds of people, rent and property tax relief, funding for the arts, summer youth programs, and other activities. These same activities that can keep people engaged and yet again, our community safe. Personally, music has been what has kept me involved since middle school. And every year with my high school marching band, we had to go the extra mile to fundraise via selling fruit baskets, candy bars, to allow us to attend competitions. Enable us to thrive. Together, we can set the example for other cities and be the change we want to see elsewhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abby Lee Hood, 535 Main Street, 37206. And boy, what a different night I thought this would be. I was very excited and I jumped at the opportunity to participate in our democracy. And so I've been very disappointed at the way that we've been treated since we've been here, especially at a time when our country is so desperate and hungry for leadership. A few nights ago, the White House turned the lights out and our president hid in a bunker. But it is important to say unequivocally and without question that Black lives matter. And that is why I'm here today to oppose a budget which gives $500 million to public safety, much of which is given to over-policing of our communities. We are not an occupied police state, and yet we look like one. And so I'm asking you instead to support education, healthcare, affordable housing, and social services, which again provide much more value to our community. I have volunteered in schools in this town, and I have seen what do more with less looks like, even though I am not a teacher. And so again, as we're looking for leadership, we're receiving, as protesters who are peaceful, information about how to survive an occupation state from Syria and from Hong Kong. And so that is very disappointing to me. So again, I hope that you will consider supporting social services instead. I would also like to say that I hope that Councilman Schulman's outburst this evening is not representative of our council as a whole. As a Nashville resident, I feel that it is important to be able to come to city council meetings and speak my mind. We're not some organized group. We're just kids with notes on our phone apps in a lot of cases. So thank you for your time, and please do the right thing so that Nashville can be positively in the headlines.
Hello, thank you for taking time to listen to me. I am against
I need your name and address.
Oliver Bastidas. I live on Trouble Court in Ashland City, Tennessee. I drove a little way to get here tonight because I think that it's my honor and obligation as an American citizen and a Nashville resident to speak up. If we were to invest...
So let me just check. Are you a Nashville resident or are you an Ashland City resident?
I've heard people from Madison, and
Are you Ashland City or Madison?
I work in Nashville.
Just checking.
I live in Ashland City, but on my license, it's in Nashville.
Okay, proceed ahead.
Okay. If we were to invest in police, jails, and courts, this would be a conviction against our community, stimulating force, not aid. We need to invest in our resources such as affordable housing, as our communities have consistently been gentrified, causing many to live in poor conditions, sometimes 4 people to 1 family home, or worse, homelessness. We desperately need a living wage at minimum $15 an hour. I can name numerous opportunities where this money can be utilized optimally: social services, infrastructure, transit, healthcare, the arts, an accessible and engaging education system in order to develop and enrich our community. One thing I would request as well is that police all across America and all across the world use their funds not just for physical resources, but more for training and practice in de-escalation and the understanding and practice in respecting our constitutional rights, no matter your skin tone. Funding police, jails, and courts will not keep us safe. Funding community resources. Is that my time?
I'll give you 15 more seconds since I had a question for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Funding community resources will bring us together and help elevate Nashville and its surrounding areas.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right, Ms. Godin, do we have people in the queue on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right. Okay, let's take the first caller. All right, we have a caller in the queue.
Yes, good morning. It's Stephanie, 37115 Spring Haven. So I've heard a lot of talk about the police tonight, and I know even the National Police probably don't want this budget. I've seen with my own eyes police go into our schools and read to our kids and encourage the community to do the same because they know the impact. I've seen a police commander work to help nonprofits get resources and bring kids in. They know keep stealing cars because they don't want to be a catch and release program because the DA's office won't do what they need to do to keep us safe. But at the end of the day, they will take the money and they will enforce the law like you tell them to. So it's your job to tell them what is right. They want you to give the community what they need. They don't want you to keep taking from us because for what? So they can keep babysitting us? We're all living in this community together, and we need a budget that reflects that. Is this that budget? Well, it's your job to decide. So I guess we have to ask ourselves, if the police don't really want this, then who is that really wants to militarize our police force? And if it's not them and it's not us, then who is really running the show? And if it's anybody but us, the community, then somebody needs to handcuff. God bless y'all. Have a good night. No property tax increase. And Cody Sledge, stop gentrifying your neighborhood and covering it up with symbolic good news. That's all.
Okay, Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay, I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, Rochelle Ann Bradbury, Westbrook Avenue, 37205.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a parent. I'm a volunteer at my children's zoned community school. I'm a social worker, but most importantly, I'm a regular person. But I'm also running to lead. I'm running to lead as a school board member for District 9. I'm being brave to try to change public education for all of our children, yours and mine, because my most important role today is as a parent. I have one question to ask you, Vice Mayor Schulman, and the other council members that are present tonight or this morning. As a parent and a life learner, I am curious of the investment of our time, knowing that all of our children will wake up in 3 hours and demand to know why we are still hooked on this reality television show, a reality that I have decided to dedicate my life to help fix through my service as a public servant. So I ask you, how many hours will this go on? Because our voices will continue to be heard. We need to get on board, Nashville. We need to register to vote. We need to demand mail-in applications to vote from our homes. And I applaud you, everyone that is still awake at 3 a.m. for doing this tonight, because we have all changed history, and I am proud of everyone in Nashville that has dedicated to this cause. Thank you for opposing the budget tonight.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Thank you.
All right, need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Zachary Jones. I'm a resident of Antioch, Tennessee, and I'm speaking on the bill proposed by the mayor. I just find it incredibly stupid and offensive how the mayor is prepared to reallocate almost $500 million towards the legal system, most namely the police, right after giving a speech at the I Will Breathe rally where he spoke to show the support of the people's effort to combat police brutality. With all of the other problems we face in Nashville, from residents being pushed out of their homes due to gentrification and new business buildings being erected almost overnight to ironically try and combat the city's overspending, and makes little sense to increase spending towards law enforcement when public services like transit, education, and affordable housing are needed the most. The police force of Nashville was just given a new precinct down the street from the J.C. Napier homes in the park in the past 5 years, while the community has little in terms of places to purchase healthy and affordable food or even decent roads to drive on. The people of Nashville were suffering before the protest, before the virus, and before the tornado. Time for you to do your job and serve your community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have people in the chamber. Sir, you're welcome to come up and speak.
Great, thank you. My name is Colin Martin, and I live on Louise Avenue in Nashville, 37203. I want to thank everybody for listening, and I also want to thank everybody who took time out of their nights this evening to come out and speak. Before I start, I'd like to say I'm for divesting from this budget from the police and investing it into real community needs. And also before I start, I'd like to mention the bus route I was going to take down here today at about 9 o'clock had delays, so I biked down here, and I think that that's important to this conversation because we're also talking about a budget that is defunding transit. And I'm not sure if you folks actually take public transit, but I'd like to have you put yourselves in the mind state of folks who do when you're thinking about defunding this once more. And on the bike ride here, there was not one protected bike lane on any route I could have taken. to my knowledge. So when you're biking out here and you don't have the transit opportunity, you're constantly in fear of your life. But anyway, that's so that's one point, and that we fully need to fund transit. But that's actually only one of the reasons that I'm here. When I reviewed some of the numbers in this budget, it was hard to even know that you all could be serious with this. Even if healthcare services were half that of police funding, that allocation for the criminal legal system should still be regarded as too high. And you have police funding over 3 times the amount of healthcare spending, 20 times the amount of affordable housing. Are you all really deciding between school funding and increasing police presence? Like, how are these the conversations that we're having at this point? It's ridiculous. Where have folks been? The other thing I wanted to say, all due respect to the council and the mayor, but why are we even having this discussion? These community necessities have been underfunded for so many years, and we all know that, and we all know that you all know that. Lastly, I want to say Nashville currently has the necessary funding within the city budget right now to pay for increased funding to each and every one of these community improvements.
So, sir, that's your 2 minutes.
And what it takes is defunding police and jails to put that money towards real public goods that improve communities in Nashville and keep them safe. So I want you all to make some public comments tomorrow and let it happen. Thank you.
That's your 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak this morning, I should say.
I need your name and address.
Yes, my name is Stephanie Medina. I am from District 27, Whispering Hills Drive, zip code 37211. My council member is Robert Nash, and I have emailed him and Mayor Cooper about my concerns with Bill 2020-286. As a first-generation American and child of Latino immigrants, I do not think that Mayor Cooper's proposed budget reflects what our community needs are. I would like to see funds taken away from MNPD and invested in our communities instead. We do not need increased funding for the criminal legal system when this will only continue to allow police to have access to militarized weaponry while not holding them up to the same legal standards as the average citizen. We do not need to provide more funding to jails and housing inmates if we are not going to provide funding for amplified social service programs within communities that are heavily policed. It is obvious that continued heavy policing in predominantly Black, brown, and low-income communities does not make the community feel safe. We need to invest in fully funded education, access to housing, healthcare, hospitals, freedom from policing and jails, violence interruption, public transit, and offer a living wage. This is the only way we can begin to take steps towards making our communities feel safe again. I grew up in the community of South Nashville, and I know that this proposed budget would not serve the community members who live in zip code 37211 or make them feel safe. Thank you for listening to my concerns and for your efforts to find a way to implement a budget that represents our communities that are so often underrepresented. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Ben-Lena Iyer, and I live on Hillsborough Pike. My zip code is 37215. I, like many of the other tired people here, am here to urge you to vote against BL 2020-286. I am a therapist for young people here in Nashville, and I have seen firsthand how access to proper mental health care and other social services can impact someone's life in positive ways and provide hope. Mental health care is more than therapy. It is access to housing, public transportation, proper health care, and education. It is trauma-informed care and restorative justice. These initiatives impact the lives of people and families for the better, and they provide hope for the future. We are living in unprecedented times, but the reality is that we have never lived in a completely just society. Now and always, we have needed hope and the promise of a just future to press on. More policing in communities will not provide housing, it will not provide health care or adequate transportation or education. Policing does not provide long-lasting hope. The current system of policing in our country is harmful to communities of color, especially Black communities, and here in Nashville is no exception. Currently, the proposed budget does not reflect the needs of the city and its citizens. We need fully funded schools and affordable housing and access to resources that many people in the city do not already have. We need proper mental health care and funding to support it. The people of Nashville need more, deserve more, and have hoped for more for many years. So I urge you, please vote against this proposed budget. Nashville needs its arts, its education, healthcare, housing, and most of all, Nashville needs hope. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody? Oh. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Elena Anderson, and I live on Ackland Park Drive, 37205. I am calling opposed to BL 2020286, like the rest of my community. And I'm here to give you a few moments to think about why there are so many of us calling in. And I'm asking you to think about why we need, or why anybody needs $1 million a day to keep this city surveilling, arresting, convicting, and caging Nashvillians. I ask you to think about what you personally need to make yourself feel safe. I ask you, what do you think the city needs to make it feel safe? We have been talking, and you have been listening, and we appreciate you continuing this conversation through the night and through the morning. But are you listening? I want you to think about why we are relentless with these calls and our voices. We don't need more policing in the city. Why do you feel that we need that? We are musicians, we are artists, we are doctors, we are in marketing, we are scientists, we are working essential jobs that pay less than the living wage it takes to keep the city running. And again, I ask you, why do you think that we would need $1 million a day to keep this city safe? We do not want violence in our city. We want community. We want.
All right.
Thank you for your.
Thank you. All right. Next caller. All right. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Hannah Dempsey Luff. I live on Sailboat Drive, 37217. I'm calling in earlier. You had mentioned that you'd wanted to hear from people from the arts and education, and I wanted to call in from that perspective. I'm an artist in town. I've lived here for almost 10 years, and I've also worked as a substitute for Metro, and I've also worked for Parks and Rec. In my time in the Nashville community that's so diverse with so many different people, I don't see how funding police and jails will serve our community in a way that keeps everyone healthy and safe. I would love to see that money go to education primarily and also to the arts and to Parks and Rec. And I would also really love to see Nashville community education stay alive. I've taken so many great classes there, French and dancing and arts classes, and I've met people of all generations, and I was devastated to hear that that was going to be closed. So I would love to keep that alive. And thank you, everybody, for staying up late, and thank you for listening. And I look forward to making Nashville safe for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
Thank you.
All right. Name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lisa Sue. The address is 2301 Vanderbilt Place, 37235. So I go to Vanderbilt and I'm studying for medical school. So we learn about social dimensions of health and wellness. So basically everything that's going on in society, all the services and structures that contribute to people's wellness and health. And so everything we study in school is geared towards how do we help people be as healthy and as well as possible and as much in control of their well-being as possible. And that takes a lot of investing in all the services in society that make their life easier. So in education, in elementary school, all the way to higher education, to make sure that people have access to affordable health care, that people have the ability to travel, get affordable health care, the transit system. So I would please ask you to do your part and make all the lives of healthcare workers a little bit easier in addressing these social issues that contribute to people's health. We're in a pandemic, and it's really shocking to see that healthcare and hospitals are only getting around a fourth of the funding that criminal legal system is getting. Please do your part, and that's really all I ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take one more caller, and then we've got people in the chamber. All right, I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, my name is Jesse Call. I live on Pennock Avenue and 37207, Cleveland Park. I was just calling because I also want to express my opposition for this current bill because as we see people in our city facing mental health crises, a lot of times this is because of underfunding in the budget for mental health services and treatment, whereas we continue to put money into programs like police and even the fire department. When we call them, they end up sending out a group of people for mental health emergencies. So we have a fire truck rolling up, we have an ambulance rolling up, we have a district chief rolling up, and we have police cars, multiple police cars coming up whenever someone's just having a basic mental health emergency. So we're already allocating and spending a ton of resources that we could have avoided if we had invested that money originally in mental health treatment to get these people experiencing these mental health emergencies the support that they need. In many cases, these are people that are experiencing homelessness as a result of their mental health conditions, and the lack of investment in affordable housing is also creating a problem for them to be able to access services. So I definitely think that I'm a supporter of the police and of funding them appropriately, but I don't think that we are using our resources that we have now and giving them more is going to accomplish any more goals. I appreciate your time.
All right, sir, you're welcome to come up to the microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Root. I live at 3000 Hillsborough Pike here in Nashville, zip code 37215. As you no doubt surmised, I'm a physician, a pediatrician here in Nashville, and I have the great honor of being able to care for children here. It's even in the many hours that I've spent in the hospital during time of COVID-19 on the sleepless nights, I don't begrudge those at all because I have the opportunity to care for kids, and I consider that a great honor. It is on behalf of those children that I'm here tonight to speak to you all. I see many families from all walks of life, including those who are very fortunate and those who are not. And for those families that do not have access to normal kind of resources that you and I may take for granted, the things that our city provides for them are crucial. The things that we expect, that we get very easily, medications, foods, housing, these are things that they cannot get without our assistance. As you have no doubt heard many times tonight, there have been a number of studies, many of them performed by pediatricians such as myself, that have shown that families and communities that do not have these services do poor. They have worse health outcomes. There are increased rates of crime. Taking money from the social services that our city provides to try and prevent crime is like robbing Peter to pay Paul. It is, I understand the sentiment, but treating it at source and giving the community the resources that they need to thrive and succeed is what is really needed to help these children grow and be happy. As such, I ask of you to reconsider the budget that you have of BL 2020-286. We all want to see the same thing, to see our children grow and thrive. I think at the end of the day, a lot of physicians get credit for saving lives, but tonight, that's in your guys' hands. You have the opportunity to positively or negatively affect thousands of lives of children here in Nashville.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cassie Norton, and I live in 37215 at 3600 Hillsborough Pike. And after sitting in that hallway for 5 hours, I would like to comment in opposition to Bill 2020-286. The mayor's budget would spend $496 billion in a public safety system that does not truly keep Nashville safe. Over-policed communities are not safe communities. To create a safe and equitable city, we need a budget that fully funds community resources like schools, childcare, affordable housing, social services, and transit. We need a budget that dismantles systematic racism instead of upholding it through police funding. I'm here as a teacher in metro schools, and we need fully funded schools. When we reopen, we need a certified teacher in every classroom to make up for the time that we haven't had together because of COVID-19. We need robust social and emotional supports, especially for Black and Brown students to deal with racialized trauma. We need a $15 an hour minimum wage for all our support staff to end racialized poverty within MNPS. We need funding for restorative justice in our schools and in our neighborhoods. Historically, underfunding of public schools has been a tool to uphold white supremacy, unintentionally and intentionally. And we can undo that by funding our schools. I also know that my students need many other things: access to early childhood education, affordable housing, safe and affordable transit, and healthcare. We need a tax increase, but it has to go to the people, not the police. This is an investment in the future of our city, and it's worth raising our taxes for. And finally, Black Lives Matter, now and always. And that is not a platitude, it is an imperative. We can have a budget that values Black lives. And we need to say their names: Jacquees Clemens and Daniel Hambrick. Thank you.
Sir?
Hey, very first thing I want to say thank you so much for cleaning every podium each time. It's been great. I really appreciate it. Hey, my name is Edward. I use he, him pronouns. I live at 3600 Hillsborough. Some of you may recognize me. I used to work in this building, actually, as the former crime reduction coordinator for the Nashville Promise Zone. I came here today to tell you that after what has taken place and will continue to take place in the city, defunding the police is not only what this city needs to hold itself together, but is the first step towards actual crime reduction.
Communities determining their own safety and establishing and enriching environments is what breeds true safety for every Nashvilleian. Safety in Nashville doesn't mean authoritarianism. It means creating real freedom for each and every citizen. In this society, freedom has a price, unfortunately. If you can't afford it, prison or murder is something that you think about every day. Therefore, we need to give every person in this city the chance at freedom by defunding the police and redistributing the city's wealth to everyone that really truly contributes to it. Your task tonight, it really isn't complicated. I am one of so many people that have come forth and done this, and I really hope that you have the chance to listen to us and truly act as our representatives tonight, and not as someone that is going to inflict your personal morals onto this bill. Thank you.
All right, we are ready for people in the queue on the call. Ms. Gooden, do we have anybody in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and let them in.
Hello, thank you.
All right, I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Joshua Edwards, 6320 Columbia Avenue, and I'm in 37209. I just want to say, first off, thank you so much to all the council members who you're up late and you're willing to stay up and listen to us and serve your people so well. I give you a big thank you and validate how hard it is to listen to so much of what you're hearing right now. I think, as Tennesseans, Nashvilleians specifically, we're emotionally charged, right? And we don't often do our best thinking when we're there. And so I validate you guys. You guys are doing wonderful by listening. And I want to talk about the budget in that with taxes being proposed to be so high, my wife and I are homeowners, and we're feel really blessed to be able to own our home. But we want to be able to keep it that way and be able to raise our 3 kids in the area that we're in. And so I just think that there's got to be something we can do with the budget to draw from other programs or to give us a more gradual tax. We know taxes have to go up, but there's got to be a way to propose it so that it's manageable. And so many I work with are they own multiple properties, and they are creating housing for people. It's wonderful. But guys, taxes go up, and they just pass that on to the renters, and that makes housing less affordable. So, and with the public works, the public safety, if we took every dollar away from them, that is not going to keep one person from acting in an egregious way. That's not going to cause anyone less, or anyone to be hurt, anyone less. So let's think about that. Okay, that's the issue.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gooden, give me the next caller, please. All right. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Honey Russell Harris. I live at 1217 Ryan Street in Old Hickory, Tennessee. My council member is Larry Hager. I am a Metro Schools employee, 20-plus years of service. I work at Tulip Grove Elementary in Hermitage, and I am appalled that with the state of our schools and being asked to give back money, that the mayor would introduce a budget that is a slap in the face to me and everybody that works for schools in and out of the classroom, and that he would actually think. I love our police officers, don't get me wrong, and adore them, love them, but to give them more weapons against citizens when you won't fund public education, city services, our beautiful Meharry Hospital. It's just, ghastly. I can't believe it. I took a nap, set my alarm, woke up, had to make sure that my voice was heard. I work in the political arena to make sure that our council people that are just and fair are elected, and I will do everything within my power to help mobilize and get him out. He does not listen to the people, and make sure that he serves the people who put him in office. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I appreciate your time.
All right. We've got people in the chamber, so if you want to come on up, I just need your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Eli Modica, and I live at 2718 West Linden Avenue.
Proceed ahead.
Right now I live on West Linden. I grew up across Hillsborough on Cedar Lane, and I've had Berkeley Allen and now Tom Cash represent me, and the community that I grew up in, my neighbors, we send our kids to private school. I went to USN. A lot of my neighbors did too, or if it's not USN, it's Harpeth Hall or MBA. If we do attend public school, it's often Aiken, Julia Green, or Hume Fogger, MLK, which are some of the best resource public schools in this district. I'm here because I oppose BL 2020-286. I think that it is immoral and it's indefensible, especially for members of the community and of the Nashville that I grew up in, to defund the public school systems that we are often not even feeling the effects of, and in the same breath to move that money towards further militarizing the police. Again, I grew up in a largely white neighborhood as well, and the effects of a further militarized police force is something that I never felt growing up, but I think we've heard tonight and from a lot of our community members for years, the way in which that affects Black members of our city and brown members of our city in a way that we just don't understand. I think that makes us, especially as white council members and as white Nashvillians, unqualified to understand the way in which this budget will move money towards hurting and terrorizing members of our community that have spoken up time and time again tonight and all throughout history and the past couple years especially, and the past week especially as well. I would love to live in a Nashville where if the Metro Nashville Police Department wants a new barn for their horses or 2 new helicopters, then they can have a bake sale, and that all of our students in this district can have all of the basic supplies that they need to go to school.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Good morning. My name is Becca Blank, and I live at Hemingway Drive, 37215. I'm here this morning to oppose BL 2020-286. I was raised in Forest Hills and Belmead, and I know very well how out of touch with reality these neighborhoods and the people they put in power can be. The people of Nashville, community members who deeply care, are here tonight, or this morning. Not some group that you may have fabricated in your minds to tell you what just isn't that complicated, that schools are more important than policing, which not only doesn't work, it kills people in my community. I have recently returned to Nashville and will be teaching in Metro Public Schools next year. My fellow teachers, one I met standing in line to speak tonight, told me how MNPS suffers with underfunding, weeks without Wi-Fi, a lack of funding for the restorative practices we preach, and a lack of funding for very basic classroom resources. I am asking you this morning to please fully fund the work of educating our children. All of our children, not just the ones at Harpeth Hall and MBA. And not an extra fleet of helicopters and a horse stall. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Okay. Yes, sir. Name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dylan Moore, and my address is 1616 Nesbitt Lane. I'm here to express my opposition to the mayor's proposed budget as a citizen of Nashville and a current public school teacher. A shift of resources away from public schools and towards expanded policing of our communities during a public health crisis, no less, is morally reprehensible. As a teacher, I can speak to the dire need in our schools for the goals laid out in the Dignity in Our Classrooms campaign by MNEA, including expanded funds for social emotional support workers and restorative practices, as well as at least a $15 minimum wage for school workers. Furthermore, I can personally attest to the testimony of the IT worker who spoke earlier, several hours earlier. Our school network does not work well on the best of days, and at worst, we went at least 3 weeks this year without wireless internet. With the possibility of starting next school year online, we should be allotting more funds to increase access to technology and internet in our schools rather than shifting funds away. What purpose does such a large police budget serve when so many in our city are going without basic needs being met? Divestment from police should not be so controversial in light of this. To conclude, I understand that there are some that are concerned with the amount of people that are commenting here today, but I should not have to be here at 3:40 in the morning to say this. Having only one public hearing for what is the most important legislation of the year is anti-democratic and must change. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Godin, do we have people in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, go ahead and send them in. Proceed ahead. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Maria Carlos, and I live on Charlotte Avenue, zip code 37203. I'm a graduate student at Vanderbilt University. Thank you for taking our calls at this late hour. I emphatically oppose the mayor's budget proposal, BL 2020-286. Funneling millions of dollars to the police to a system that is actively violent towards Black Americans is unconscionable. Funds should be directed towards supporting the community directly. I implore you to please listen to the Nashville residents who have waited all night to peacefully protest this outrageous budget proposal. The writer and MacArthur genius, Ocean Vuong, suggested that the future isn't in your mouth, but in your hands, because you have to articulate the world you want to live in first. We are, in this moment, articulating the world we want to live in. It is your job as elected officials, with the privilege you have and the power we trusted you with, to help us make that ideal world a reality. At this time, American citizens throughout the country are outraged. Allocating millions of dollars to the police force will inevitably result in even more tragic deaths of innocent Black Americans. Instead, fund health care to aid Black Americans and other people of color who are disproportionately affected by disease, as well as members of the city who are suffering deep psychological trauma due to the barrage of events that have wreaked havoc on Nashville, on this country, and on this world. Fund housing to help people get off the streets, to give them safety and shelter during this pandemic. Fund art and education to nourish critical thinking, to foster intellectual and creative engagement, and to invest in the future of generations. Rather than funding the punishers of crime, let's go to the root of the problem. Invest in programs that will abrogate the circumstances that back U.S. citizens into a corner in which crime is their only available option for survival. If you're tired of hearing the same thing over and over, you said, Jim Schulman, I can assure you we are tired of having to say the same things over and over again. Please use this budget to make a change. We have the opportunity as a city to lead the country, to build the kind of world we want to live in. What does that world look like to you?
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next caller. think that was, I need your,
Caller, Vice Mayor.
all right, thank you. I need your name and address, and you got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Laura Havian, and I live on 21st Avenue South in 37203. I'm calling to speak against Bill BL 2020-286 because there are so many people working to heal the city, and this bill does not put the funds to support the people doing that work. People of the city deserve to be uplifted and supported after enduring the tornado, pandemic, and the continued trauma from over-policing. Nashville's youth will be better protected if they are able to grow in well-resourced communities that allow them to heal from these events. But Nashville's youth will be further harmed if we overfund police while decreasing funding from organizations that are working tirelessly to support them. I'm urging you to revise this budget and put funds into organizations across all areas of interest that are working to restore everyone and make sure our youth have their basic needs met through affordable housing, social services, education, and public transit. Again, there are people every day carrying out the work of healing others who need to be healed themselves. We need to give them adequate funds to carry out that mission. Please make this happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council members, before we get to the next call, so I'm just reminding you that we're still on a bill on public hearing. We actually have another bill on public hearing behind this one. And we have not taken up measures on first reading. And we also have measures that we need to pass on second reading based upon, we just have to try to get them through. So do not go anywhere. We still got work to do after this is finished, okay? All right, next call. Have somebody in the queue? All right. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hey, I'm at 204 Morton Avenue. I just wanted to call. First of all, I want to say a quick thanks. I really do appreciate you guys allowing the public comments to continue. Vice Mayor Shulman, I know and appreciate that you always keep things pretty concise and stay focused, but I do think this has been an important format for folks in our community to voice their concerns about this budget. I'm calling to oppose the budget as it is proposed, BL 2020-286, and in respect of knowing that you guys have received a lot of similar dissent, I will focus on one that's particularly important to me, which is the Barnes Fund. And to be honest with you, I will stick with I'll stick with a quote from the office of Mayor Cooper. This happened right after an organization I appreciate, NOAA, put on a protest in mid-December of 2019, calling for the restoration of funding stripped from the Barnes Fund, which happened last year. And the mayor's office responded as such: simply put, we can't write a check for money we don't currently have. The city is working constantly to identify revenue sources to make sure we fund the delayed Barnes grants as soon as possible. I've looked at the budget. I totally support the tax boost. I think there is money in the budget. I think there's plenty of places to cut it other than education, affordable housing, social services. We need to restore the Barnes Fund to the levels it was before it was cut. There's plenty of other things to say, but I know my time's probably short. Thank you guys again, and appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, we're ready.
Good morning. My name is Madison Weber, and my address is Spring Valley Road 37214. I'm here from District 13, and I'm representing Russ Bradford. I am a special education teacher, and I graduated from the University of Tennessee. In regards to this budget, the people of Nashville are asking for an increase in the areas of education, social services. Social services, which can be defined as government services for the good of the community. As a special education teacher, I am here to share that your public school teachers believe that investment in our schools, mental health services, affordable housing, and accessibility services for people with disabilities is what is good for our community. The people of Nashville, Black, white, people of color, are asking for an increase in allocation of the mayor's budget to the services our students and our citizens need to feel safe. Vice Mayor Russ Bradford of District 13 and everyone else listening, Nashville has survived racially biased brutality, a worldwide pandemic, Nashville's largest power outage, the March tornado, and all of that is in 2020. Now, more than ever, your citizens, especially your Black and brown citizens, need to feel safe. Your people may continue to survive, but don't you want your citizens to thrive? If you want to increase public safety, then increase budget spending on education and social services and decrease police spending. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Black Lives Matter. Please show this in the media.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Riley Weber. My address is Bonnehurst Drive, 37076, and I am here representing District 14 Council Member Kevin Roten. I'm here in opposition to BL 2020-286. As a board-certified music therapist that was born and raised in Nashville, my clinical experience in working in the medical field here in Nashville, I understand the impact of arts programs, therapy, and other social services on mental health. What I'm asking of you all tonight, or this morning actually, is to, rather than fund the police in the way that this budget proposes, proposing almost $500 million to public safety systems, I'm asking that you invest those funds into proactive preventative services that clinical therapists, we've heard from teachers and several others who understand the impacts of trauma on people and the rippling effects that that creates in communities. I am asking for you to invest funding in services that will be proactive and preventative and address this trauma that is generated by systemic injustice that this proposed budget would actually continue to promote. So I'm asking that you divest in police and jail funding and rather invest in your community, Nashville, invest in the arts that we all love to talk about and brag about, invest in mental health and other basic social services that we know, looking at Maslow's hierarchy and all the basics of Psychology 101 must be met in order to break the cycle that continues to oppress brown and Black people in the city of Nashville. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone, and thank you guys for staying up so late to make this keep going. My name is Nathan Ward. I live on Bonnehurst Drive, 37076, Kevin Roten's district. I'm here today to strongly urge the council to vote against BL 2020-286. I'm just going to do so by going over some of the numbers that we are hopefully all aware of and have heard tonight. The mayor proposes to spend $362 million on the criminal legal system. That's a $6 million increase from last year. How can we propose to pour more money into a system of law enforcement that is proven to be racially discriminatory and for which there is no evidence that it increases community safety? How can we be proposing to pour more money into an incarceration system that is not only entangled in a predatory bond industry, but cages people indefinitely if they cannot afford bail? That number, $362 million, compares to a proposed $292 million in virtually all public goods combined. That includes health care, transit, and affordable housing. To me, the most jarring of all these comparisons is that our proposed $10 million budget for affordable housing will be outspent by $2 million just to get those 2 helicopters we've been hearing about all night. Housing is a human right. Helicopters most certainly are not. At a time when people all across the country are questioning the institution of policing entirely, I urge the council to consider, if not the moral implications of this budget, the terrible statement that it makes to your constituents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that Ms. Hayes went to go get, we have 3 people left outside. Okay, sir, you're recognized.
My name is Daniel Iowadayun, and I'm a resident of 2120 Lebanon Pike. People are not being heard, and I know that may surprise some of you because I can see that you are here, you are tired to your bones to make space to hear us, but you'll also know that there are a lot of people, way too many people, who couldn't get through tonight. There were people who called dozens of times, hundreds of times to get here, and they went to sleep. They deserve to be heard, and y'all deserve to be alert with adequate time to respond to their demands. Our current process does not facilitate that. We need a budgeting process, a participatory budgeting process where the people can participate and be heard. We need another public hearing. We need people to call in and to show up and to speak to you and to ask for an amendment to the budget that divests from police and cages and invests in community. We, the people, will no longer approve a budget, any budget, that puts money and misuses it for bullets to go through the flesh of our neighbors and friends, like Jacquees Clemens, like Dan Hambrick, like William Johnson Jr., and too many others. Police power is so powerful in this city that they're not even present, and they can silence a council chamber. While you're tired of hearing from us tonight, please be comfortable getting tired, because our demands will not stop. Divest from police, divest from a broken criminal justice system, and invest in the people.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Tristan Scroggins. I live at Clearview Drive, 87205. Like many others before me, I have come to state that I am against BL 2020-286. Despite what was previously insinuated, I have not come on behalf of a group. I'm not reading remarks prepared by someone other than myself. And I have not come to prevent others from speaking their minds. I'm a citizen with concerns. I'm also pretty tired. I do not trust the police to uphold the best interests of the public, and I do not think that they deserve an increase in funding. My personal distrust of the criminal justice system stems from my personal experience with their inability to keep me and my loved ones safe. That distrust is amplified by the seemingly endless stream of bad apples that have been caught on camera conducting themselves in ways that are universally condemned. At what point do exceptions stop being exceptions, and at what point do we acknowledge a broken system? Locally, I've watched the police vehemently fight against an oversight board voted on by the citizens they are sworn to protect. My fellow citizens have given many excellent examples of better ways to allocate the city's finances, which I echo. As a musician and educator, I'd love to see that money redirected to arts and educations. But I have come here tonight to say that, at the very least, the police have not earned it. They have not earned my trust, and as we've seen here tonight, they have not earned the community's trust. To suggest an increase in police budget at this moment in the city and the country's history is irresponsible and tone deaf. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Michael Schoenfield. I live at 1515 Demumbrian Street, 37203. Quick question. Are you guys actually going to move to the second public hearing that is for the actual bill that everyone has spoken on here today? Are you going to do that tonight?
So this is your chance to speak. We don't answer questions for you.
Okay, well, I think it's a really important point of process that all the people that have spoken here are made sure that whatever records you guys choose to keep on this are also duplicated for that agenda item. That's an easy way where something could really fall through the cracks from a process perspective, and we would lose the voices of the dozens of people, the hours of labor that everyone here has put in, and that would be really a tragedy. That's, I think, the main point on that. From a personal perspective, what I'd like to say as it relates to BL 2020-286, the next agenda item, is that I'm against it. For all the reasons that you have heard tonight, I too believe that we should divest from police funding and reallocate those funds to public goods and public services, mental health services, violence interception, public transit, healthcare access, education, all of these things that build the social network that we actually need to thrive as a city. I grew up in Nashville. I thrived in Nashville, and I want all Nashvillians to thrive in Nashville. I know you guys do too. So please, do not ratify this version of the budget.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Godin, do we have people on the phone queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, send them in. All right, I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
And my name is Michael Magaha. I'm in 301. First off, thank you everybody for sticking through this. I know it's super late, but I want to start off by saying that this budget is just disrespectful. I'm a Black Nashville native, and I can say from firsthand experience, I know what it feels like to get randomly slammed against a truck, then slammed against the concrete of a parking lot, handcuffed, arrested, and given multiple charges for crimes that I never committed. The only thing I did do was happen to be outside when the crew of Nashville police officers showed up. My friends were watching, yelling, telling them I didn't do anything, but it didn't really matter. And the craziest part is they turned around and charged me with assaulting an officer, which then led me to pleading guilty to a crime I did not commit, which resulted in me being on probation, which then resulted in me being excessively pulled over and harassed by the police because of what was on my record. This is the system. This is systemic racism. And I think this budget is a direct reflection of that being a priority to the mayor. So again, I'd like to say this is disrespectful. And that's why we're up so late, and that's why everybody is trying to make sure that it's just, the point is driven home, because we can't tolerate this anymore, especially in the current state in America. So I'm against 286. I think we need to move that to the money to the areas that actually benefit people. And I can guarantee you that staying up late will be much more comfortable than what comes next if you do not. Thank y'all for your time.
Okay, next call.
you.
I need a name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hayden Smith, 902 Kirkwood Boulevard, 37216. I want to thank you for continuing this public comment period and staying up with us. I've been on hold multiple hours and appreciate having my voice heard. I am still deeply bothered by the way in which the initial public comment period was shut down. I've heard people all night talk about the different ways they would change the budget, from housing to arts to education to mental health. I don't see any group being shut out here. I see a united populace that agrees on one thing. We should not give the lion's share of our budget to a broken law enforcement system. So I'm, of course, calling you today to ask you to vote no on Bill 2020-286. The budget, as it's proposed, does nothing but continue the school-to-prison pipeline, continue our neglect of house people, and continue to enforce in all of our minds the divide between what the people want and what our politicians do. Since you have discouraged people from talking about the police through the latter parts of this, I will try to avoid mentioning the rate at which they kill our black and brown brothers and sisters and the thuggish tactics they use as they over-police our communities, and instead talk about the other ways in which we can spend this money, ways that will do much more to cut down on crime than any public safety spending. If we fund food and housing programs and invest in our communities, we will not need larger prisons. The fact that we want to give $500 million to public safety while human beings sleep on the street is beyond disgraceful. I've been on hold long enough to do a little bit of math, and for just the cost of those helicopters, we could fully provide for some 450 residents for a full year. That would do so much more to prevent crime than any amount of police presence ever could. We could also do preventative measures like public education. We won't need a police presence in our, that way we won't need a police presence in our streets. The only way we can feasibly fix our economic inequality in this town is by our...
All right, so thank you. That's the 2 minutes. I appreciate you calling. Next caller.
Yeah.
All right. Need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Annabelle Bailey, and I live on 18th Avenue South, 37212, and I am against Bill 2020-286. While I have nothing original to say, and I'm only 17, I do believe that there's strength in numbers, so I do want to state that I'm vehemently against Bill 2020-286. A budget is a clear documentation of what a city values and who it values. And it is clear that many Nashvillians are left out and left behind in this bill. I am all for safety and justice, and the brutal nature of the MNPD as demonstrated in its actions against protesters this weekend and the killing of unarmed black men in Nashville cannot be trusted to promote either. Safety comes in healthy communities, and justice comes through accountability, which MNPD has continued to resist. Will we fund our communities instead? Reject Bill 2020-286. Thank you for your time and your patience through tonight.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Thank you.
All right, name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Andrew Record. My address is 2804 Belmont Boulevard, 37212. I'm a teacher in Metro Nashville Public Schools and an MNEA member. I'm grateful this council defended the people's right to participate in their governance. Thank you for doing your jobs. I'm calling to oppose Bill 2020-286. Council, please don't let yourselves be gaslit by the people who try to delegitimize what you've heard tonight. You haven't heard from one group. The only thing we have in common is that we're people who live here, who care, who oppose the mayor's budget, and who have faith left in this council. Like the council pointed out earlier, if anybody has been blocked in their attempts to speak tonight, they've been blocked by the inaccessibility of this common process, not by the people speaking up for ourselves. You've heard the people loud and clear when we tell you what type of budget we want. We've told you that what we want to fund, and we've told you what we don't want to fund.
Council, if you really represent the people of Nashville like you claim to, then you'll pass the budget that we've told you we want. You'll pass a budget that funds the things that really keep us safe. Schools keep us safe. Secure housing keeps us safe. Dignified employment keeps us safe. Accessible health care keeps us safe. Healthy food keeps us safe. We keep us safe. Police don't keep us safe. Defund the police. Fund the people. And like Jamel Campbell-Gooch said earlier tonight, this is just the beginning. Thank you.
Okay, next caller. Next
Here's your
caller.
caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stephen Sipurti. I live on Dobbs Avenue, area code 37211. I'd like to thank you for taking my call this morning. I'm calling this morning to oppose BL 2020-286. I'd also like to state, just as a matter of course, I'm not here as part of any organization. I read about this online a couple hours ago, felt compelled to lend my voice, and I've been watching and listening ever since. But now on to the reason I am opposing BL 2020-286. I feel that there have been a lot of great points tonight. There have been great details covered by many of the callers. Me personally, I feel that this budget ultimately perpetuates this vicious cycle that plagues many metropolitan areas in this country. That being, the more we defund education, public health, and affordable housing, the more we'll see the results of those disrupted and decentralized communities. Those results, of course, being greater violence, greater civil unrest, just general instability in a community, and which will then make it appear that we need more funding for police because people will feel less safe, displaced, you know. And so, yeah, I feel that it's an indirect way to try and solve a problem, an ineffective way to try and solve a problem. I think that this city is in need of a lot right now, and I don't think anyone would argue against that. And I think that we're doing a disservice to its citizens by funding the police in this particular manner to this degree at this point in our city's history and story. And that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next caller. All right, need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Great. Hello, my name is Ashley Batchelder. I live at 6206 Herdwood Drive. I'm an organizer with Music City Riders United. We're a group of legal bus riders and access ride users. We've been fighting for transit equity for 3 years now, things like demanding longer service hours, more routes, more crosswalks, benches, and shelters, and having these things in our working class and predominantly Black and Latinx neighborhoods. And so we've been up here year after year demanding more funding, and I hope that everyone on the council remembers, because riders definitely remember that last year we were slapped with a surprise 10% cut to the WEGO budget. We can't support a budget this year that doesn't help us begin to climb out of this hole that last year's council put us in. Before COVID restricted our ability to congregate together, we had started a petition calling for the council to fund the MTA's higher year budget request so that we can begin to see some improvements. So I want to submit our petition of 413 actual WEGO bus riders that have been waiting for improvements, which I will do electronically. And regardless of the difficult situation that our city is in, Nashville has thousands and thousands of transit-dependent riders who need greater services now. And tonight, Our organization also joins with others in calling out that nearly $500 million in the proposed budget goes to public safety. And it just seems like our city has committed to a strategy of not investing in our public sector infrastructure, whether that's things like our schools, our hospital, our transit system, and things that people just really need and rely on every day. And we talk about budget cuts year after year, and now we're in this accelerated crises of unemployment, housing insecurity, and other COVID-related issues that have come up. And we just have these painful conversations every year about whose bus line is going to be cut or what teacher's classroom won't get supplies, but it never seems to be the
All right.
as well.
I appreciate you calling. Thank you. Next call. All right. Need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Jessica Curtis. I live in zip code 37208. I, like many other callers,
Ma'am, I need your address.
1410 4th Avenue North. I'm calling because I am too against the allocation of the funding, specifically the raise going to the police and jails in the name of public safety. It needs to be redistributed towards useful and impactful social programs. It's quite obvious. Many callers today have the same opinion, so there's not really anything new I can tell you that you haven't heard already. But I do think it's important to remind you that every citizen's voice deserves to be heard, especially in a public hearing, no matter how many people call in to say the same thing. This city feels like the police and their leaders have failed them. So many have called in, they've stayed in line for hours because of the outrage we feel. It's all due to the violent police responses and the over-policing of our communities. This proposal does nothing to change the system of oppression or address the abuse from the police and justice system that nationwide and here in Nashville we face. It continues to provide the funding to keep our police exactly the way they are, which is obviously not good enough. What people have been demanding tonight is a lasting change in real representation, knowing that you are not going to continue to aid the oppression by funding the institution doing the suppressing. Change cannot and will not happen until funding is directed away from the police and into programs such as education, mental health services, affordable housing, and public transit, as these have been shown to have a direct and beneficial impact on our communities. I know everyone was exhausted. Thank you for staying up, and thank you for letting me have my voice heard. Have a great night.
All right, next call.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Ryan. I live at Jefferson Drive, Madison, Tennessee, 37115. I, too, am calling to register my opposition to BL 2020-286. Firstly, I'd say that the mayor's budget of almost $500 million towards public safety to be spent on police, jails, and courts is not how we create public safety. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources, not police and not more people being fed into the city prisons. The fact that in the midst of a budget crisis, the mayor is proposing an increase in spending on police and jails while decreasing spending on affordable housing, social services, transit, and other critical public goods. This is unacceptable and will not keep us safe. Furthermore, the attempts of Jim Schulman to silence and downplay the opinions of Nashville constituents is disgraceful. The video of him assaulting people waiting to speak is now circulated widely and is shameful to say the least. Black Lives Matter, Justice for Justice Clemens, Daniel Hambrick, thank you for your time.
All right, and next caller? Are you, do we have a caller on the phone?
Yes.
All right.
I'm Alicia.
I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Alicia Zheng at 2301 Vanderbilt Place, 37235. And I'm also calling in to speak out against Bill 2020-286. So the allocation of city resources should be a reflection of our values. And as our representatives, you're obliged to represent the will of your constituents. And as shown by the collective comments of everybody who has already spoken tonight, the citizens of Nashville just do not support this bill. And you should not either. As you know, this budget would allocate more resources to criminal justice and the legal system than to health and hospitals, transit and infrastructure, and public housing combined, and that's ridiculous. So please do the right thing, do your job, and do not pass this budget, which is in direct opposition to the will of the people, to the citizens of Nashville. Thank you so much for being here this night. I really appreciate everybody being here, and I appreciate the opportunity of my voice being heard. Thank you.
Next caller. All right. Need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Jama Muhammad. My address is 2637 Mason Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37217. I just want to put out a quick message to all of our Nashvillians, and I appreciate all of the engagement that people have been putting out there and participating in this process, and thank the council for continuing this process. I just want them to be aware, how are we going to continue to fund all the things that we're trying to fund, and be aware of where the funds are going to come from for all the things that we are trying to do. We cannot have Broadway pay our bills any longer. To fund the things that we need to fund, we have to step up. Yeah.
Okay. Next call. All right. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Ivan at 2301 Vanderbilt Place, 37235. So I was born and raised in Nashville and the surrounding communities, and completed my bachelor's at Vanderbilt. I'm calling tonight because I can't sit by and watch the city divert more critical resources that could be used to support the most important public programming like education, health programs, and so on during the most dire health crisis in modern history. The militarization of our police force will not save lives, but providing support for our medical workers will. You know, pepper spray, rubber bullets, and military-style police vehicles are not going to contribute to the future of our children, but hiring more teachers and additional funding to the arts will. So I appreciate the hard work of all of our city officials and everything that you've done to put into making Nashville a great place to live in. But in my mind, this budget is as good as an act of violence against our city. Please reject BL 2020-286 and support the programs that Nashvillians actually want. Thanks.
Okay. Next call.
Yes. My name is Lynn Mitchell. I live at 925 Diego Avenue in Madison, Tennessee, 37115. I want to speak on the reason why I am not for the mayor 2020 286 bill. I moved here 24 years ago, and not including the 5 years that I carpooled from Bowling, Kentucky to Nashville to work. I had a very good job with financial stability, but I got sick and had to go on disability. I am unable to work a full-time job right now, only part-time. I depend on the amount I get in disability because I was blessed with a home that I'm paying on. But if you increase the property tax 32%, I don't know what I would do. I mean, do you sell your house and it needs repairs, or do you try to rent, which is going to be your mortgage plus your property tax plus the amount of a rent? I mean, no one wants to leave their home. So, I just wanted to put that out there. There are people living on a fixed income that can't afford 32% increase. Thank you.
So, ma'am, thank you for calling. Okay? That's what we kind of expected to hear tonight. That was the concern. So thank you for calling. We very much appreciate it. Okay? Next call.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rachel Randolo. I live on Alameda Street in 37209. I am very against this proposed budget. I work in homeless outreach as well as in the mental health community. I am brokenhearted every day as I try to tell people who are unhoused, who are not getting services, how there's none out there. I'm brokenhearted every day as when people go through mental health crisis, there's nothing available. With a reduced budget and higher spending towards police, we are only enforcing greater trauma, thus making these situations worse. Furthermore, when we refuse to fund education, you're just funneling our children to adulthood straight to jail. We need better funding for our services. We need better funding for homeless care. We need better funding for mental health. We need better funding for education. We do not need this ridiculous funding for the police. You will only say that we need to arrest every single citizen. You only say that no lives matter. You are only saying that Black lives do not matter. Minority lives do not matter by giving the police such an ample budget as this that is completely uncalled for. We need better funding for affordable housing, better funding for mental health care. We need better funding for education. We do not need to be arrested. We do not need to be funneled to jail. We need to treat our citizens as wonderful citizens they are, as wonderful this city is. We are better than this. You are better than this. All of us are better than this. We do not need to fund the police.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next caller. All right, do we have a caller in the queue?
Yep.
All right, I need a name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Great. Hi, my name is Bridget Caldwell, and I live at 700 Wedgwood Park. And I'm calling also to state that I'm against 2022-86. And I know that you all have heard a lot of
sentiments tonight, and so I'll just focus on one. But I work with kids in this city, and spend nearly $500 million on police, jails, and courts when the children that live here whose parents or guardians cannot afford private school do not get the funding that they need or deserve is pretty atrocious. And I just wonder what a different city we would have if we were truly considering how we fund the kids that go to school here. And I wonder often how, you, Mr. Schulman, or anyone else on council would feel if they couldn't afford to send their child to private school or didn't have the means or the opportunity. I wonder if you would even still live here. And so I really would encourage you all to consider reallocating those funds, as we've seen in history that police don't necessarily keep us safe. And I just want to state again that I, as a citizen, with my fellow citizens who've called in tonight, am against 2020-286, and I hope that you all will consider that. And thank you for staying there until 4:30 in the morning and listening to your constituents. We appreciate it.
Right. Next caller. Next caller.
Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Josh Halper. My address is 1804 Riverside Drive. I'm a Nashville native and a musician here in town. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for staying up and taking our calls. Someone said something earlier that resonated with me. He said, I hope our words tonight are remembered tomorrow. I'm calling to oppose Bill BL 2020-286. Carefully and responsibly adjusting the budget is an essential step in curbing the problems facing the most marginalized in our community. Time and time again, Nashville and the country at large have been shown that the state of our criminal justice system is detrimentally flawed. These flaws are unfortunately not the product of bad training, inadequate funding, or low voter turnout. They are the product of blatant racism, greed, and a shameful lack of empathy for the general public, especially in the lower income community. A mindful, responsible budget has the potential to change so much in our city. Money spent on education, transportation, the exploration of restorative justice, child and health care, etc., would help to eliminate the systemic disadvantages wreaking havoc on the communities which the government seems to be plotting against. There is a right and a wrong here, and these are the steps we need to take in order to jump over the good side of the fence. In the words of the late Don Fine, the whole town saw Jimmy on the 6 o'clock news. His brains were on the sidewalk and blood was on his shoes. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Godin, next call.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized. We're on BL, hold on, there you go. We're on BL 2020-298.
I think, so I would move to approve on second reading with re-referral to Budget and Finance and Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee.
All right, you've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Councilmember Hauser, are you recognized? Councilmember Hauser. All right. I don't know if the hand was up before.
I'm sorry. I could just not get to it.
All right. Councilmember Hauser.
Your last name. Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
I'm sorry. I stepped away for a moment, so please bring me back in.
Councilmember Hauser, do you have a question?
No, I did not.
All right.
I thought you just called on me.
No, I called on you because your hand's up. So we are on BL 2020-298, passage on second reading with a referral back to budget and to planning. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 33 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill is passed on second reading 33 to 0, and the bill is referred back to budget and to planning. We are now on BL 2020-286 by Councilmember Mendez. It's a bill to be entitled the Budget Ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2021. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
On this one, Budget and Finance recommended approval and re-referral to Budget and Finance, 12 in favor, 0 against, and with the understanding that everybody's comments that they made on the last bill would stand for this bill too, I'd ask to open the public hearing.
All right, that's my understanding. Open the public hearing. Anybody in the queue? There's nobody in the chamber.
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
We have a caller in the queue. Okay, send them in. You're recognized. I need your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hey there, my name is Hans Lambert. I live on Lucille Street in Nashville, 37207.
We're waiting. You have got you've got a minute and a half.
All right, well, council members, I can't reiterate more than what everyone said tonight, but I do know that you all have a very challenging time ahead of you, and us to try to figure out where money needs to go. And putting money into policing and jails is not going to solve any problems that we're facing. We just need a more sustainable approach. We've heard callers call in about education. We've talked about Wi-Fi, things that we need to be connected on, especially for our children in order to learn. I'd like to encourage a large reallocation of these taxpayer dollars from the police force to things like education, after-school programs, childcare, transit, art, libraries, parks. Educating and teaching our citizens and their children our future is critical in developing in the city of Nashville. And I thank you all for staying up so late, and I appreciate your time. How exciting could it be for all of us to have a greater access to resources that will ultimately fulfill the advancement of the beautiful and diverse city of Nashville? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I have a caller in the queue.
All right.
For a moment.
All right. Need a name and address. I need a name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
We have no more callers in the queue right now, Vice Mayor.
Declare the public hearing closed. We're on BL 2020-286 by Councilmember Mendez. You're recognized.
Move approval with re-referral to Budget and Finance Committee.
All right, so the motion is to move approval on second reading with a re-referral back to Budget and Finance. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, very briefly. Can we just explain process so that people will know that by voting on this tonight, we're not done, that there's an amendment process that we will be going through extensively over the next 2 weeks? If Mr. Mendez wants to say more, I just want people to hear that.
Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. I'll try to be coherent about that. First, I would refer anybody who wants to Google Metro Council resources, and you'll find a page there, and there's a link to budget materials that has the full schedule. It should be near the top of the materials for Budget and Finance. Today's second reading, that's not final approval. For the budget, you need 3 readings. Third reading will be on June 16th. The Budget and Finance Committee meeting the day before on June 15th. On those 2 days, the 15th and 16th, there will be discussion where people will move amendments and substitute budgets, and that's where most of the action should be on voting. In addition to that, the council will have work sessions on June 4 and June 8, both at 4:30 p.m. Those will be such that the public can watch them, but that'll be council members talking amongst themselves about a direction for amendments. And then the last thing I would add, council members have until 3 o'clock this afternoon to submit wish list items. Y'all have seen the form, gotten a lot of reminders about the deadlines, and that is the process we've got left.
All right. I believe that's it. So the motion is to approve on second reading with the referral back to budget. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Well, I realize this is going to make some people mad, but I really don't care at this point. We started at 6:30. The majority of people who wanted to speak that were anti-tax could not get in. We can say whatever we want to, that this wasn't an organized event that occurred, that we just finished on 298 to discuss 268, of which we did not really get. We got 1 or 2 phone calls because, oh, let's think, maybe people that want to talk against it have to get up and go to work this morning, couldn't stay up all night long to have fun with us, and now the traffic is flowing here saying this is nothing but a farce. This was designed to where the mayor's budget will automatically go through and the people are feeling like they're getting scammed. And candidly, I can't argue with them about that because that's exactly what has happened. Now, all the folks who wanted to speak against the tax increase did not get to have their voice heard. We had a total of 6 calls, 6 out of the hundreds and hundreds that came in. And I have read stuff all night long, people saying they'd try to call in and it'd hang up on them. I mean, you know, I don't know how it was working and how it wasn't. I do know this. The process is extremely flawed the way we did it. So if this is what we're going to do, and we're not going to give the public another opportunity to come back in here and speak, the ones who have a voice, the ones who have jobs, the ones that are truly concerned about their pocketbooks being raided, then why don't we just go ahead and do third reading at the next Tuesday meeting? Let's just get this over with, and let's just start sending out tax bills to everybody. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, but, you know, I've been patient sitting here waiting for us to actually be able, in all the years that I've been involved with this, and you and I have been involved with this a very long time, I've never seen such a fiasco in my life. So the people of Nashville that wanted to have a voice, they were successfully snuffed out tonight on being able to share their concerns of what they consider and what I consider to be a massive tax increase.
Thank you, Councilman Glover. The best I can say is I hear you.
Well, nobody else gets to hear them.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out, I think there's going to have to be some, a review, something that we have to do, but I'm not sure what that is. At this point, it is now 4:42. I'm not sure what that is. Councilman Mendez, I'll go back to you.
So I'm going to ask my fellow council colleagues to, if you got your little hand indicator pressed, please unpress it. Councilman Glover has expressed frustration. I know all of us are frustrated. I'm about 15 minutes away from being up for 24 hours. Most everybody who talked today lives in Davidson County. They're entitled to a voice. I do hear the frustration from Councilman Glover. I don't think we can diminish the voices of the people that we did hear from. I know that we all wish that, like in previous years, where groups would have picked maybe 10 or 20 people for us to hear from and let us know that they had a show of force available if they needed to, but that didn't happen. It's now 4:45. We've heard it all. It's over. And we should pass it on second reading, do the re-referral, and if we decide as a body we've got to do something else, then so be it. I think we should go forward.
Okay. I'm checking just to make sure in the queue, all the hands. You want to speak again? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
I will have to disagree with that statement. We haven't heard it all. That's my whole point of what I was saying. We haven't heard it all. We heard a solid majority of 99% of telling us defund the police tonight, but we didn't hear it all. So, I mean, body's going to do what it's going to do, but don't be surprised when the people of Nashville just completely throw their hands up in the air and give up on us, because we have walked all over their rights tonight and this morning, and we've not let them speak.
All right. Councilmember Porterfield, your hand is up. So I've got lots of hands in the queue. We'll do it. It's 4:45. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Colleagues, I implore you, we got plenty of time to have this conversation. It's something other than 4:45 a.m.
Well, okay.
So, all right, I'm going to sit down.
All right.
I canceled all my appointments for the morning, so I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Swope, you were the first name I saw. Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope, you're still with us? All right, I'm going to go on. Councilmember Nash?
Yeah, just briefly, I know maybe not everyone got a chance to get in tonight, but we all have email. I've received lots of emails. If there's anybody else that has anything they want to share with us, they could certainly do it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I appreciate it. Councilmember Swope, I'm coming back to you just in case. There you are. You're recognized. He's muted. All right. I'm going to go to Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Suara. I'm not getting anything out of there. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Previous question has been called, properly seconded. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Okay. Any abstentions? The vote is 32 for, 1 against, and 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Previous question prevails. We are on BL 2020-286 with a re-referral back to Budget and Finance, passage on second reading. We're voting on that. All those in favor?
Request a roll call vote.
So, do it on second? How many? Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I was checking. Sorry, I was going to check the rules. You have to have 5 to request. I'll record you as no if you want to do it that way.
Oh,
okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's
Sorry.
be, yeah.
Okay. So we're voting on BL 2020-286, re-referral back to budget. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Okay. Any abstentions? Bill passes 32 for, 1 against, and 0 abstentions. 32 to 1 to 0. Any corrections on that? That's it. All right, so council members, here's where we are. We have bills on introduction and first reading. We can keep going, and we do have some things we have to get done tonight. So we're on page 5. These are bills on introduction and first reading. Unless there's an objection, we'll consider all the ordinances on first reading at one vote at one time. I would say that because we have a special meeting next week, anything that has a budgetary nature to it should be on the June 9th calendar. Okay? Okay. Can I get a motion to pass all these bills on first reading? I heard a lot of people talking, but let me get the motion in front of us. Proper motion, proper second. Discussion, Councilmember Mendez? Anything? Any discussion on bills on first reading? Councilmember Druffel, anything? Okay. Let me just double check. All right. Seeing nothing else, bills on introduction and first reading, I'm going to pass them all at the same time. Everything will be on first reading on June the 16th unless it's a budgetary nature. Councilmember Benedict? Oh, late filed? Not there yet. Oh, okay. Councilmember Benedict, do you, okay, hold on. Oh, BL 2300, you want to move that to the 9th? That's okay. That is no problem. Okay, so we're voting on the motion to bills on first consideration. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any opposition, say no. Any abstentions? 33 to 0 to 0. Bills on introduction, first reading pass. We have 2 late filed bills. Make sure I've got them. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized for a late filed bill.
I suspend the rules, right?
Yeah, you have to request for suspension of the rules.
Request to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg, did this come before the Rules Committee?
Yes, Mr. President. The sponsor indicated she wouldn't be introducing it tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Benedict?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this actually got inadvertently put into the late filed amendments.
Okay.
I did not intend to do that. So I would like to defer it to the first meeting in July.
So do you want to pass it tonight?
No.
Then you don't have to do anything.
Oh,
right?
okay. Cool.
It'll automatically disappear.
And it's not
I mean, it'll
filed
come
or
back
anything.
when it's supposed to.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to do anything. All right, Councilmember Hager, you're recognized also for a late filed bill. Councilmember Hager, you still with us? He may have had court. He's still listed. Councilmember Hager, you still there? Councilmember Hager. Okay, can we get somebody to sign on to it? Okay, Councilmember Mendes is going to sign on to the bill. It's a late filed bill. It's a zoning overlay. So he's signing on right now. Okay, so Councilmember Mendes is going to sign on. So it's late filed. So Councilmember Rosenberg, did this bill come before your committee?
It did, Mr. President. The sponsor indicated that it needed to be filed late to track with planning and with some public notice that needs to go out.
Okay, so you all were okay with it? I think you said yes.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized on the bill.
Move to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Mendes has moved to suspend the rules. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, you're on your bill for first reading.
Move approval on first reading.
So Councilmember Mendes has moved approval on first reading of this bill that Councilmember Hager is also on. Properly seconded. Any objections? Any questions? Sorry. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? Bill passes 33-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We're now on bills on second reading. We'll go through these fairly quickly and see where we've got.
We have a quorum call, please.
So Councilman Glover has called for a quorum call. So we're going to check. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, so council members, Councilmember Glover has called for a quorum call, so we're going to have to take a roll call vote to make sure you're still with us. Now, remember, I hope you're there because we got some stuff we need to pass tonight, okay, or this morning. So, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Here. Councilmember Hurt.
Here.
Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Glover.
Here.
Councilmember Suara.
Councilmember Suara, she's here. I see her hand. There she is.
Councilmember Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Gamble.
Here.
Councilmember Swope.
Councilmember Swope is there. I see him.
Councilmember Parker.
Councilmember Parker?
I have him marked absent. Councilmember Withers.
Councilmember Parker is listed. He's there.
Oh, he didn't respond from the last time.
There he is.
Or-
He's there.
Okay, Parker, absent,
Councilmember Withers is present.
Withers is present. Vice Mayor, did you want me to mark Parker as present?
Councilmember Parker is present. I can see him and hear him.
Okay, Councilmember Benedict is present here, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, she's here.
Councilmember Van Reese.
Present. Present.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm delayed a little. Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager. Vice Mayor, I can't recall whether Councilmember Hager responded earlier.
Councilmember Hager did not respond.
Okay. Councilmember Evans.
Present.
Councilmember Bradford is marked absent.
Present.
Present. Councilmember Roten is present. Councilmember Syracuse is present. Councilmember Welsh.
Present.
Councilmember Sledge is marked absent. Councilmember Cash.
Present.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Present.
Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser. I know she was present a short time ago, Vice Mayor.
Keep going.
Council.
Hello, I didn't hear anything for a minute. I lost the sound. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can
thank
hear
you. Councilmember Druffel is present. Councilmember Murphy.
Present.
Councilmember Pulley.
Here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Yeah.
Which one?
Councilmember Porterfield.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Stiles.
Present.
Councilmember Lee.
I am here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Councilmember Henderson.
I've been asked to mark.
I apologize. I'm here.
And Councilmember Rosenberg.
I'm here. Glad we did that. That was worthwhile. Good call.
Okay. What's the number?
35 according to this. Do you count the vice mayor? Okay.
All right, so we got at least 35 members. So we have a quorum. All right, 35 members. So proceeding ahead, without objection, we are going to go to BL 2020-287, which is on page 9. It's on second reading. It is an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2020-2021 year, declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommended approval with a re-referral to Budget and Finance, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and you move for passage?
Move for passage.
All right, I got a second. So the motion is to approve on second reading. Nobody in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A little late with ayes, but that's fine. Any objections? Any abstentions? Vote is 35 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We're now on BL 2020-294 by Council Members Mendes and Allen. Ordinance repealing Chapter 2.160 of the Metropolitan Code and abolishing the Community Education Commission, effective July 1st, 2020. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Committee report for Budget and Finance is to recommend approval and re-referral to Budget and Finance and the other committees, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the other committees. Personnel, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel voted 4 in favor, 1 against.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield on education. And she may be having trouble getting through. Let's see.
Since we already have more than one committee report.
Okay, we will go ahead. So Councilmember Mendez has moved approval of BL 2020-294, properly seconded.
Re-refer to all committees.
And with the re-referral to all the committees. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
You got one no? Councilmember Bradford, you voted no?
Correct.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, the vote is 34 for, 1 against, and 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes. We're on BL 2020.
Yeah, I'm an abstention. Hurt is an abstention.
Okay, so it's 33 to 1 to 1. Okay. Any corrections to that? All right, Bill.
Yes, I'm sorry. Was that 294?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I feel like I must have missed where we got past a few things on second reading. I would like to be recorded as a no, and yeah.
Okay, so it's 32 to 2 to 1. Okay.
I would also like to be recorded as a no. This is Murphy.
Okay, 31 to 3 to 1. Okay. Okay, bill passes on second reading with the referral back. BL 2020-295, Council members Mendez, Hurt, and others, an ordinance amending Title II of the Metropolitan Code by abolishing the Nashville Career Advancement Center and moving the functions of that agency to the Metropolitan Action Commission effective July 1st, 2020. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommended approval with re-referral to all committees, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right.
May I have the other two committee reports?
Sure, you certainly can. Personnel, Councilmember Roberts.
Personnel voted 5 in favor, 1 against.
Okay. And Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Hurt.
Health and Hospitals voted 5 in favor and 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Move to approve on second reading, re-refer to all committees, please.
All right, that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? I see Councilmember O'Connell in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just can't condone abolishing a workforce development piece of the Metro government at this point. I know that the administration has already telegraphed an intent for this function to be moved to the Metro Action Commission. But I think we have done so much work specifically focused on the Career Advancement Center, and this is exactly the wrong time in a budget consideration to be moving away from this. And the biggest thing we can do as a government is ensure that not only are there jobs available for people to do, but that especially as jobs might be changing, to move our process of developing our workforce strategically. And I'm going to have a very difficult time supporting any budget that follows through on setting up the abolition of this center, and I would encourage colleagues to vote against.
Mr. Mayor, respond.
Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thanks for that comment, Councilmember O'Connell. If this had been 6 or 7 hours ago, I would have moved with asking to make a brief comment. And the brief comment would have been this, both with the last one with the Community Education Commission and this one, it's clear there's a lot of disagreement, and neither one of these may pass. The idea of approving with the re-referral is to keep all the budget-related things on track for third reading at the same time. And if we were to force a vote on the full substance of this now, we'd basically be having a part of the operating budget debate outside the context of the rest of the debate. And so I can tell you, at least from my perspective, there's an open question about whether this one or the previous one will ever be passed at all. And my only objective as the lead sponsor, just by virtue of being the budget committee chair, is to keep them all together as budget related for third reading when we meet on the 16th. And so for that reason, I certainly don't mind no vote or 2 or 3 or 5, but we really should pass it so we don't separate the budget items. It's just second reading. It's we can deal with it on third. It's re-referred to all the committees. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right.
I appreciate that comment from the chair and withdraw then from my intent to vote no.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councilmember Hurt. You're recognized.
Well, I would have also made a brief comment, being that I served on that board for 3 years, and I know that they did a lot of focusing on statewide, more so than local, and Metro Action Commission is a perfect place for those things. I don't particularly like the word abolish, but I do know that Metro Action is very well capable of carrying on, and they are very much rooted in the community that needs them the most. And I don't think that the Nashville Career Advancement Center focused on that North Nashville community as much, although they were located in the area.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm realizing that we are just addressing budget items. We're skipping over and deferring items. Forgive me. Getting caught up.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I apologize. I had wanted to be recorded as abstaining on the previous item 294 and on this item as well, please, sir. Thank you. 295.
Okay. We are back to Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Mendez has moved approval of 2020-295 with a re-referral back to the committees. Properly seconded? Anything? Okay. Nobody else in the queue? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Looks like it's 35 to 0. Any corrections?
Ms. Henderson has abstained.
With one abstention? Okay, sorry. 34 to 0 to 1. Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, is there a motion you'd like about the rest of the agenda?
Well, so let me just make sure with Mr. Cooper. Anything else that has to be done? All right, so council members, I'm just telling you that there's about to be a motion to adjourn. Is there anything on here? I'm just giving you the chance. Is there anything on here? Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. I didn't lower my hand. I'm sorry,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Actually, we do need to take the special event zone unless we do it on the 9th.
Which is fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized. If you've got something to say, you better say it now. Councilmember Stiles.
If we do have a chance, Vice Mayor, I would like to go ahead and vote on my bill 285 regarding the mask and just the changes that were made since our last meeting, please.
All right, Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized on, let me get it. On BL 2020-285 as amended. That's an ordinance requiring employees of essential businesses interfacing with the public to wear appropriate face coverings. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment, please.
I think you have an amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry, amendment. It was updated after discussing adding the CDC requirements and also adding the direction of the Director of Health in terms of the timeline for how long we would utilize the implementation of masks, as well as providing a stipulation if someone has a medical condition, they would not have to wear a mask.
Okay. So do you want to move the amendment?
Yes, please.
All right. So I have a motion on the amendment, properly seconded.
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember, oh, okay. Nobody's got their hands up. So we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 35 to 0 on the amendment. Any corrections? All right, Councilmember Stiles, we're back on your bill as amended. Remember, this is on second reading, okay? Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Got a motion to approve as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Suara. There you go. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized. All right, her hand is now gone. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I am still, even with the amendment, uncomfortable with our stepping into a role that I have seen no evidence that the Director of Health is failing to act on. I don't think this is a place where council has a particular need to legislate a public health approach. We are clearly giving our guidance on data sharing as of this evening, and I think this is a case where we have not seen responsiveness from the Director of Health, and we will see if any further action is necessary there. With regard to masks, though, I am satisfied with the response, and I don't think this is a place where we need to create a new legislative mandate, and I intend to vote no.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I just want to thank Councilor Stiles for putting this through, because I do, like she shared the concern of health of all Nashvillians, but like Councilman O'Connell, I feel like this is the health department's directive. They're already doing it, and I feel like this is duplicative, so I'm going to vote no.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnston?
I'm just echoing what Councilman O'Connell said. Thank you for saying that, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this legislation.
All right, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that the health department is doing a good job with the orders and asking individuals and essential employees to wear masks. However, it's not being done. We can just take a page from the events over the last few days, and there are hundreds of people walking around without masks, and hopefully we won't have an increase in cases, but this legislation will help maybe encourage or it will make, hopefully, make people feel more compelled to have to do it if they see that there's a mandate to do it. So while I'm not a big fan of mandates, the fact that people are not adhering to the CDC and the Metro Health Department's advice to wear masks, this may hopefully, so I encourage everyone to vote on it.
All right, Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
I'd like to call the question.
Previous question has been called. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 35 to 0 on the previous question. We're on the bill. 2020-285 is amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 So I know that Johnston was a no. Who else was a no? Glover.
Young is a no.
Glover, Druffel, Mendez. Who else?
Cash.
Evans.
Evans is a no.
Young is a no.
Who else was a no? Roten is a no.
Young is a no.
Young is a no. Anybody else?
Nash is a no.
Just one at a time. So I got Johnston, Glover, Druffel. Oh, hold on. Johnston, Glover, Druffel, Evans, Roten, Young. Who else? Hancock. Swope.
Nash.
Was that Hager or Swope?
Nash.
Or Nash? Okay.
Nash.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
O'Connell.
8. O'Connell. Okay. Anybody else for Niall? It's on second.
Cash, Rutherford, and Swope.
Okay, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Anybody else? Okay, the vote is 23 for, 12 against, 0 abstentions at this point. It's on second reading. Any corrections? That's the vote. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Motion to adjourn.
The motion is to adjourn, properly seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to adjourn say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Well, good morning.
We're adjourned. Thank you all. And thank you to the staff.
And so the Metro Council has concluded what is the longest council meeting on record, almost 11 hours, somewhere around 10 hours and 45 minutes. We started at 6:30 last night and just now completed. If you're getting ready to take your shower in the morning to go to work, or if for some reason you've been up with us all night, God bless you. And that's what happened. The council spent most of the evening on public hearing involving both the operating budget and the capital improvements budget. Heard from over 200 people tonight on that over that time. Most people limited to about 2 to 3 minutes to speak. And so you can see that's why probably out of the 11 and a half hours, close to 8 or maybe a little bit more was spent on those, although the council did take a 15-minute break during one portion of it, and the council got a little tangled up in some of their parliamentary procedure and what they should do and not do in terms of what they wanted to hear. There was some concern that perhaps the debate was dominated a little bit by talking points that came from the People's Budget Coalition. It appeared to be the luck of the draw as to who got through, but some council members were unhappy that their people, who particularly those who were against a tax increase, and Mayor Cooper's budget calls for a 32% property tax increase. Steve Glover in particular was unhappy that he didn't think his folks were able to get in just to talk in terms against a tax increase, period. What you saw primarily from a lot of people tonight was not so much opposition to the tax, but wanting to rearrange how the budget was being put together. In particular, they wanted to defund the police department, the sheriff's department to a large degree, and also to the criminal justice system in general, the district attorney and the courts, feeling like we're spending way too much money on that. Need to spend more money on schools, on the community oversight board, on transit, on social services, on affordable housing, other things like that. So the council approved both the capital improvements budget, which goes up for a third and final reading next week on a week from last night on June 9th. It also approved the operating budget without any amendments. That's pretty normal. The council will actually is planning to deal with the operating budget on June 16th. But given all this has come up tonight, we'll see if the council is going to be looking further into what to do. It's possible the council could wind up meeting as late as the 23rd or even on the 30th. They do have to approve a budget one way or the other by the end of June, or the mayor's budget becomes law automatically. Council also tonight reversed themselves on a decision made a couple of weeks ago. They accepted a settlement of a lawsuit that the legal department offered to them. Metro would receive $144,000 from Youth Opportunities Investments. That's the group that runs the juvenile detention center downtown. We had a major escape there, a pretty high-profile situation. Took some time for the police to capture them all. Metro wanted to recoup a lot of that money. Council members wanted to see it also recoup overtime and other things like that involved with the police, including the use of the police helicopter, which came up quite a bit tonight in the budget hearings, although not about the escape. The legal department argued they probably couldn't get the money for all the police time and that because they'd have to pay some of those wages anyway. The overtime, perhaps Metro was going to get more out of the 144 than they would of what they'd actually spent. So the council went ahead and approved it tonight. 23 for, 2 against, and 8 abstentions. Still some council members not sure that's a good idea to do that. The council also tonight just before they ended, decided to pass on second reading a bill that's also somewhat contentious by a 23 to 12 vote. They passed a bill that would require employees of essential businesses that interface with the public to wear appropriate face coverings. This is something some council members felt would be better left off to the health department. Health department's comfortable with the wording of this. The bill's on second reading. It will have to keep most of those votes. It'll have to get at least 21 votes when it comes up on third reading. And I think that will probably be either next week or when the council meets on the 16th. Council also passed a late resolution tonight also that's somewhat involved with what's going on with the pandemic. They approved 30-3 a late resolution that says Metro should not share COVID-19 patient information with first responders. This has been a controversy with both the state and with Metro. The state has reversed its decision and is not sharing that information. Metro is still continuing to share it. So that's a difference where the council is. This is memorializing at this point, but that is still a difference between where the council is and where the administration and the health department appears to be on that. The council is now in recess until next Tuesday on June 9th. They'll have a pretty long agenda because several things have been put off in the past in terms of zoning bills. We come back up, and they'll also be given third and final approval to the capital improvements budget. That has to be approved under the Metro Charter by June 15th. By the way, the capital improvements budget is a 5-year spending plan. It does not spend any money at all. It's just any projects the Metro government is going to do has to be in that particular 5-year plan, or Metro can't spend any money on it at all. The council will not take up the third and final reading on the operating budget and the tax increases, whatever that might wind up being. That won't come up until at least the 16th. The council will be having some other meetings among themselves to try to figure out exactly what they're going to do. We'll be here at to provide live coverage of this. So the next council meeting on June 9th. One early meeting note about that, we'll be meeting at 6 o'clock, not at 6:30. So if you're tuning in at 6 o'clock, that's when we'll be started. That concludes our coverage here tonight as the sun rises. Good morning from the council chambers. Tonight's Metro Council meeting has been a public affairs presentation.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.